Chapter 1, Part 1 of The 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Crey. Chapter 1 The Battle of Marathon, Part 1. Quibus actus uterque, Europae acte Asiae fatis, concurrerit orbis. 2340 years ago, a council of Athenian officers was summoned on the slope of one of the mountains that look over the plain of Marathon, on the eastern coast of Attica. The immediate subject of their meeting was to consider whether they should give battle to an enemy that lay encamped on the shore beneath them. But on the result of the deliberations depended not merely the fate of the two armies, but the whole future progress of human civilization. There were 11 members of that council of war. 10 were the generals, who were then annually elected at Athens, one for each of the local tribes into which the Athenians were divided. Each general led the men of his own tribe, and each was invested with equal military authority. One also of the archons was associated with them in the joint command of the collective force. This magistrate was termed the polemarch or war ruler. He had the privilege of leading the right wing of the army in the battle, and of taking part in all councils of war. A noble Athenian named Callimachus was the war ruler this year, and as such stood listening to the earnest discussion of the 10 generals. They had, indeed, deep matter of anxiety, though little aware how momentous to mankind were the oaths they were about to give, or how the generations to come would read with interest that record of their debate. They saw before them the invading forces of a mighty empire, which had in the last 50 years shattered and enslaved nearly all the kingdoms and principalities of the then known world. They knew that all the resources of their own country were compromised in the little army entrusted to their guidance. They saw before them a chosen host of the great king, sent to wreak his special wrath on that country and on the other insolent little Greek community which had dared to aid his rebels and burn the capital of one of his provinces. That victorious host had already fulfilled half its mission of vengeance. Eretria, the confederate of Athens, in the bold march against Sardis 9 years before, had fallen in the last few days, and the Athenian generals could discern from the heights the island of Aegilia, in which the Persians had deposited their Eretrian prisoners, whom they had reserved to be led away captives into Upper Asia, there to hear their doom from the lips of the King Darius himself. Moreover, the men of Athens knew that in the camp before them was their own banished tyrant, Hippias, who was seeking to be reinstated by foreign scimitars in despotic sway over any remnant of his countrymen that might survive the sack of their own town, and might be left behind as too worthless for leading way into Median bondage. The numerical disparity between the force with which the Athenian commanders had under them, and that which they were called on to encounter, was fearfully apparent to some of the council. The historians who wrote nearest to the time of the battle do not pretend to give any detailed statements of the numbers engaged, but there are sufficient data for our making a general estimate. Every free Greek was trained into military duty, and from the incessant border wars between the different states, few Greeks reached the age of manhood without having seen some service. But the muster roll of free Athenian citizens, of an age fit for military duty, never exceeded 30,000, and at this epoch probably did not amount to two thirds of that number. Moreover, the poorer portion of these were unprovided with the equipments and untrained to the operations of the regular infantry. Some detachments of the best armed troops would be required to garrison the city itself, and man the various fortified posts in the territory. so that it is impossible to reckon the fully equipped force that marched from Athens to Marathon when the news of the Persian landing arrived at higher than 10,000 men. The historians who lived long after the time of the battle, such as Justin, Plutarch, and others, give 10,000 as the number of the Athenian army. Not much reliance could be placed on their authority, if unsupported by other evidence. But a calculation made from the number of the Athenian free population remarkably confirms it. For the data of this, see Boyek's Public Economy of Athens, Volume 1, page 45. Some Metoikoi probably served as hoplites at Marathon, but the number of resident aliens at Athens cannot have been large at this period. With one exception, the other Greeks held back from aiding them. Sparta had promised assistance, but Persians had landed on the sixth day of the moon, and a religious scruple delayed the march of Spartan troops till the moon would have reached its full. From one quarter only, and that a most unexpected one, did Athens receive aid at the moment of her great peril. For some years before this time, the little state of Plataea in Boeotia, being hard pressed by a powerful neighbour, Thebes, had asked the protection of Athens, and had owed to an Athenian army the rescue of her independence. Now, when it was noised over Greece that the Mede had come from the uttermost parts of the earth to destroy Athens, the brave Plataeans, unsolicited, marched with their whole force to assist in the defence, and to share the fortunes of their benefactors. The general levy of the Plataeans only amounted to 1,000 men, and this little column, marching from their city along the southern ridge of Mount Cithæron, and thence across the Attic territory, joined the Athenian forces above the Marathon almost immediately before the battle. The reinforcement was numerically small, but the gallant spirit of the men who composed it must have made it tenfold value to the Athenians, and its presence must have gone far to dispel the cheerless feeling of being deserted and friendless which the delay of the Spartan succors was calculated to create among the Athenian ranks. The generous daring of their weak but true hearted ally was never forgotten at Athens. The Plataeans were made the fellow countrymen of Athenians, except the right of exercising certain political functions; and from that time forth, in the solemn sacrifices at Athens, the public prayers were offered up for a joint blessing from the heaven upon the Athenians and the Plataeans also. Mr. Grote observes, Volume 4, page 484, that this volunteer march of the whole Plataean force to Marathon is one of the most affecting incidents of all Grecian history. In truth, the whole career of Plataea, and the friendship, strong even unto death, between her and Athens, form one of the most affecting episodes in the history of antiquity. In the Peloponnesian War, the Plataeans again were true to the Athenians against all risks and all calculations of self interest, and the destruction of Plataea was the consequence. There are few nobler passages in the classics than the speech in which the Plataean prisoners of war, after the memorable siege of their city, justify before the Spartan executioners their loyal adherence to Athens. See Thucydides, Lib. 3, sections 53 to 60. After the junction of the column from Plataea, the Athenian commanders must have had under them about 11,000 fully armed and disciplined infantry, and probably a large number of irregular light armed troops, as, besides the poorer citizens who went to the field armed with javelins, cutlasses, and targets, each regular heavy armed soldier was attended in the camp by one or more slaves, who were armed like the inferior freemen. At the battle of Plataea, 11 years after Marathon, each of the 8,000 Athenian regular infantry who served there was attended by a light armed slave. Herodotus, Lib. 8, chapters 28-29. Cavalry or archers the Athenians, on this occasion, had none, and the use in the field of military engines was not at that period introduced into ancient warfare. Contrasted with their own scanty forces, the Greek commanders saw stretched before them, along the shores of the winding bay, the tents and shipping of varied nations that marched to the bidding of the king of the Eastern world. The difficulty of finding transports and of securing provisions would form the only limit of the numbers of a Persian army. Nor is there any reason to suppose the estimate of Justin exaggerated, who rates at 100,000 the force which on this occasion had sailed, under the satraps Datis and Artaphernes, from the Sicilian shores against the devoted coasts of Euboea and Attica. And after largely deducting from this total, so as to allow for mere mariners and camp followers, there must still have remained fearful odds against the national levies of the Athenians. Nor could Greek generals then feel that confidence in the superior quality of their troops, which ever since the battle of Marathon has animated Europeans in conflicts with Asiatics. As, for instance, in the after struggles between Greece and Persia, or when the Roman legions encountered the myriads of Mithridates and Tigranes, or as is the case in the Indian campaigns of our own regiments. On the contrary, up to the day of Marathon the Medes and Persians were reputed invincible. They had more than once met Greek troops in Asia Minor, in Cyprus, in Egypt, and had invariably beaten them. Nothing can be stronger than the expressions used by the early Greek writers respecting the terror which the name of the Medes inspired, and the prostration of men's spirits before the apparently resistless career of the Persian arms. It is therefore little to be wondered at that 5 of the 10 Athenian generals shrank from the prospect of fighting a pitched battle against an enemy so superior in numbers and so formidable in military renown. Their own position on the heights was strong, and offered great advantages to a small defending force against assailing masses. They deemed it mere foolhardiness to descend into the plain to be trampled down by the Asiatic horse, overwhelmed with the archery, or cut to pieces by the invincible veterans of Cambyses and Cyrus. Moreover, Sparta, the great war state of Greece, had been applied to and had promised succor to Athens, though the religious observance which the Dorians paid to certain times and seasons had for the present delayed their march. Was it not wise, at any rate, to wait till the Spartans came up, and to have the help of the best troops in Greece before they exposed themselves to the shock of the dreaded Medes? Specious as these reasons might appear, the other 5 generals were for speedier and bolder operations. And, fortunately for Athens and for the world, one of them was a man, not only of the highest military genius, but also of that energetic character which impresses its own type and ideas upon spirits feebler in conception. Miltiades was the head of one of the noblest houses at Athens. He ranked the Asiadae among his ancestry, and the blood of Achilles flowed in the veins of the hero of Marathon. One of his immediate ancestors had acquired the dominion of the Thracian Chersonese, and thus the family became at the same time Athenian citizens and Thracian princes. This occurred at the time when Pisistratus was tyrant of Athens. 2 of the relatives of Miltiades, an uncle of the same name, and a brother named Stesagoras, had ruled the Chersonese before Miltiades became its prince. He had been brought up at Athens, in the house of his father Simon. Herodotus, Lib 6, chapter 102, who was renowned throughout Greece for his victories in Olympic chariotic races, and who must have been possessed of great wealth. The sons of Pisistratus, who succeeded their father in the tyranny at Athens, caused Simon to be assassinated, but they treated the young Miltiades with favour and kindness, and when his brother Stesagoras died in Chersonese, they sent him out there as a lord of the principality. This was about 28 years before the battle of Marathon, and it is with his arrival in Chersonese that our first knowledge of the career and character of Miltiades commences. We find, in the first act recorded of him, proof of the same resolute and unscrupulous spirit that marked his mature age. His brother's authority in the principality had been shaken by war and revolt. Miltiades determined to rule more securely. On his arrival, he kept close within his house, as if he was mourning for his brother. The principal men of Cherones, hearing of this, assembled from all towns and districts, and went together to the house of Miltiades on a visit of condolence. As soon as he had thus got them in his power, he made them all prisoners. He then asserted and maintained his own absolute authority in the peninsula, taking into his pay a body of 500 regular troops, and strengthening his interest by marrying the daughter of the king of the neighbouring Thracians. When the Persian power was extended to Hellespont and its neighbourhood, Miltiades, as the prince of Cherones, submitted to King Darius, and he was one of the numerous tributary rulers who led their contingents of men to serve in the Persian army in the expedition against Scythia. Miltiades and the vassal Greeks of Asia Minor were left by the Persian king in charge of the bridge across the Danube, where the invading army crossed that river and plunged into the wild country that is now Russia, in vain pursuit of the ancestors of the modern Cossacks. On learning the reverses that Darius met with the Scythian wilderness, Miltiades proposed to his companions that they should break the bridge down and leave the Persian king and his army to perish by famine and Scythian arrows. The rulers of the Asiatic Greek cities where Miltiades addressed shrank from this bold and ruthless stroke against the Persian power, and Darius returned in safety. But it was known what advice Miltiades had given, and the vengeance of Darius was thenceforth specially directed against the man who had counselled such a deadly blow against his empire and his person. The occupation of the Persian arms in the other quarters left Miltiades for some years after this in possession of the Cherones, but it was precarious and interrupted. He, however, availed himself of the opportunity which his position gave him of conciliating the goodwill of his fellow countrymen at Athens, by conquering and placing under Athenian authority the islands of Lemnos and Imbros, to which Athens had ancient claims, but which she had never previously been able to bring into complete subjection. At length, in 494 B.C., the complete suppression of the Ionian revolt by the Persians left their armies and fleets at the liberty to act against the enemies of the great king to the west of the Hellespont. A strong squadron of Phoenician galleys was sent against the Cherones. Miltiades knew that resistance was hopeless, and while the Phoenicians were at Tenedos, he loaded 5 galleys with all the treasure that he could collect, and sailed away for Athens. The Phoenicians fell in with him, and chased him hard along the north of Aegean. One of his galleys, on board of which was his eldest son, Metiochus, was actually captured; but Miltiades, with the other 4, succeeded in reaching the friendly coast of Imbros in safety. Thence he afterwards proceeded to Athens, and resumed his station as a free citizen of Athenian commonwealth. End of chapter 1, part 1. Read by Lambda. Chapter 1, part 2 of The 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1, The Battle of Marathon, Part 2. The Athenians at this time had recently expelled Hippias, the son of Pisistratus, the last of their tyrants. They were in the full glow of their newly recovered liberty and equality, and the constitutional changes of Cleisthenes had inflamed their republican zeal to the utmost. Miltiades had enemies at Athens, and these, availing themselves of the state of the popular feeling, brought him to trial for his life for having been tyrant of the Chersonese. The charge did not necessarily import any acts of cruelty or wrong to individuals. It was founded on no specific law, but it was based on the horror with which the Greeks of that age regarded every man who had made himself compulsory master of his fellow men and exercised irresponsible dominion over them. The fact of Miltiades having so ruled in the Chersonese was undeniable, but the question which the Athenians, assembled in the judgment, must have tried was, whether Miltiades, by becoming the tyrant of Chersonese, deserved punishment as an Athenian citizen. The eminent service that had done the state in conquering Lemnos and Imbros for it, pleaded strongly in his favour. The people refused to convict him. He stood high in the public opinion, and when the coming invasion of the Persians was known, the people wisely elected him one of their generals for the year. Two other men of signal eminence in history, though their renown was achieved at a later period than that of Miltiades, were also among the 10 Athenian generals at Marathon. One was Themistocles, the future founder of the Athenian navy and the destined victor of Salamis. The other was Aristides, who afterward led the Athenian troops to Plataea, and whose integrity and just popularity acquired for his country, when the Persians had finally then repulsed, the advantageous preeminence of being acknowledged by half of the Greeks as their impartial leader and protector. It is not recorded what part either Themistocles or Aristides took in the debate of the council of the war at Marathon. But from the character of Themistocles, his boldness, and his intuitive genius for extemporizing the best measures in every emergency, a quality which the greatest of historians ascribe to him beyond all his contemporaries, we may well believe that the vote of Themistocles was for prompt and decisive action. See the character of Themistocles in the 138th section of the first book of Thucydides, especially the last sentence. On the vote of Aristides it may be more difficult to speculate. His predilection for Spartans may have made him wish to wait till they came up. But though circumspect, he was neither timid as a soldier nor as a politician, and the bold advice of Miltiades may probably have found in Aristides a willing, most assuredly it found in him a candid hearer. Miltiades felt no hesitation as to the course which the Athenian army ought to pursue, and earnestly did he press his opinion on his brother generals. Practically acquainted with the organization of the Persian armies, Miltiades was convinced of the superiority of the Greek troops, if properly handled. He saw with the military eye of the great general the advantage which the position of the force gave him for a sudden attack, and as a profound politician he felt the perils of remaining inactive and of giving treachery time to ruin the Athenian cause. One officer in the council of war had not yet voted. This was Callimachus, the war ruler. The votes of the generals were 5 and 5, so that the voice of Callimachus would be decisive. On that vote, in all human probability, the destiny of all the nations of the world depended. Miltiades turned to him, and in simple soldierly eloquence, the substance of which we may read faithfully reported in Herodotus, who had conversed with the veterans of Marathon, the great Athenian thus adjured his countrymen to vote for giving battle. It now rests with you, Callimachus, either to enslave Athens, or, by assuring her freedom, to win yourself an immortality of fame, such as not even Harmodius or Aristogeiton have acquired. For never, since the Athenians were a people, were they in such danger as they are in at this moment. If they bow the knee to these Medes, they are to be given up to Hippias, and you know what they then will have to suffer. But if Athens comes victorious out of this conquest, she has it in her to become the first city of Greece. Your vote is to decide whether we are to join battle or not. If we do not bring on a battle presently, some facetious intrigue will disunite the Athenians, and the city will be betrayed to the Medes. But if we fight, before there is anything rotten in the state of Athens, I believe that, provided the gods will give us a fair play and no favor, we are able to get the best out of it in the engagement. Herodotus, Lib. 6, section 209. The 116th section is to my mind clear proof that Herodotus had personally conversed with Epesius, one of the veterans of Marathon. The substance of the speech of Miltiades would naturally become known by the report of some of his colleagues. The vote of the brave war ruler was gained. The council determined to give battle, and such was the ascendancy and military eminence of Miltiades that his brother generals, one and all, gave up their days of command to him, and cheerfully acted under his orders. Fearful, however, of creating any jealousy, and of so failing to obtain the cooperation of all parts of a small army, Miltiades waited till the day when the chief command would have come round him in regular rotation, before he led the troops against the enemy. The inaction of the Asiatic commanders during this interval appears strange at first sight, but Hippias was with them, and they and he were aware of their chance of a bloodless conquest through the machinations of his partisans among the Athenians. The nature of the ground also explains in many points the tactics of the opposite generals before battle, as well as the operations of the troops during the engagement. The plain of Marathon, which is about 22 miles distant from Athens, lies along the bay of the same name on the northeastern coast of Attica. The plain is nearly in the form of a crescent, and about 6 miles in length. It is about 2 miles broad in the centre, where the space round the mountains and sea is greatest, but it narrows towards either extremity, the mountains coming close down to the water at the horns of the bay. There is a valley trending inwards from the middle of the plain, and a ravine comes down to it in the southward. Elsewhere it is slowly girt round on the land side by the rugged limestone mountains, which are thickly studded with pines, olive trees, and cedars, and overgrown with the myrtle, arbutus, and other lower odoriferous shrubs that everywhere perfume the Attic air. The level of the ground is now varied by the mound raised over those who fell in the battle, but it is an unbroken plain when the Persians encamped on it. There are marshes at each end, which are dry in spring and summer, and then offer no obstruction to the horsemen, but are commonly flooded with the rain, and so rendered impracticable for cavalry in the autumn, the time of the year at which the action took place. The Greeks lying encamped on the mountains could watch every movement of Persians on the plain below, while they were enabled completely to mask their own. Miltiades also had, from his position, the power of giving battle whenever he pleased, or of delaying it at his discretion, unless Datis were to attempt the perilous operation of storming the heights. If we turn to the map of the Old World, that tests the comparative territorial resources of the two states whose armies are now about to come into conflict, the immense preponderance of the material power of the Persian king over that of the Athenian republic is more striking than any similar contrast which history can supply. It has been truly remarked that, in estimating mere areas, Attica, containing on its whole surface only 700 square miles, shrinks into significance if compared with the many a baronial fief of the Middle Ages, or many a colonial allotment of modern times. Its antagonist, the Persian Empire, comprised the whole of modern Asiatic and much of modern European Turkey, the modern kingdom of Persia, and the countries of modern Georgia, Armenia, Balkh, the Punjab, Afghanistan, Belochistan, Egypt, and Tripoli. Nor could a European, in the beginning of the 5th century, before our era, look upon this huge accumulation of power beneath the sceptre of a single Asiatic ruler with the indifference with which we now observe on the map the extensive dominance of modern Oriental sovereigns. For, as has been already marked, before Marathon was fought, the prestige of success and of supposed superiority of race was on the side of the Asiatic against the European. Asia was the original seat of human societies, and long before any trace can be found of the inhabitants of the rest of the world having emerged from the rudest barbarism, we can perceive that mighty and brilliant empires flourished in the Asiatic continent. They appear before us through the twilight of primeval history, dim and indistinct, but massive and majestic, like mountains in the early dawn. Instead, however, of the infinite variety and restless change which have characterized the institutions and fortunes of European states ever since the commencement of civilization of our continent, a monotonous uniformity pervades the histories of nearly all Oriental empires, from the most ancient down to the most recent times. They are characterized by the rapidity of their early conquests, by the immense extent of dominance comprised in them, by the establishment of a satrap or pacha system of governing the provinces, by an invariable and speedy degeneracy in the princes of the royal house, and the effeminate nurslings of the Seraglio succeeding to the warrior sovereigns reared in the camp, and by the internal anarchy and insurrections which indicate and accelerate the decline and fall of those unwieldy and ill organized fabrics of power. It is also a striking fact that governments of all the great Asiatic empires have in all ages been absolute despotisms, and herein is right in connecting this with another great fact, which is important from its influence both on the political and the social life of Asiatics. Among all the considerable nations of Inner Asia, the paternal government of every household was corrupted by polygamy. Where that custom exists, a good political constitution is impossible. Fathers being converted into domestic despots, are ready to pay the same abject obedience to their sovereign which they exact from their family and dependents in their domestic economy. We should bear in mind also the inseparable connection between the state religion and all legislation, which was always prevailed in the East, and the constant existence of a powerful sacerdotal body, exercising some check, though precarious and irregular, over the throne itself, grasping at all civil administration, claiming the supreme control of education, stereotyping the lines in which the literature and science must move, and limiting the extent to which it shall be lawful for the human mind to prosecute its enquiries. With these general characteristics rightly felt and understood, it becomes a comparatively easy task to investigate and appreciate the origin, progress, and principles of Oriental empires in general, as well as of the Persian monarchy in particular, and we are thus better enabled to appreciate the repulse which Greece gave to the arms of the East, and to judge of the probable consequence to human civilization if the Persians had succeeded in bringing Europe under their yoke, as they had already subjugated the fairest portions of the rest of the then known world. The Greeks, from their geographical position, formed the natural vanguard of European liberty against Persian ambition, and they preeminently displayed the salient points of distinctive national character which have rendered European civilization so far superior to Asiatic. The nations that dwelt in ancient times round and near the northern shores of the Mediterranean Sea were the first in our continent to receive from the East the rudiments of art and literature, and the gems of social and political organization. Of these nations, the Greeks, though their vicinity to Asia Minor, Phoenicia, and Egypt, were commonly the very foremost in acquiring the principles and habits of civilized life, and they also at once imparted a new and wholly original stamp on all which they received. Thus, in their religion they received from foreign settlers the names of all their deities and many of their rites, but they discarded the loathsome monstrosities of the Nile, the Orontes, and the Ganges. They nationalized their creed, and their own poets created their beautiful mythology. No sacerdotal caste ever existed in Greece. So, in their governments, they lived long under hereditary kings, but never endured the permanent establishment of absolute monarchy. Their early kings were constitutional rulers, governing with defined prerogatives. And long before the Persian invasion, the kingly form of government had given way in almost all the Greek states to republican institutions, presenting infinite varieties of the balancing or alternate predominance of the oligarchical and democratical principles. In literature and science, the Greek intellect followed no beaten track and acknowledged no limitary rules. The Greeks thought their subjects boldly out, and novelty of speculation invested it in their minds with interest and not with criminality. Versatile, restless, enterprising, and self confident, the Greeks presented the most striking contrast to habitual quietude and submissiveness of the Orientals. And, of all the Greeks, the Athenians exhibited these national characteristics in the strongest degree. This spirit of activity and daring, joined to a generous sympathy for the fate of their fellow Greeks in Asia, had led them to join in the last Ionian war, and now, mingling with their abhorrence of the usurping family of their own citizens, which for a period had forcibly seized on and exercised despotic power at Athens, it nerved them to defy the wrath of King Darius, and to refuse to receive back, at his bidding, the tyrant whom they had some years before driven from their land. The enterprise and genius of an Englishman have lately confirmed by fresh evidence, and invested with fresh interest, the might of Persian monarch, who sent his troops to combat at Marathon. Inscriptions in a character termed the arrow headed or cuneiform had long been known to exist on marble monuments at Persepolis, near the site of the ancient Susa, and on the faces of rocks in other places formerly ruled over by the early Persian kings. But for thousands of years they had been more unintelligible enigmas to the curious but baffled beholder, and they were often referred to as instances of the folly of human pride, which could indeed write its own praises in the solid rock, but only for the rock to outlive the language as well as the memory of the vain glorious inscribers. The elder Niebuhr, Grotefend, and Lassen had made some guesses at meaning of the cuneiform letters, but Major Rawlinson, of the East India Company's service, after years of labour, has at last accomplished the glorious achievement of fully revealing the alphabet and the grammar of this long unknown tongue. He has, in particular, fully deciphered and expounded the inscriptions on the sacred rock of Behistun on the western frontiers of Media. These records of the Achaemenid have at length found their interpreter, and Darius himself speaks to us from the consecrated mountain, and tells us the name of the nations that obeyed him, the revolts that he suppressed, his victories, his piety, and his glory. See the 10th volume of the Journal of Royal Asiatic Society. Kings, who thus seek the admiration of posterity, are little likely to dim the record of their success by the mention of their occasional defeats, and it throws no suspicion on the narrative of the Greek historians that we find these inscriptions silent respecting the overthrow of Datis and Artaphernes, as well as respecting the reverses which Darius sustained in person during his Scythian campaigns. But these indisputable monuments of Persian fame confirm, and even increase, the opinion with which Herodotus inspires us, of the vast power which Cyrus, founded on Cambyses, increased, which Darius augmented by Indian and Arabian conquests, and seemed likely, where he directed his arms against Europe, to make the predominant monarchy of the world. With the exception of the Chinese Empire, in which, throughout all ages down to the last few years, one third of the human race has dwelt almost unconnected with the other portions, all the great kingdoms which we know to have existed in ancient Asia were, in Darius's time, blended with the Persian. The northern Indians, the Assyrians, the Syrians, the Babylonians, the Chaldees, the Phoenicians, the nations of Palestine, the Armenians, the Bactrians, the Lydians, the Phrygians, the Parthians, and the Medes, all obeyed the spectre of the great king. the Medes standing next to the native Persians in honor, and the empire being frequently spoken of as that of Medes, or as that of Medes and Persians. Egypt and Cyrene were Persian provinces, the Greek colonists in Asia Minor and the islands of the Aegean were Darius's subjects, and their gallant but unsuccessful attempts to throw off the Persian yoke had only served to rivet it more strongly, and to increase the general belief that the Greeks could not stand before the Persians in a field of battle. Darius's Scythian war, though unsuccessful in its immediate object, had brought about the subjugation of Thrace and the submission of Macedonia. From the Indus to Penis, all was his. End of chapter 1, part 2. Read by Lambda. Chapter 1, part 3 of The 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Crey. Chapter 1. The Battle of Marathon, Part 3. We may imagine the wrath with which the lord of so many nations must have heard, 9 years before the battle of Marathon, that a strange nation towards the setting sun, called the Athenians, had dared to help his rebels in Ionia against him, and that they had plundered and burnt the capital of one of his provinces. Before the burning of Sardis, Darius seems never to have heard of the existence of Athens, but his satraps in Asia Minor had for some time seen Athenian refugees at their provincial courts imploring assistance against their fellow countrymen. When Hippias was driven away from Athens, and the tyrannic dynasty of Pisistrade finally overthrown in 510 B.C., the banished tyrant and his adherents, after vainly seeking to be restored by Spartan intervention, had betaken themselves to Sardis, the capital city of satrapy of Artaphernes. There Hippias, in the expressive words of Herodotus, lib. 5, chapter 96, began every kind of agitation, slandering the Athenians before Artaphernes, and doing all he could to induce the satrap to place Athens in subjection to him as the tributary vassal of King Darius. When Athenians heard of his practices, they sent envoys to Sardis to remonstrate with the Persians against taking up the quarrel of the Athenian refugees. But Artaphernes gave them in reply a menacing command to receive Hippias back again if they looked for safety. The Athenians were resolved not to purchase safety at such a price, and after rejecting the satrap's terms, they considered that they and the Persians were declared enemies. At this very crisis, the Ionian Greeks implored the assistance of their European brethren to enable them to recover their independence from Persia. Athens and the city of Eretria in Euboea alone consented. 20 Athenian galleys and 5 Eretrian crossed the Aegean Sea, and by a bold and sudden march upon Sardis, the Athenians and their allies succeeded in capturing the capital city of the haughty satrap, who had recently menaced them with servitude or destruction. The Persian forces were soon rallied, and the Greeks were compelled to retire. They were pursued and defeated on their return to the coast, and Athens took no further part in the Ionian war. But the insult that she had upon the Persian power was speedily made known throughout the empire, and was never to be forgiven or forgotten. In the emphatic simplicity of the narrative of Herodotus, the wrath of the great king is thus described. Now when it was told to King Darius that Sardis had been taken and burnt by the Athenians and Ionians, he took a small heed of the Ionians, well knowing who they were, and that their revolt would soon be put down. But he asked who, and what manner of the men, the Athenians were. And when he had been told, he called for his bow, and having taken it, placed an arrow on the string, he let the arrow fly towards the heaven, and as he shot it into the air, he said, O supreme God, grant me that I may avenge myself on the Athenians. And when he had said this, he appointed one of his servants to say to him every day, as he sat to meat, Sire, remember the Athenians. Some years were occupied in the complete reduction of Ionia, but when this was effected, Darius ordered his victorious forces to proceed to punish Athens and Eretria, and to conquer European Greece. The first armament sent for this purpose was shattered by shipwreck and nearly destroyed off Mount Athos. But the purpose of King Darius was not easily shaken. A large army was ordered to be collected in Cilicia, and requisitions were sent to all the maritime cities of the Persian Empire for ships of war, and for transports of sufficient size for carrying cavalry as well as infantry across the Aegean. While these preparations were being made, Darius sent heralds round to the Grecian cities, demanding their submission to Persia. It was proclaimed in the marketplace of each little Hellenic state, some with territories not larger than the Isle of Wight, that King Darius, the lord of all men, from the rising to the setting sun, required earth and water to be delivered to his heralds as a symbolic acknowledgment that he was head and master of the country. Aeschines, in Cedes, page 622, edition, Reiske, Mitford, volume 1, page 485. Aeschines is speaking of Xerxes, but Mitford is probably right in considering it as a style of the Persian kings in their proclamation. In one of the inscriptions at Persepolis, Darius terms himself Darius the great king, king of kings, the king of many peopled countries, the supporter also of this great world. In another, he styles himself the king of all inhabited countries. See Asiatic Journal, volume 10, pages 287 and 292, and Major Rawlinson's comments. Terror stricken at the power of Persia, and at the severe punishment that had recently been inflicted on the refractory Ionians, many of the continental Greeks and nearly all the islanders submitted and have the required tokens of vassalage. At Sparta and Athens, an indignant refusal was returned, a refusal which was disgraced by outrage and violence against the persons of the Asiatic heralds. Fresh fuel was thus added to the anger of Darius against Athens, and the Persian preparations went on with renewed vigour. In the summer of 490 B.C., the army destined for the invasion was assembled in the alien plain of Cilicia near the sea. A fleet of 600 galleys and numerous transports was collected on the coast for the embarkation of troops, horses as well as foot. A Median general named Datis and Artaphernes, the son of satrap of Sardis, and who was also a nephew of Darius, were placed in titular joint command of the expedition. That the real supreme authority was given to Datis alone is probable, from the way in which the Greek writers speak of him. We know no details of the previous career of this officer, but there is every reason to believe that his abilities and bravery had been proved by experience, or his Median birth would have prevented his being placed in high command by Darius. He appears to have been the first mate who was thus treated by the Persian kings after the overthrow of the conspiracy of the Median Magi against the Persians immediately before Darius obtained the throne. Datis received instructions to complete the subjugation of Greece, and especial orders were given him with regard to Eretria and Athens. He was to take these two cities, and he was to lead the inhabitants away captive, and bring them as slaves into the presence of the great king. Datis embarked his forces in the fleet that awaited him, and coasting along the shores of Asia Minor till he was off Samos, he then sailed due westward through the Aegean Sea of Greece, taking the islands in his way. The Naxians had, 10 years before, successfully stood a siege against a Persian armament, but they now were too terrified to offer any resistance, and fled to the mountain tops, while the enemy burnt their town and laid waste their lands. Then Datis, compelling the Greek islanders to join him with their ships and men, sailed onward to the coast of Euboea. The little town of Carystus essayed resistance, but was quickly overpowered. He next attacked Eretria. The Athenians sent 4,000 men to its aid, but treachery was at work among the Eretrians, and the Athenian force received timely warning from one of the leading men of the city to retire to aid in saving their own country, instead of remaining to share in the inevitable destruction of Eretria. Left to themselves, the Eretrians repulsed the assault of the Persians against their walls for 6 days. On the seventh day, they were betrayed by two of their chiefs, and the Persians occupied the city. The temples were burnt in revenge for burning of Sardis, and the inhabitants were bound and placed as prisoners in the neighbouring islet of Aegilea, to wait there till Datis would bring the Athenians to join them in captivity, when both populations were to be led up into Upper Asia, there to learn their doom from the lips of King Darius himself. Flushed with success, and with half his mission thus accomplished, Datis re embarked his troops, and crossing the little channel that separates Euboea from the mainland, he encamped his troops on the Attic coast of Marathon, drawing up his galleys on the shelving beach, as was the custom with the navies of antiquity. The conquered islands behind him served as places of deposit for his provisions and military stores. His position at Marathon seemed to him in every respect advantageous, and the level nature of the ground on which he camped was favourable for the employment of his cavalry. If Athenians should venture to engage him, Hippias, who accompanied him and acted as the guide of the invaders, had pointed out Marathon as the best place for landing. For this very reason, probably Hippias was also influenced by the recollection that 47 years previously he, with his father Pisistratus, had crossed with an army from Eretria to Marathon, and had won an easy victory over the Athenian enemies on that very plain, which had restored them to tyrannic power. The omen seemed cheering. The place was the same, but Hippias soon learned to his cost how great a change had come over the spirit of the Athenians. But though the fierce democracy of Athens was zealous and true against foreign invaders and domestic tyrant, a faction existed in Athens, as at Eretria, of men willing to purchase a party triumph over their fellow citizens at the price of their country's ruin. Communications were opened between these men and the Persian camp, which would have led to catastrophe like that of Eretria, if Miltiades had not resolved, and had not persuaded his colleagues to resolve, on fighting at all hazards. When Miltiades arrayed his men for action, he staked on the arbitrament of one battle not only the fate of Athens, but that of all Greece. For if Athens had fallen, no other Greek state, except Lacedaemon, would have had the courage to resist, and the Lacedaemonians, though they would probably have died in their ranks to the last man, never could have successfully resisted the victorious Persians and the numerous Greek troops, which would have soon marched under the Persian satraps, had they prevailed over Athens. Nor was there any power to the westward of Greece that could have offered an effectual opposition to Persia, had she once conquered Greece, and made that country a basis for future military operations. Rome was at this time in a season of utmost weakness. Her dynasty of powerful Etruscan kings had been driven out, and her infant commonwealth was reeling under the attacks of Etruscans and Volscians from without, and the fierce dissensions between the patricians and plebeians within. Etruria, with her Lucumos and serfs, was no match for Persia. Samnium had not grown into the might which she afterwards put forth, nor could the Greek colonies in South Italy and Sicily hope to survive when their parent states had perished. Carthage had escaped the Persian yoke in the time of Cambyses, through the reluctance of Phoenician mariners to serve against their kinsmen. But such forbearance could not long have been relied on, and the future rival of Rome would have become as submissive a minister of the Persian power as were the Phoenician cities themselves. If we turn to Spain, or if he passed the great mountain chain which prolonged the Pyrenees, the Cevennes, the Alps, and the Balkan, divides the northern and southern Europe, we shall find nothing at the period but mere savage Finns, Celts, slaves, and Teutons. Had Persia beaten Athens at Marathon, she could have found no obstacle to prevent Darius, the chosen servant of Ormuzd, from advancing his way over all the known western races of mankind. The infant energies of Europe would have been trodden out beneath universal conquest, and the history of the world, like the history of Asia, would have become a mere record of the rise and fall of despotic dynasties, of the incursions of barbarous hordes, and of the mental and political prostration of millions beneath the diadem, the tiara, and the sword. Great as the preponderance of the Persian over the Athenian power at that crisis seems to have been, it would be unjust to impute wild rashness to the policy of Miltiades and those who voted with him in the Athenian council of war, or to look on the aftercurrent of events as the mere result of successful indiscretion. As before has been remarked, Miltiades, whilst Prince of Cherones, had seen service in the Persian armies, and he knew by personal observation how many elements of weakness lurked beneath their imposing aspect of strength. He knew that the bulk of their troops no longer consisted of the hardy shepherds and mountaineers from Persia proper and Kurdistan who won Cyrus's battles, but that unwilling contingents from conquered nations now largely filled up the Persian muster rolls, fighting more from compulsion than from any zeal in the cause of their masters. He had also the sagacity and the spirit to appreciate the superiority of the Greek armour and the organization over the Asiatic, notwithstanding former reverses. Above all, he felt and worthily trusted the enthusiasm of the men under his command. The Athenians whom he led had proved by their new-born valour in recent wars against the neighbouring states, that liberty and equality of civic rights are brave spirits stirring things, and they who, while under the yoke of a despot, had been no better men of war than any of their neighbours, as soon as they were free became the foremost men of all, for each felt that in fighting for a free commonwealth he fought for himself, and whatever he took in hand he was zealous to do the work thoroughly. So the nearly contemporaneous historian describes the change of spirit that was seen in the Athenians after their tyrants were expelled. Herodotus, Lib. 5, chapter 87. And Miltiades knew that in leading them against the invading army, where they had Hippias, the foe they most hated before them, he was bringing into battle no ordinary man, and could calculate on no ordinary heroism. As for traitors, he was sure that whatever treachery might lurk among some of the higher born and wealthier Athenians, the rank and file whom he commanded were ready to do their utmost in his and their own cause. With regard to future attacks from Asia, he might reasonably hope that one victory would inspirit all Greece to combine against common foe, and that latent seeds of revolt and disunion in Persian Empire would soon burst forth and paralyze its energies, so as to leave Greek independence secure. With these hopes and risks, Miltiades, on the afternoon of September day 490 B.C., gave the word for the Athenian army to prepare for battle. There were many local associations connected with those mountain heights, which were calculated powerfully to excite the spirits of the men, and of which the commanders well knew how to avail themselves in their exhortations to their troops before the encounter. Marathon itself was a region sacred to Hercules. Close to them was the fountain of Macaria, who had in the days of yore devoted herself to the death for liberty of her people. The very plain on which they were to fight was the scene of the exploits of their national hero Theseus. And there, too, as old legends told, the Athenians and Heraclidae had routed the invader Eurystheus. These traditions were not mere cloudy myths or idle fictions, but matters of implicit earnest faith to the men of that day, and many a fervent prayer rose from the Athenian ranks to the heroic spirits who while on earth had striven and suffered on that very spot, and who were believed to be now heavenly powers looking down with interest on their still beloved country, and capable of interposing with superhuman aid in its behalf. End of chapter 1, part 3. Read by Lambda. Chapter 1, part 4 of The 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 1. The Battle of Marathon, Part 4. According to the old national custom, the warriors of each tribe were arrayed together, neighbor thus fighting by the side of the neighbor, friend by friend, and the spirit of emulation and consciousness of responsibility excited to the very utmost. The war ruler, Callimachus, had the leading of the right wing, the Plataeans formed the extreme left, and Themistocles and Aristides commanded the centre. The line consisted of heavy armed spearmen only, for the Greeks, until the time of Hippocrates, took little or no account of light armed soldiers in a pitched battle, using them only in skirmishes or for the pursuit of a defeated enemy. The panoply of regular infantry consisted of a long spear, of a shield, helmet, breastplate, greaves, and a short sword. Thus equipped, each usually advanced slowly and steadily into action in a uniform phalanx of about 8 spears deep. But the military genius of Miltiades led him to deviate on this occasion from the commonplace tactics of his countrymen. It was essential for him to extend his line so as to cover all the practicable ground, and to secure himself from being outflanked and charged in the rear by the Persian horse. This extension involved the weakening of his line. Instead of an uniform reduction of its strength, he determined on detaching principally from the centre, which, from the nature of the ground, would have the best opportunities of rallying if broken, and of strengthening his wings, so as to ensure advantage at those points, and he trusted to his own skill and to his soldiers' discipline for the improvement of that advantage into decisive victory. It is remarkable that there is no other instance of a Greek general deviating from the ordinary mode of bringing a phalanx of spearmen into action until the battles of Leuctra and Mantinea, more than a century after Marathon, when Epaminondas introduced the tactics which Alexander the Great in ancient times and Frederick the Great in modern times made so famous, of concentrating an overpowering force on the same decisive point of the enemy's line, while he kept back, or, in military phrase, refused the weaker part of his own. In this order, and availing himself probably of the inequalities of the ground, so as to conceal his preparations from the enemy till the last possible moment, Miltiades drew up the 11,000 infantry whose spears were to decide this crisis in the struggle between the European and the Asiatic worlds. The sacrifices, by which the favour of the heaven was sought, and its will consulted, were announced to show propitious omens. The trumpet sounded for action, and, chanting the hymn of battle, the little army bore down upon the host of the foe. Then, too, along the mountain slopes of Marathon must have resounded the mutual exhortation which Aeschylus, who fought in both battles, tells us afterwards heard over the waves of Salamis: "On, sons of the Greeks! Strike for the freedom of your country! Strike for the freedom of your children and of your wives, for the shrines of your fathers' gods, and for the sepulchres of your sires! All, All are now staked upon the strife. Instead of advancing at the usual slow pace of the phalanx, Miltiades brought his men on at a run. They were all trained in the exercises of the palestra, so there had no fear of their ending the charge in breathless exhaustion, and it was of the deepest importance for him to traverse as rapidly as possible the space of about a mile of level ground that lay between the mountain foot and the Persian outposts, and so to set his troops into close action where the Asiatic cavalry could mount, form, and maneuver against him, or their archers keep him long under bowshot, and before the enemy's generals could fairly deploy their masses. When the Persians, says Herodotus, saw the Athenians running down on them without horse or bowmen, and scanty in numbers, they thought them a set of madmen rushing upon certain destruction. They began, however, to prepare to receive them, and the Eastern chiefs arrayed, as quickly as time and place allowed, the varied races who served in their motley ranks. Mountaineers from Hyrcania and Afghanistan, wild horsemen from the steppes of Khorasan, the black archers of Ethiopia, swordsmen from the banks of Indus, the Oxus, the Euphrates, and the Nile, made ready against the enemies of the great king. But no national cause inspired them, except the division of native Persians, and in the large host there was no uniformity of language, creed, race, or military system. Still, among them there were many gallant men, under a veteran general. They were familiarized with victory, and in contemptuous confidence their infantry, which alone had time to form, awaited the Athenian charge. On came the Greeks, with one unwavering line of levelled spears, against which the light targets, the short lances, and the scimitars of the Orientals offered weak defence. The front rank of the Asiatics must have gone down to a man at the first shock. Still they recoiled not, but strove by individual gallantry, and by the weight of numbers, to make up for the disadvantage of weapons and tactics, and to bear back the shallow line of the Europeans. In the centre, where the native Persians and the Sacae fought, they succeeded in breaking through the weakest part of the Athenian phalanx, and the tribes led by Aristides and Themistocles were, after a brave resistance, driven back over the plain, and chased by the Persians up the valley towards the inner country. There the nature of the ground gave the opportunity of rallying and renewing the struggle, and meanwhile the Greek wings, where Miltiades had concentrated his chief strength, had routed the Asiatics opposed to them, and the Athenian and Plataean officers, instead of pursuing the fugitives, kept their troops well in hand, and wheeling round they formed the two wings together. Miltiades instantly led them against the Persian centre, which had hitherto been triumphant, but which now fell back, and prepared to encounter these new and unexpected assailants. Aristides and Themistocles renewed the fight with their reorganized troops, and the full force of the Greeks was brought into close action with the Persian and Sacian divisions of the enemy. Datis's veterans strove hard to keep their ground, and evening, Aristoph, Vesove 1085, was approaching before the stern encounter was decided. But the Persians, with their slight wicker shields, destitute of body armour, and never taught by training to keep the even front and act with the regular movement of the Greek infantry, fought at a grievous disadvantage with their shorter and feebler weapons against the compact array of well armed Athenian and Plataean spearmen, all perfectly drilled to perform each necessary evolution in concert, and to preserve an uniform and unwavering line in battle. In personal courage and in bodily activity, the Persians were not inferior to their adversaries. Their spirits were not yet cowed by the recollection of former defeats, and they lavished their lives freely rather than forfeit the fame which they had won by so many victories. While their rear ranks poured an incessant shower of arrows over the heads of their comrades, the foremost Persians kept rushing forward, sometimes singly, sometimes in desperate groups of 12 or 10, upon the projecting spears of the Greeks, striving to force a lane into the phalanx, and to bring the scimitars and daggers into play. But the Greeks felt their superiority, and though the fatigue of the long continued action told heavily on their inferior numbers, the sight of the carnage that they dealt amongst their assailants nerved them to fight still more fiercely on. See the description in 62nd section of the ninth book of Herodotus of the gallantry shown by the Persian infantry against the Lacedaemonians at Plataea. We have no similar detail of the fight at Marathon, but we know it was long and obstinately contested. See the 113th section of the 6th book of Herodotus, and the lines from Vespae already quoted, and the spirit of the Persians must have been even higher at Marathon than at Plataea. In both battles it was only the true Persians and the Sacae who showed this valour, the other Asiatics fled like sheep. At last the previously unvanquished lords of Asia turned their backs and fled, and the Greeks followed, striking them down to the water's edge, when the invaders were now hastily launching their galleys, and seeking to embark and fly. Flushed with success, the Athenians dashed at the fleet. The flying Mede, his shaftless broken bow, the fiery Greek, his red pursuing spear, mountains above, earths, oceans, plain below, death in front, destruction in the rear. Such was the scene. Byron's Childe Harold. Bring fire, was their cry, and they began to lay hold of the ships. But here the Asiatics resisted desperately, and the principal loss sustained by the Greeks was in the assault on the fleet. Here fell the brave war ruler Callimachus, the general Stesilaus, and other Athenians of note. Conspicuous among them was Cynaegirius, the brother of the tragic poet Aeschylus. He had grasped the ornamental work on the stern of one of the galleys, and had his hand struck off by an axe. 7 galleys were captured, but the Persians succeeded in saving the rest. They pushed off from the fatal shore, but even here the skill of Datis did not desert him, and he sailed round to the western coast of Attica in hopes to find the city unprotected, and to gain possession of it from some of the partitions of Hippias. Miltiades, however, saw and counteracted this manoeuvre. Leaving Astridas and the troops of his tribe to guard the spoil and the slain, the Athenian commander led his conquering army by a rapid night march back across the country to Athens. And when the Persian fleet had doubled the Cape of Sunium, and sailed up to the Athenian harbour in the morning, Datis saw arrayed on the heights above the city the troops before whom his men had fled on the preceding evening. All hope of further conquest in Europe for the time was abandoned, and the baffled armada returned to the Asiatic coasts. After the battle had been fought, but while the dead bodies were not yet on the ground, the promised reinforcement from Sparta arrived. 2000 Lacedaemonian spearmen, starting immediately after the full moon, had marched the 150 miles between Athens and Sparta in the wonderfully short time of 3 days. Though too late to share in the glory of the action, they requested to be allowed to march to the battlefield to behold the Medes. They proceeded thither, gazed on the dead bodies of the invaders, and then, praising the Athenians and what they had done, they returned to Lacedaemon. The number of the Persian dead was 6,400, of the Athenians 192. The number of the Plataeans who fell is not mentioned, but as they fought in the part of the army which was not broken, it cannot have been large. The apparent disproportion between the losses of the two armies is not surprising, when we remember the armour of the Greek spearmen, and the impossibility of heavy slaughter being inflicted by sword or lance on troops so armed, as long as they kept firm in their ranks. Mitford well refers to Crey, Poictius, and Agincourt as instances of similar disparity of loss between the conquerors and the conquered. The Athenian slain were buried on the field of battle. This was contrary to the usual custom, according to which the bones of all who fell fighting for their country in each year were deposited in a public sepulchre in the suburb of Athens called Keramaikus. But it was felt that a distinction ought to be made in the funeral honours paid to the men of Marathon, even as their merit had been distinguished over that of all other Athenians. A lofty mound was raised on the plain of Marathon, beneath which the remains of the men of Athens who fell in the battle were deposited. 10 columns were erected on the spot, one for each of the Athenian tribes, and on the monumental column of each tribe were graven the names of those of its members whose glory it was to have fallen in the great battle of liberation. The antiquary Pausanias read those names there 600 years after the time which they were first graven. The columns have long perished, but the mound still marks the spot where the noblest heroes of antiquity, the Marathonomachoi, repose. Pausanias states, with implicit belief, that the battlefield was haunted at night by supernatural beings, and that the noise of combatants and the snorting of horses were heard to resound on it. The superstition has survived the change of creeds, and the shepherds of the neighbourhood still believe that spectral warriors contend on the plain at midnight, and they say that they have heard the shouts of the combatants and the neighing of the steeds. See Grotte and Trilval. A separate tumulus was raised over the bodies of the slain Plataeans, and another over the light armed slaves who had taken part and had fallen in the battle. It is probable that the Greek light armed irregulars were active in the attack on the Persian ships, and it was in this attack that the Greeks suffered their principal loss. There was also a distinct sepulchral monument to the general to whose genius the victory was mainly due. Miltiades did not live long after his achievement at Marathon, but he lived long enough to experience the lamentable reverse of his popularity and good fortune. As soon as the Persians had quitted to the western coast of Aegean, he proposed to an assembly of the Athenian people that they should fit out 70 galleys, with a proportionate force of soldiers and military stores, and place them at his disposal, not telling them whither he meant to proceed, but promising them that if they would equip the force he asked for, and give them discretionary powers, he would lead it to a land where there was gold in abundance to be won with ease. The Greeks of that time believed in the existence of eastern realms teeming with gold, as firmly as the Europeans of the 6th century believed in El Dorado of the West. The Athenians probably thought that the recent victor of Marathon and the former officer of Darius was about to guide them on a secret expedition against some wealthy and unprotected cities of treasure in the Persian dominance. The armament was voted and equipped, and sailed eastward from Attica, no one but Miltiades knowing its destination, until the Greek isle of Paros was reached, when his true object appeared. In former years, when connected with the Persians, as the Prince of Chersonesus, Miltiades had been involved in a quarrel with one of the leading men among the Parians, who had injured his credit and caused some slights to be put upon him at the court of Persian satrap Hydrones. The feud had ever since rankled in the heart of the Athenian chief, and he now attacked Paros for the sake of avenging himself on his ancient enemy. His pretext, as general of Athenians, was that Parians had aided the armament of Datis with a war galley. The Parians pretended to treat about terms of surrender, but used the time which they thus gained in repairing the defective parts of fortifications of their city, and they then set the Athenians at defiance. So far, says Herodotus, the accounts of all Greeks agree. But the Parians, in after years, told a wild legend how a captive priestess of Parian temple of the deities of the earth promised Miltiades to give him the means of capturing Paros; how, at her bidding, the Athenian general went alone at night and forced his way into a holy shrine near the city gate, but with what purpose it was not known; how a supernatural awe came over him, and in his flight he fell and fractured his leg. How an oracle afterwards forbade the Parians to punish the sacrilegious and traitorous priestess, because it was fated that Miltiades should come to an ill end, and she was only the instrument to leading him to evil. Such was the tale that Herodotus heard at Paros. Certain it was that Miltiades either dislocated or broke his leg during an unsuccessful siege of that city, and returned home in evil plight with his baffled and defeated forces. End of chapter 1, part 4. Read by Lambda. Chapter 1, part 5 of The 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 1. The Battle of Marathon, Part 5. The indignation of the Athenians was proportionate to the hope and excitement which his promises had raised. Xanthippus, the head of one of the first families in Athens, indicted him before the supreme popular tribunal for the capital offence of having deceived the people. His guilt was undeniable, and the Athenians passed their verdict accordingly. But the recollections of Lemnos and Marathon, and the sight of the fallen general who lay stretched on a couch before them, pleaded successfully in mitigation of punishment, and the sentence was commuted from death to a fine of 50 talents. This was paid by his son, the afterwards illustrious Cimon, Miltiades dying soon after the trial of the injury which he had received at Paros. The commonplace calumnies against the Athenians respecting Miltiades have been well answered by Sir Edward Bulwer Lytton in his Rise and Fall of Athens, and Bishop Thirlwall in the second volume of his History of Greece, but they have received their most complete refutation from Mr. Grote in the fourth volume of his History, page 490 and sequence and notes. I quite concur with him that, looking to the practice of the Athenian dicastery in criminal cases, 50 talents was the minor penalty actually proposed by the defenders of Miltiades themselves as a substitute for the punishment of death. In those penal cases at Athens where the punishment was not fixed beforehand by the terms of the law, if the person accused was found guilty, it was customary to submit to the jurors, subsequently and separately, the question as to the amount of punishment. First, the accuser named the penalty which he thought suitable. Next, the accused person was called upon to name an amount of penalty for himself, and the jurors were constrained to take their choice between these two, no third gradation of penalty being admissible for consideration. Of course, under such circumstances, it was the interest of the accused party to name, even in his own case, some real and serious penalty, something which the jurors might be likely to deem not wholly inadequate to his crime just proved. For if he posted some penalty only trifling, he drove them too far to the heavier sentence recommended by his opponent. The stories of Miltiades having been cast in prison and died there, and of his being saved from the death only by the interposition of the Prytanis of the day, are, I think, rightly rejected by Mr. Grote as the fictions of after ages. The silence of Herodotus respecting them is decisive. It is true that Plato, in the Gorgias, says that the Athenians passed a vote to throw Miltiades into the Barathrum, and speaks of the interposition of the Prytanis in his favour. But it is to be remembered that Plato, with all his transcendent genius, was, as Naborus termed him, a very indifferent patriot, who loved to blacken the character of his country's democratic institutions. And if the fact was that Prytanis, at the trial of Miltiades, opposed the vote of capital punishment, and spoke in favour of milder sentence, Plato, in a passage written to show the misfortunes that befell Athenian statesmen, would readily exaggerate this fact into the story that appears in his text. The melancholy end of Miltiades, after his elevation to such a height of power and glory, must have been recalled to the mind of ancient Greeks by the sight of one, in particular, of the memorials of the great battle which he won. This was the remarkable statue, minutely described by Pausanias, by the Athenians, in the time of Pericles, accused to be hewn out of a huge block of marble, which, it was believed, had been provided by Datis to form a trophy of the anticipated victory of Persians. Phidias fashioned out of this colossal image of the goddess Nemesis, the deity whose peculiar function was to visit the exuberant prosperity both of nations and individuals with sudden and awful reverses. This statue was placed in a temple of the goddess at Rhamnus, about 8 miles from Marathon. Athens herself contained numerous memorials of her primary great victory. Panenus, the cousin of Phidias, represented it in fresco on the walls of the painted porch, and centuries afterwards the figures of Miltiades and Callimachus at the head of Athenians were conspicuous in the fresco. The tutelary deities were exhibited taking part in the fray. In the background were seen the Phoenician galleys, and nearer to the spectator the Athenians and the Plataeans, distinguished by their leathern helmets, were chasing routed Asiatics into marshes and the sea. The battle was sculpted also on the Temple of Victory in Acropolis, and even now there may be traced on the frieze the figures of Persian combatants with their lunar shields, their bows and quivers, their curved scimitars, their loose trousers, and Phrygian tiaras. Wordsworth's Greece, page 115. These and other memorials of Marathon were the produce of the meridian age of Athenian intellectual splendor, of the age of Phidias and Pericles. For it was not merely by generation of men whom the battle liberated from Hippias and the Medes that the transcendental importance of their victory was gratefully recognized. Through the whole epoch of her prosperity, through the long Olympiads of her decay, through centuries after fall, Athens looked back on the day of Marathon as the brightest of her national existence. By a natural blending of patriotic pride and grateful piety, the very spirits of Athenians who fell at Marathon were deified by their countrymen. The inhabitants of the districts of Marathon paid religious rites to them, and orators solemnly invoked them in their most impassioned adjurations before the assembled men of Athens. Nothing was omitted that could keep alive the remembrance of a deed which had first taught the Athenian people to know its strength, by measuring it with the power which had subdued the greater part of the known world. The consciousness thus awaked fixed its character, its station, and its destiny. It was the spring of its later great actions and ambitious enterprises. Thirlwall. It was not indeed by one defeat, however signal, that the pride of Persia could be broken, and her dreams of universal empire be dispelled. 10 years afterwards, she renewed her attempts upon Europe on a grander scale of enterprise, and was repulsed by Greece with greater and reiterated loss. Larger forces and heavier slaughter than had been seen at Marathon signalized the conflict of Greeks and Persians at Artemisium, Salamis, Plataea, and the Eurymedon. But mighty and momentous as these battles were, they rank not with Marathon in importance. They originated no new impulse. They turned back no current of fate. They were merely confirmatory of the already existing bias which Marathon had created. The day of Marathon is the critical epoch in the history of two nations. It broke for ever the spell of Persian invincibility which had paralyzed men's minds. It generated among the Greeks the spirit which beat back Xerxes, and afterwards led on to Xenophon, Agesilaus, and Alexander in terrible retaliation through the Asiatic campaigns. It secured for mankind the intellectual treasures of Athens, the growth of free institutions, the liberal enlightenment of the Western world, and the gradual ascendancy for many ages of the great principles of European civilization. Explanatory remarks on some of the circumstances of the Battle of Marathon. Nothing is said by Herodotus of the Persian cavalry taking any part in the battle, although he mentions that Hippias recommended the Persians to land at Marathon, because the plain was favourable for cavalry evolutions. In the life of Miltiades, which is usually cited as the production of Cornelius Nepos, but which I believe to be of no authority whatever, it is said that Miltiades protected his flanks from the enemy's horse by an abattis of felled trees. While he was on the high ground, he would not have required this defence, and it is not likely that the Persians would have allowed him to erect it on the plain. Bishop Trilwal calls our attention to the passage in Suidas where the proverb choris hippias is said to have originated from some Ionian Greeks who were serving compulsorily in the army of Datis, contriving to inform Miltiades that the Persian cavalry had gone away, whereupon Miltiades immediately joined battle and gained the victory. There may probably be a gleam of truth in this legend. If Datis's cavalry was numerous, as the abandoned pastures of Euboea were close at hand, the Persian general, when he thought, from the inaction of his enemy, that they did not mean to come down from the heights and give battle, might naturally send the larger part of his horse back across the channel to the neighbourhood of Eretria, where he had already left a detachment, and where his military stores must have been deposited. The knowledge of such a movement would of course confirm Miltiades in his resolution to bring on a speedy engagement. But in truth, whatever amount of cavalry we suppose Datis to have had with him on the day of Marathon, their inaction in the battle is intelligible. If we believe the attack of Athenian spearmen to have been as sudden as it was rapid, the Persian horse soldier, on an alarm being given, had to take the shackles off his horse, to strap the saddle on, unbridle him, besides equipping himself. See Xenophus, Anab. Lib. 3, chapter 4. And when each individual horseman was ready, the line had to be formed, and the time that it takes to form the Oriental cavalry in a line for a charge has, in all ages, been observed by the Europeans. The wet state of the marshes at each end of the plain, in the time of the year when the battle was fought, has been adverted to by Mr. Wordsworth, and this would hinder the Persian general from arranging and employing his horsemen on his extreme wings, while it has also enabled the Greeks, as they come forward, to occupy the whole breadth of the practicable ground with an unbroken line of levelled spears, against which, if any Persian horse advanced, they would be driven back in confusion upon their own foot. Even numerous and fully arrayed bodies of cavalry had been repeatedly broken, both in ancient and modern warfare, by resolute charges of infantry. For instance, it was by an attack of some picked cohorts that Caesar routed Pompeian cavalry, which had previously defeated his own at Pharsalia. I have represented the battle of Marathon as beginning in the afternoon, and ending towards evening. If it had lasted all day, Herodotus would have probably mentioned that fact. That it ended towards evening is, I think, proved by the line from Vespae, which I have already quoted, and to which my attention was called by Sir Edward Bulwer Lytton's account of the battle. I think that the succeeding lines in Aristophanes, also already quoted, justify the description which I have given of the rear ranks of the Persians, keeping up a fight of arrows over the heads of their comrades against the Greeks. Synopsis of events between the battle of Marathon (B.C. 490) and the defeat of Athenians at Syracuse (B.C. 413). B.C. 490 to 487. All Asia is filled with the preparations made by King Darius for a new expedition against Greece. Themistocles persuades the Athenians to leave off dividing the proceeds of their silver mines among themselves, and to employ the money in strengthening their navy. 487. Egypt revolts from the Persians, and delays the expedition against Greece. 485. Darius dies, and Xerxes, his son, becomes king of Persia in his stead. 484. The Persians recover Egypt. 480. Xerxes invades Greece. Indecisive action against the Persian and Greek fleets at Artemisium. Destruction of 300 Spartans at Thermopylae. The Athenians abandon Attica and go on shipboard. Great naval victory of the Greeks at Salamis. Xerxes returns to Asia, leaving a chosen army under Mardonius to carry on the war against Greeks. 478. Mardonius and his army destroyed by the Greeks at Plataea. The Greeks land in Asia Minor and defeat a Persian force at Mycale. In this and the following years, the Persians lose all their conquests in Europe and many on the coast of Asia. 477. Many of Greek maritime states take Athens as their leader instead of Sparta. 466. Victories of Cimon over the Persians at Eurymedon. 464. Revolt of Helots against Sparta. Third Messenian War. 460. Egypt again revolts against Persia. The Athenians send a powerful armament to aid the Egyptians, which, after gaining some successes, is destroyed, and Egypt submits. This war lasted 6 years. 457. Wars in Greece between the Athenian and several Peloponnesian states. Immense exertion of Athens at this time. There is an original inscription still preserved in Louvre, which attests the energies of Athens at this crisis, when Athens, like England in modern wars, at once sought conquest abroad, and repelled enemies at home. At the period we now advert to, B.C. 457, an Athenian armament of 200 galleys was engaged in a bold though unsuccessful expedition against Egypt. The Athenian crews had landed, had won a battle. They had then re embarked and sailed up the Nile, and very busily besieging the Persian garrison in Memphis. As the complement of Trireme galley was at least 200 men, we cannot estimate the forces then employed by the Athens against Egypt at less than 40,000 men. At the same time, she kept squadrons on the coasts of Phoenicia and Cyprus, and yet maintained a home fleet that enabled her to defeat her Peloponnesian enemies at Cisaphlae and Aegina, capturing in the last engagement 70 galleys. This last fact may give us some idea of the strength of the Athenian home fleet that gained the victory, and by adopting the same ratio of multiplying whatever number of galleys we suppose to have been employed by 200, so as to gain the aggregate number of the crews, which may form some estimate of the forces which this little Greek state then kept on foot. Between 60 and 70,000 men must have served in her fleets during that year. Her tenacity of purpose was equal to her boldness of enterprise. Sooner than yield or withdraw from any of their expeditions, the Athenians at this very time, when Corinth sent an army to attack their garrison at Megara, did not recall a single crew or single soldier from Aegina or from abroad, but the lads and old men, who had been left to guard the city, fought and won a battle against these new assailants. The inscription which we have referred to is graven on a votive tablet to the memory of the dead, erected in that year by the Erecthean tribe, one of the 10 into which the Athenians were divided. It shows, as Thirlwall has remarked, that the Athenians were conscious of the greatness of their own effort, and in it this little civic community of the ancient world still records to us with emphatic simplicity that its slain fell in Cyprus, in Egypt, in Phoenicia, at Haliae, in Aegina, and in Megara in the same year. Paeans of the Athenian navy. 455. A 30 years' truce concluded between Athens and Lacedaemon. 440. The Samians endeavour to throw off the supremacy of Athens. Samos completely reduced to subjection. Pericles is now sole director of the Athenian councils. 431. Commencement of the great Peloponnesian War, in which Sparta, at the head of nearly all the Peloponnesian states, and aided by the Boeotians and some of the other Greeks beyond the Isthmus, endeavours to reduce the power of Athens, and to restore the independence of Greek maritime states, who were the subject allies of Athens. At the commencement of the war, the Peloponnesian armies repeatedly invaded and ravaged Attica, but Athens herself is impregnable, and her fleet secure her the dominion of the sea. 430. Athens visited by pestilence, which sweeps off large numbers of her population. 426. The Athenians gained great advantage over the Spartans at Sphacteria and by occupying Cythera, but they suffer a severe defeat in Boeotia, and the Spartan general Brasidas leads an expedition to the Thracian coasts and conquers many of the most valuable Athenian possessions in those regions. 421. Nominal truce for 30 years between Athens and Sparta, but hostilities continue on the Thracian coast and in other quarters. 415. The Athenians send an expedition to conquer Sicily. End of chapter 1, part 5. Read by Lambda.
Chapter 2, Part 1 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Max Weiner. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 2, Part 1. Defeat of the Athenians at Syracuse, B.C. 413. Quote, "The Romans knew not and could not know how deeply the greatness of their own posterity and the fate of the whole Western world were involved in the destruction of the fleet of Athens in the harbor of Syracuse. Had that great expedition proved victorious, the energies of Greece during the next eventful century would have found their field in the west no less than the east. Greece and not Rome might have conquered Carthage. Greek instead of Latin might have been at this day the principal element of the language of Spain, of France, and of Italy. And the laws of Athens rather than that of Rome might be the foundation of the law of the civilized world." Arnold. Quote, "The great expedition to Sicily, one of the most decisive events in the history of the world." Niebuhr. Few cities have undergone more memorable sieges during ancient and medieval times than has the city of Syracuse. Athenian, Carthaginian, Roman, Vandal, Byzantine, Saracen, and Norman have in turns beleaguered her walls, and the resistance which she successfully opposed to some of her early assailants was of the deepest importance, not only to the fortunes of the generations then in being, but to all the subsequent current of human events. To adopt the eloquent expressions of Arnold respecting the check which he gave to the Carthaginian arms, quote, "Syracuse was a breakwater which God's providence raised up to protect the yet immature strength of Rome," and her triumphant repulse of the great Athenian expedition against her was of even more widespread and enduring importance. It forms a decisive epoch in the strife for universal empire, in which all the great states of antiquity successively engaged and failed. The present city of Syracuse is a place of little or no military strength, as the fire of artillery from the neighboring heights would almost completely command it. But in ancient warfare, its position and the care bestowed on its walls rendered it formidably strong against the means of offense which then were employed by besieging armies. The ancient city, in the time of the Peloponnesian War, was chiefly built on the knob of land which projects into the sea on the eastern coast of Sicily, between two bays, one of which, to the north, was called the Bay of Thapsus, while the southern one formed the great harbor of the city of Syracuse itself. A small island or peninsula, for such it soon was rendered, lies at the southeastern extremity of this knob of land, stretching almost entirely across the mouth of the great harbor, and rendering it nearly landlocked. This island comprised the original settlement of the first Greek colonists from Corinth, who founded Syracuse 2,500 years ago, and the modern city has shrunk again into these primary limits. But in the 5th century before our era, the growing wealth and population of the Syracusans had led them to occupy and include within their city walls portion after portion of the mainland lying next to the little isle, so that at the time of the Athenian expedition The seaward part of the land between the two bays already spoken of was built over and fortified from bay to bay, constituting the larger part of Syracuse. The landward wall, therefore, of the city traversed this knob of land, which continues to slope upward from the sea, and which to the west of the old fortifications, that is, towards the interior of Sicily, rises rapidly for a mile or two, but diminishes in width, and finally terminates in a long narrow ridge, between which and Mount Hybla a succession of chasms and uneven low ground extend. On each flank of this ridge the descent is steep and precipitous from its summits to the strips of level land that lie immediately below it, both to the southwest and northwest. The usual mode of assailing fortified towns in the time of the Peloponnesian War was to build a double wall around them, sufficiently strong to check any sally of the garrison from within, or any attack of a relieving force from without. The interval within the two walls of the circumvallation was roofed over, and formed barracks, in which the besiegers posted themselves and awaited the effects of want or treachery among the besieged in producing a surrender. And in every Greek city of those days, as in every Italian republic of the Middle Ages, the rage of domestic sedition between aristocrats and democrats ran high. Rancorous refugees swarmed in the camp of every invading enemy, and every blockaded city was sure to contain within its walls a body of intriguing malcontents, who were eager to purchase a party triumph at the expense of national disaster. Famine and faction were the allies on whom besiegers relied. The generals of that time trusted to the operation of these sure confederates as soon as they could establish a complete blockade. They rarely ventured on the attempt to storm any fortified post, for the military engines of antiquity were feeble in breaching masonry before the improvements which the first Dionysus effected in the mechanics of destruction, and the lives of spearmen, the boldest and most highly trained, would, of course, have been idly spent in charges against unshattered walls. A city built close to the sea like Syracuse was impregnable save by the combined operations of a superior hostile fleet and a superior hostile army. And Syracuse, from her size, her population, and her military and naval resources, not unnaturally thought herself secure from finding in another Greek city a foe capable of sending a sufficient armament to menace her with capture and subjugation. But in the spring of 414 B.C., the Athenian navy was mistress of her harbor and the adjacent seas. An Athenian army had defeated her troops and cooped them within the town, and from bay to bay a blockading wall was being rapidly carried across the strips of level ground, and the high ridge outside the city, then termed Epiole, which, if completed, would have cut the Syracusans off from all succor from the interior of Sicily, and have left them at the mercy of Athenian generals. The besiegers' works were indeed unfinished, but every day the unfortified interval in their lines grew narrower, and with it diminished all apparent hope of safety for the beleaguered town. Athens was now staking the flower of her forces and the accumulated fruits of 70 years of glory on one bold throw for the dominion of the western world. As Napoleon from Mount Coeur de Lion pointed to Saint Jean d'Acre and told his staff that the capture of that town would decide his destiny and would change the face of the world, so the Athenian officers, from the heights of Epipolae, must have looked on Syracuse and felt that with its fall all the known powers of the earth would fall beneath them. They must have felt also that Athens, if repulsed there, must pause forever in her career of conquest, and sink from an imperial republic into a ruined and subservient community. At Marathon, the first in date of the great battles of the world, we beheld Athens struggling for self-preservation against the invading armies of the East. At Syracuse she appears as the ambitious and oppressive invader of others. In her, as in other republics of old and of modern times, the same energy that had inspired the most heroic efforts in defense of the national independence soon learned to employ itself in daring and unscrupulous schemes of self-aggrandizement at the expense of neighboring nations. In the interval between the Persian and Peloponnesian wars, she had rapidly grown into a conquering and dominant state, the chief of 1,000 tributary cities, and the mistress of the largest and best manned navy that the Mediterranean had yet beheld. The occupations of her territory by Xerxes and Mardonius in the second Persian war had forced her whole population to become mariners, and the glorious result of that struggle confirmed them in their zeal for their country's service at sea. The voluntary suffrage of the Greek cities of the coasts and islands of the Aegean first placed Athens at the head of the confederation formed for the further prosecution of the war against Persia. But this titular ascendancy was soon converted by her into practical and arbitrary dominion. She protected them from piracy and the Persian power, which soon fell into decrepitude and decay. But she exacted in return implicit obedience to herself. She claimed and enforced a prerogative of taxing them at her discretion, and proudly refused to be accountable for her mode of expending their supplies. Remonstrance against her assessments was treated as factious disloyalty, and refusal to pay was promptly punished as revolt. Permitting and encouraging her subject allies to furnish all their contingents in money instead of part consisting of ships and men, the sovereign republic gained the double object of training her own citizens by constant and well-paid service in her fleets, and of seeing her confederates lose their skill and discipline by inaction, and become more and more passive and powerless under her yoke. Their towns were generally dismantled, while the imperial city herself was fortified with the greatest care and sumptuousness. The accumulated revenues from her tributaries serving to strengthen and adorn to the utmost her havens, her docks, her arsenals, her theatres, and her shrines, and to array her in that plenitude of architectural magnificence, the ruins of which still attest the intellectual grandeur of the age and people which produced a Pericles to plan and a Phidias to execute. All republics that acquire supremacy over other nations rule them selfishly and oppressively. There is no exception to this in either ancient or modern times. Carthage, Rome, Venice, Genoa, Florence, Pisa, Holland, and republican France all tyrannized over every province and subject state where they gained authority. But none of them openly avowed their system of doing so upon principle with the candor which the Athenian republicans displayed when any remonstrance was made against the severe exactions which they imposed upon their vassal allies. They avowed that their empire was a tyranny, and frankly stated that they solely trusted to force and terror to uphold it. They appealed to what they called the eternal law of nature, that the weak should be coerced by the strong. Footnote: Thucydides 1:77. Sometimes they stated, and not without some truth, that the unjust hatred of Sparta against themselves forced them to be unjust to others in self-defense. To be safe they must be powerful, and to be powerful they must plunder and coerce their neighbors. They never dreamed of communicating any franchise or share in office to their dependents, but jealously monopolized every post of command, and all political and judicial power, exposing themselves to every risk with unflinching gallantry, enduring cheerfully the laborious training and severe discipline which their sea service required, venturing readily on every ambitious scheme, and never suffering difficulty or disaster to shake their tenacity of purpose. Their hope was to acquire unbounded empire for their country, and the means of maintaining each of the 30,000 citizens who made up the sovereign republic in exclusive devotion to military occupations, and to those brilliant sciences and arts in which Athens had already reached the median of intellectual splendor. Her great political dramatist speaks of the Athenian empire as comprehending 1,000 states. The language of the stage must not be taken too literally, but the number of the dependencies of Athens at the time when the Peloponnesian confederacy attacked her was undoubtedly very great. With a few trifling exceptions, all the islands of the Aegean and all the Greek cities, which in that age fringed the coasts of Asia Minor, the Hellespont, and Thrace, paid tribute to Athens, and implicitly obeyed her orders. The Aegean Sea was an Attic lake. Westward of Greece her influence, though strong, was not equally predominant. She had colonies and allies among the wealthy and populous Greek settlements of Sicily and South Italy, but she had no organized system of confederates in those regions, and her galleys brought her no tribute from the western seas. The extension of her empire over Sicily was the favorite project of her ambitious orators and generals. While her great statesman Pericles lived, his commanding genius kept his countrymen under control, and forbade them to risk the fortunes of Athens in distant enterprises, while they had unsubdued and powerful enemies at their own doors. He taught Athens this maxim, but he also taught her to know and to use her own strength. And when Pericles had departed, the bold spirit which he had fostered overleaped the salutary limits which he had prescribed. When her bitter enemies, the Corinthians, succeeded in 431 B.C. in inducing Sparta to attack her, and a confederacy was formed of 5/6 of the continental Greeks, all animated by anxious jealousy and bitter hatred of Athens, when armies far superior in numbers and equipment to those that had marched against the Persians were poured into Athenian territory and laid it waste to the city walls, the general opinion was that Athens would, in 2 or 3 years at the farthest, be reduced to submit to the requisitions of her invaders. But her strong fortifications, by which she was girt and linked to her principal haven, gave her in those ages almost all the advantages of an insular position. Pericles had made her trust to her empire of the seas. Every Athenian in those days was a practiced seaman, a state indeed whose members of an age fit for service at no time exceeded 30,000, and whose territorial extent did not equal half Sussex, could only have acquired such a naval dominion as Athens once held by devoting and zealously training all of its sons to service in its fleets. In order to man the numerous galleys which she sent out, she necessarily employed also large numbers of hired mariners and slaves at the oar. But the staple of her crews was Athenian, and all the posts of command were held by native citizens. It was by reminding them of this, of their long practice in seamanship, and the certain superiority which their discipline gave them over the enemy's marine, that their great minister mainly encouraged them to resist the combined power of Lacedaemon and her allies. He taught them that Athens might thus reap the fruit of her zealous devotion to maritime affairs, ever since the invasion of the Medes. She had not indeed perfected herself, but the reward of her superior training was the rule of the sea, a mighty dominion, for it gave her the rule of much fair land beyond its waves, safe from the idle ravages which the Lacedaemonians might harass Attica, but could never subdue Athens. Footnote: Thucydides, Lib 1, section 144. Athens accepted the war in which her enemies threatened her, rather than descend from her pride of place. And though the awful visitation of the plague came upon her, and swept away more of her citizens than the Dorian spear laid low, she held her own gallantly against her foes. If the Peloponnesian armies, in irresistible strength, wasted every spring her corn lands, her vineyards, and her olive groves with fire and sword, she retaliated on their coasts with her fleets, which, if resisted, were only resisted to display the preeminent skill and bravery of her seamen. Some of her subject allies revolted, but the revolts were in general sternly and promptly quelled. The genius of one enemy had, indeed, inflicted blows on her power in Thrace, which she was unable to remedy, but he fell in battle in the 10th year, and with the loss of Brasidas, the Lacedaemonians seemed to have lost all energy and judgment. Both sides at length grew weary of the war, and in 421 B.C. a truce of 50 years was concluded, which, though ill kept, and though many of the confederates of Sparta refused to recognize it, and hostilities still continued in many parts of Greece, protected the Athenian territory from the ravages of enemies, and enabled Athens to accumulate large sums out of the proceeds of her annual revenues. So also, as a few years passed by, the havoc which the pestilence and the sword had made in her population was repaired, and in 415 B.C. Athens was full of bold and restless spirits, who longed for some field of distant enterprise, wherein they might signalize themselves and aggrandize the state. and who looked on the alarm of Spartan hostility as a mere old wives' tale. When Sparta had wasted their territory, she had done her worst, and the fact of it always being in her power to do so seemed a strong reason for seeking to increase the transmarine dominion of Athens. The West was now the quarter towards which the thoughts of every aspiring Athenian were directed. From the very beginning of the war, Athens had kept up an interest in Sicily, and her squadrons had from time to time appeared on its coasts and taken part in the dissensions in which the Sicilian Greeks were universally engaged one against the other. There were plausible grounds for a direct quarrel and an open attack by the Athenians upon Syracuse. With the capture of Syracuse, all Sicily, it was hoped, would be secured. Carthage and Italy were next to be assailed. With large levies of Iberian mercenaries, she then meant to overwhelm her Peloponnesian enemies. The Persian monarchy lay in hopeless imbecility, inviting Greek invasion. Nor did the known world contain the power that seemed capable of checking the growing might of Athens, if Syracuse once could be hers. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Recording by Max Weiner, Alpharetta, Georgia. Chapter 2, Part 2 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Max Weiner. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy, Chapter 2, Part 2. The national historian of Rome has left us, as an episode of his great work, a disquisition on the probable effects that would have followed if Alexander the Great had invaded Italy. Posterity has generally regarded that disquisition as proving Livy's patriotism more strongly than his impartiality or acuteness. Yet, right or wrong, the speculations of the Roman writer were directed to the consideration of a very remote possibility. To whatever age Alexander's life might have been prolonged, the East would have furnished full occupation for his martial ambition, as well as for those schemes of commercial grandeur and imperial amalgamation of nations, in which the truly great qualities of his mind loved to display themselves. With his death, the dismemberment of his empire among his generals was certain, even as the dismemberment of Napoleon's empire among his marshals would certainly have ensued if he had been cut off in the zenith of his power. Rome also was far weaker when the Athenians were in Sicily than she was a century afterwards in Alexander's time. There can be little doubt but that Rome would have been blotted out from the independent powers of the West had she been attacked at the end of the 5th century B.C. by an Athenian army, largely aided by Spanish mercenaries and flushed with triumphs over Sicily and Africa. Instead, the collision between her and Greece having been deferred until the latter had sunk into decrepitude, and the Roman Mars had grown into full vigor. The armament which the Athenians equipped against Syracuse was in every way worthy of the state which formed such projects as universal empire, and it had been truly termed, quote, the noblest that ever yet had been sent forth by a free and civilized commonwealth, end of quote. Arnold's History of Rome. The fleet consisted of 134 war galleys with a multitude of store ships. A powerful force of the best armed infantry that Athens and her allies could furnish was sent on board, together with a smaller number of slingers and bowmen. The quality of the forces was even more remarkable than the number. The zeal of individuals vied with that of the Republic in giving every galley the best possible crew, and every troop the most perfect accoutrements, and with private as well as public wealth eagerly lavished on all that could give splendor as well as efficiency to the expedition. The fated fleet began its voyage for the Sicilian shores in the summer of 415 B.C. The Syracusans themselves at the time of the Peloponnesian War were a bold and turbulent democracy, tyrannizing over the weaker Greek cities in Sicily, and trying to gain in that island the same arbitrary supremacy which Athens maintained along the eastern coast of the Mediterranean. In numbers and in spirit they were fully equal to the Athenians, but far inferior to them in military and naval discipline. When the probability of an Athenian invasion was first publicly discussed at Syracuse, and efforts were made by some of the wiser citizens to improve the state of the national defenses and prepare for the impending danger, the rumors of coming war and the proposals for preparation were received by the mass of the Syracusans with scornful incredulity. The speech of one of their popular orators is preserved to us in Thucydides. Footnote: Livy 6, section 36, et seq. Arnold's edition. I have almost literally transcribed some of the marginal epitomes of the original speech. End of footnote. And many of its topics might, by a slight alteration of names and details, serve admirably for the party among ourselves at present, which opposes the augmentation of our forces, and derides the idea of our being in any peril from the sudden attack of a French expedition. The Syracusan orator told his countrymen to dismiss with scorn the visionary terrors which a set of designing men among themselves strove to excite, in order to get power and influence thrown into their own hands. He told them that Athens knew her own interest too well to think of wantonly provoking their hostility. "Even if the enemy were to come," said he, "so distant from their resources, and opposed to such a power as ours, their destruction would be easy and inevitable. Their ships will have enough to do to get to our island at all, and to carry such stores of all sorts as will be needed. They cannot, therefore, carry besides an army large enough to cope with such a population as ours. They will have no fortified place from which to commence their operations, but must rest them on no better base than a set of wretched tents, and such means as the necessities of the moment will allow them. But in truth I do not believe that they would even be able to effect a disembarkation. Let us therefore set at naught these reports, as altogether of home manufacture, and be sure that if any enemy does come, the state will know how to defend itself in a manner worthy of the national honor." Such assertions pleased the Syracusan assembly, and their counterparts find favor now among some portion of the English public. But the invaders of Syracuse came, made good their landing in Sicily, and, if they had promptly attacked the city itself, instead of wasting nearly a year in desultory operations in other parts of the island, the Syracusans must have paid the penalty of their self-sufficient carelessness in submission to the Athenian yoke. But of the 3 generals who led the Athenian expedition, 2 only were men of ability, and one was most weak and incompetent. Fortunately for Syracuse, Alcibiades, the most skillful of the 3, was soon deposed from his command by a factious and fanatic vote of his fellow countrymen, and the other competent one, Lamachus, fell early in a skirmish, while, more fortunately still for her, the feeble and vacillating Nicias remained unrecalled and unhurt, to assume the undivided leadership of the Athenian army and fleet, and to mar, by alternate over-caution and over-carelessness, every chance of success which the early part of the operations offered. Still, even under him, the Athenians nearly won the town. They defeated the raw levies of the Syracusans, cooped them within the walls, and, as before mentioned, almost effected a continuous fortification from bay to bay over Epipolae, the completion of which would certainly have been followed by capitulation. Alcibiades, the most complete example of genius without principle that history produces, the Bolingbroke of antiquity, but with high military talents superadded to diplomatic and oratorial powers, on being summoned home from his command in Sicily to take his trial before the Athenian tribunal, had escaped to Sparta, and he exerted himself there with all the selfish rancor of a renegade to renew the war with Athens, and to send instant assistance to Syracuse. When we read his words in the pages of Thucydides, who was himself an exile from Athens at this period, and may probably have been at Sparta, and heard Alcibiades speak, we are at a loss whether most to admire or abhor his subtle and traitorous counsels. After an artful exordium, in which he tried to disarm the suspicions which he felt must be entertained of him, and to point out to the Spartans how completely his interest and theirs were identified through hatred of the Athenian democracy, he thus proceeded, Hear me at any rate on the matters which require your grave attention, and which I, from the personal knowledge that I have of them, can and ought to bring before you. We Athenians sailed to Sicily with the design of subduing first the Greek cities there, next those in Italy. Then we intended to make an attempt on the dominions of Carthage and on Carthage itself. Footnote. Arnold, in his notes on this passage, well reminds the readers that Agathocles, with a Greek force far inferior to that of the Athenians in this period, did, a century afterward, very nearly conquer Carthage. End footnote. If all these projects succeeded, nor did we limit ourselves to them in these quarters, we intended to increase our fleet with the inexhaustible supplies of ship timber which Italy affords, to put in requisition the whole military force of the conquered Greek states, and also to hire large armies of the barbarians, of the Iberians, and others in those regions, who are allowed to make the best possible soldiers. Footnote. It will be remembered that Spanish infantry were the staple of the Carthaginian armies. Doubtless Alcibiades and other leading Athenians had made themselves acquainted with the Carthaginian system of carrying on war, and meant to adopt it. With the marvelous powers which Alcibiades possessed of ingratiating himself with men of every class and every nation, and his high military genius, he would have been as formidable a chief of an army of condottieri as Hannibal afterwards was. End of footnote. Then, when we had done all this, we intended to assail Peloponnesus with our collected force. Our fleets would blockade you by sea and desolate your coasts. Our armies would be landed at different points and assail your cities. Some of these we expected to storm, and others we meant to take by surrounding them with fortified lines. Alcibiades here alluded to Sparta itself, which was unfortified. His Spartan hearers must have glanced around them at these words, with mixed alarm and indignation. We thought that it would thus be an easy matter thoroughly to wear you down, and then we should become masters of the whole Greek race. As for expense, we reckoned that each conquered state would give us supplies of money and provisions sufficient to pay for its own conquest, and furnish the means for the conquest of its neighbors. Such are the designs of the present Athenian expedition to Sicily, and you have heard them from the lips of the man who, of all men living, is most accurately acquainted with them. The other Athenian generals who remain with the expedition will endeavor to carry out these plans, and be sure that without your speedy interference they will all be accomplished. The Sicilian Greeks are deficient in military training, but still, if they could be at once brought to combine in an organized resistance to Athens, they might even now be saved. But as for the Syracusans resisting Athens by themselves, they have already, with the whole strength of their population, fought a battle and been beaten. They cannot face the Athenians at sea, and it is quite impossible for them to hold out against the force of their invaders. And if this city falls into the hands of the Athenians, all Sicily is theirs, and presently Italy also, and the danger which I warned you of from that quarter will soon fall upon yourselves. You must therefore, in Sicily, fight for the safety of Peloponnesus. Send some galleys thither instantly. Put men on board who can work their own way over, and who, as soon as they land, can do duty as regular troops. But above all, let one of yourselves, let a man of Sparta go over to take the chief command, to bring into order and effective discipline the forces that are in Syracuse, and urge those who at present hang back to come forward and aid the Syracusans. The presence of a Spartan general at this crisis will do more to save the city than a whole army." Thucydides, Lib. 6, section 90-91. The renegade then proceeded to urge on them the necessity of encouraging their friends in Sicily, by showing that they themselves were earnest in hostility to Athens. He exhorted them not only to march their armies into Attica again, but to take up a permanent fortified position in the country, and he gave them in detail information of all that the Athenians most dreaded, and how his country might receive the most distressing and enduring injury at their hands. The Spartans resolved to act on his advice, and appointed Gylippus to the Sicilian command. Gylippus was a man who, to the national bravery and military skill of a Spartan, united political sagacity that was worthy of his great fellow countryman Brasidas, but his merits were debased by a mean and sordid vice, and his is one of the cases in which history has been austerely just, and where little or no fame has been accorded to the successful but venal soldier. But for the purpose for which he was required in Sicily, an abler man could not have been found in Lacedaemon. His country gave him neither men nor money, but she gave him her authority, and the influence of her name and of his own talents was speedily seen in the zeal with which the Corinthians and other Peloponnesian Greeks began to equip a squadron to act under him for the rescue of Sicily. As soon as 4 galleys were ready, he hurried over with them to the southern coast of Italy, and there, though he received such evil tidings of the state of Syracuse, that he abandoned all hope of saving that city, he determined to remain on the coast and do what he could in preserving the Italian cities from the Athenians. So nearly indeed had Nicias completed his beleaguering lines, and so utterly desperate had the state of Syracuse seemingly become, that an assembly of Syracusans was actually convened, and they were discussing the terms on which they should offer to capitulate, when a galley was seen dashing into the great harbour, and making her way toward the town with all the speed that her rowers could supply. From her shunning the part of the harbour where the Athenian fleet lay, and making straight for the Syracusan side, it was clear that she was a friend. The enemy's cruisers, careless through confidence of success, made no attempt to cut her off. She touched the beach, and a Corinthian captain, springing on shore from her, was eagerly conducted to the assembly of the Syracusan people, just in time to prevent the fatal vote being put for a surrender. Providentially for Syracuse, Ganulus, the commander of the galley, had been prevented by an Athenian squadron from following Gylippus to South Italy, and he had been obliged to push direct for Syracuse from Greece. The sight of actual succor and the promise of more revived the drooping spirits of the Syracusans. They felt that they were not left desolate to perish, and the tidings that a Spartan was coming to command them confirmed their resolution to continue their resistance. Gylippus was already near the city. He had learned at Locri that the first report which had reached him of the state of Syracuse was exaggerated, and that there was an unfinished space in the besiegers' lines through which it was barely possible to introduce reinforcements into the town. Crossing the straits of Messina, which the culpable negligence of Nicias had left unguarded, Gylippus landed on the northern coast of Sicily, and there began to collect from the Greek cities an army, of which the regular troops that he brought from Peloponnesus formed the nucleus. Such was the influence of the name of Sparta. Footnote: the effect of the presence of a Spartan officer on the troops of the other Greeks seems to have been like the effect of the presence of an English officer upon native Indian troops. And such were his own abilities and activity that he succeeded in raising a force of about 2,000 fully armed infantry, with a larger number of irregular troops. Nicias, as if infatuated, made no attempt to counteract his operations, nor when Gylippus marched his little army towards Syracuse did the Athenian commander endeavour to check him. The Syracusans marched out to meet him, and while the Athenians were solely intent on completing their fortifications on the southern side towards the harbour, Gylippus turned their position by occupying the high ground in the extreme rear of Epiole. He then marched through the unfortified interval in Nicias's lines into the besieged town, and joining his troops with the Syracusan forces, after some engagements with varying success, gained the mastery over Nicias, drove the Athenians from Epipolae, and hemmed them into a disadvantageous position on the low grounds near the great harbour. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Recording by Max Weiner, Alpharetta, Georgia. Chapter 2, Part 3 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Max Weiner. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. The attention of all Greece was now fixed on Syracuse, and every enemy of Athens felt the importance of the opportunity now offered of checking her ambition, and perhaps of striking a deadly blow at her power. Large reinforcements from Corinth, Thebes, and other cities now reached the Syracusans, while the baffled and dispirited Athenian general earnestly besought his countrymen to recall him, and represented the further prosecution of the siege as hopeless. But Athens had made it a maxim never to let difficulty or disaster drive her back from any enterprise once undertaken, so long as she possessed the means of making any effort, however desperate, for its accomplishment. With indomitable pertinacity she now decreed, instead of recalling her first armament from before Syracuse, to send out a second, though her enemies near home had now renewed open warfare against her, and by occupying a permanent fortification in her territory, had severely distressed her population, and were pressing her with almost all the hardships of an actual siege. She was still mistress of the sea, and she sent forth another fleet of 70 galleys, and another army, which seemed to drain the very last reserves of her military population, to try if Syracuse could not yet be won, and the honor of the Athenian arms be preserved from the stigma of a retreat. Hers was indeed a spirit that might be broken, but never would bend. At the head of this second expedition, she wisely placed her best general, Demosthenes, one of the most distinguished officers whom the long Peloponnesian War had produced, and who, if he had originally held the Sicilian command, would soon have brought Syracuse to submission. The fame of Demosthenes, the general, has been dimmed by the superior luster of his great countryman, Demosthenes the orator. When the name Demosthenes is mentioned, it is the latter alone that is thought of. The soldier has found no biographer, yet out of the long list of the great men of the Athenian Republic, there are few that deserve to stand higher than this brave, though finally unsuccessful, leader of her fleets and armies in the first half of the Peloponnesian War. In his first campaign in Aetolia, he had shown some of the rashness of youth, and had received a lesson of caution, by which he profited throughout the rest of his career, but without losing any of his natural energy in enterprise or in execution. He had performed the eminent service of rescuing Naupactus from a powerful hostile armament in the 7th year of the war. He had then, at the request of the Acarnathian republics, taken on himself the office of commander-in-chief of all their forces, and at their head he had gained some important advantages over the enemies of Athens in western Greece. His most celebrated exploits had been the occupation of Pylos in the Messenian coast, and the successful defense of that place against the fleet and armies of Lacedaemon, and the subsequent capture of the Spartan forces on the Isle of Sophacteria, which was the severest blow dealt to Sparta throughout the war, and which had mainly caused her to humble herself to make the truce with Athens. Demosthenes was as honorably unknown in the war of party politics at Athens as he was eminent in the war against the foreign enemy. We read of no intrigues of his on either the aristocratic or democratic side. He was neither in the interest of Nicias nor Cleon. His private character was free from any of the stains which polluted that of Alcibiades. On all these points, the silence of the comic dramatist is decisive evidence in his favor. He had also the moral courage, not always combined with physical, of seeking to do his duty to his country, irrespective of any odium that he himself might incur, and unhampered by any petty jealousy of those who were associated with him in command. There are few men named in ancient history of whom posterity would gladly know more, or whom we sympathize with more deeply in the calamities that befell them, than Demosthenes, son of Alcisthenes, who in the spring of the year 413 B.C. left Piraeus at the head of the second Athenian expedition against Sicily. His arrival was critically timed, for Gylippus had encouraged the Syracusans to attack the Athenians under Nicias by sea as well as by land, and by an able stratagem of Ariston, one of the admirals of the Corinthian auxiliary squadron, the Syracusans and their confederates had inflicted on the fleet of Nicias the first defeat that the Athenian navy had ever sustained from a numerically inferior foe. Gylippus was preparing to follow up his advantage by fresh attacks on the Athenians on both elements, when the arrival of Demosthenes completely changed the aspect of affairs, and restored the superiority to the invaders. With 73 war galleys in the highest state of efficiency and brilliantly equipped, with a force of 5,000 picked men of the regular infantry of Athens and her allies, and a still larger number of bowmen, javelin men, and slingers on board, Demosthenes rode round the great harbour with loud cheers and martial music, as if in defiance of the Syracusans and their confederates. His arrival had indeed changed their newly born hopes into deepest consternation. The resources of Athens seemed inexhaustible, and resistance to her hopeless. They had been told that she was reduced to the last extremities, and that her territory was occupied by an enemy, and yet here they saw her, as if in prodigality of power, sending forth to make foreign conquests a second armament, not inferior to that with which Nicias had first landed on Sicilian shores. With the intuitive decision of a great commander, Demosthenes at once saw that the possession of the Epipolae was the key to the possession of Syracuse, and he resolved to make a prompt and vigorous attempt to recover that position, while his force was unimpaired, and the consternation which its arrival had produced among the besieged remained unabated. The Syracusans and their allies had run out an outwork along Epipolae from the city walls, intersecting the fortified lines of circumvallation which Nicias had commenced, but from which they had been driven by Gylippus. Could Demosthenes succeed in storming this outwork, and in re-establishing the Athenian troops on the high ground, he might fairly hope to be able to resume the circumvallation of the city, and become the conqueror of Syracuse. For, when once the besiegers' lines were completed, the number of the troops with which Gylippus had garrisoned the place would only tend to exhaust the stores of provisions and accelerate its downfall. An easily repelled attack was first made on the outwork in the daytime, probably more with the view of blinding the besieged to the nature of the main operation than with any expectation of succeeding in an open assault, with every disadvantage of the ground to contend against. But when the darkness had set in, Demosthenes formed his men in columns, each soldier taking with him 5 days' provisions, and the engineers and workmen of the camp following the troops with their tools and all portable implements of fortification, so as at once to secure any advantage of ground that the army might gain. Thus equipped and prepared, he led his men along by the foot of the southern flank of Epipolae in a direction towards the interior of the island, till he came immediately below the narrow ridge that forms the extremity of the high ground looking westward. He then wheeled his vanguard to the right, sent them rapidly up the paths that wind along the face of the cliff, and succeeded in completely surprising the Syracusan outposts, and in placing his troops fairly on the extreme summit of the all-important Epipolae. Thence the Athenians marched eagerly down the slope towards the town, routing some Syracusan detachments that were quartered in their way, and vigorously assailing the unprotected part of the outwork. All at first favoured them. The outwork was abandoned by its garrison, and the Athenian engineers began to dismantle it. In vain Gylippus brought up fresh troops to check the assault. The Athenians broke and drove them back, and continued to press hotly forward, in the full confidence of victory. But amid the general consternation of the Syracusans and their confederates, one body of infantry stood firm. This was a brigade of their Boeotian allies, which was posted low down the slope of Epipolae, outside the city walls. Coolly and steadily the Boeotian infantry formed their line, and, undismayed by the current flight around them, advanced against the advancing Athenians. This was the crisis of the battle, but the Athenian van was disorganized by its own previous successes, and yielding to the unexpected charge thus made on it by troops in perfect order and of the most obstinate courage, it was driven back in confusion upon the other division of the army that still continued to press forward. When once the tide was thus turned, the Syracusans passed rapidly from extreme panic to the extreme of vengeful daring, and with all their forces they now fiercely assailed the embarrassed and receding Athenians. In vain did the officers of the latter strike to reform their line, amid the din and the shouting of the fight, and the confusion inseparable upon a night engagement, especially one where many thousand combatants were pent and whirled together in a narrow and uneven area. The necessary manoeuvres were impracticable, and though many companies still fought on desperately wherever the moonlight showed them the semblance of a foe, they fought without concert or subordination, and not infrequently, amid the deadly chaos, Athenian troops assailed each other. Footnote: Thucydides 7:44. Compare Tacitus's description of the night engagement in the civil war between Vespasian and Vitellius. Quote,
Neutro inclinerawat fortuna donec adulta nocte luna ostenderent acies valersque.
End quote, end footnote. Keeping their ranks close, the Syracusans and their allies pressed on against the disorganized masses of the besiegers, and at length drove them with heavy slaughter over the cliffs, which scarce an hour before they had scaled full of hope and apparently certain of success. This defeat was decisive of the event of the siege. The Athenians afterwards struggled only to protect themselves from the vengeance which the Syracusans sought to wreak in the complete destruction of their invaders. Never, however, was vengeance more complete and terrible. A series of sea fights followed, in which the Athenian galleys were utterly destroyed or captured. The mariners and soldiers who escaped death in disastrous engagements, and in a vain attempt to force a retreat into the interior of the island, became prisoners of war. Nicias and Demosthenes were put to death in cold blood, and their men either perished miserably in the Syracusan dungeons, or were sold into slavery to the very persons whom, in their pride and power, they had crossed the seas to enslave. All danger from Athens to the independent nations of the West was now forever at an end. She indeed continued to struggle against her combined enemies and revolted allies with unparalleled gallantry, and many more years of varying warfare passed away before she surrendered to their arms. But no success in subsequent conquests could ever have restored her to the preeminence in enterprise, resources, and maritime skill which she had acquired before her fatal reverses in Sicily. Nor among the rival Greek republics, whom her own rashness aided to crush her, was there any capable of reorganizing her empire or resuming her schemes of conquest. The dominion of Western Europe was left for Rome and Carthage to dispute 2 centuries later, in conflicts still more terrible, and with even higher displays of military daring and genius than Athens had witnessed either in her rise, her meridian, or her fall. Synopsis of the events between the defeat of the Athenians at Syracuse and the Battle of Arbela. 412 B.C. Many of the subject allies of Athens revolt from her on her disasters before Syracuse being known. The seat of war is transferred to the Hellespont and the eastern side of the Aegean. 410. The Carthaginians attempt to make conquest in Sicily. 407. Cyrus the Younger is sent by the king of Persia to take the government of all the maritime parts of Asia Minor, and with orders to help the Lacedaemonian fleet against the Athenian. 406. Agrigentum taken by the Carthaginians. 405. The last Athenian fleet destroyed by Lysander at Aegospotamos. Athens closely besieged. Rise of the power of Dionysius at Syracuse. 404. Athens surrenders. End of the Peloponnesian War. The ascendancy of Sparta complete throughout Greece. 403. Thrasybulus, aided by the Thebans and with the connivance of one of the Spartan kings, liberates Athens from the 30 tyrants and restores the democracy. 401. Cyrus the Younger commences his expedition into Upper Asia to dethrone his brother Artaxerxes Mnemon. He takes with him an auxiliary force of 10,000 Greeks. He is killed in battle at Cunaxa, and the 10,000, led by Xenophon, effect their retreat in spite of the Persian armies and the natural obstacles of their march. 399. In this and the 5 following years, the Lacedaemons, under Agesilaus and other commanders, carry on war against the Persian satraps in Asia Minor. 396. Syracuse is besieged by the Carthaginians and successfully defended by Dionysius. 394. Rome makes her first great stride in the career of conquest by the capture of Veii. 393. The Athenian admiral Conon, in conjunction with the Persian satrap Pharnabazus, defeats the Lacedaemon fleet off Cnidus and restores the fortifications of Athens. Several of the former allies of Sparta in Greece carry on hostilities against her. 388. The nations of northern Europe now first appear in authentic history. The Gauls overrun great part of Italy and burn Rome. Rome recovers from the blow, but her old enemies, the Aequians and the Volscians, are left completely crushed by the Gallic invaders. 387. The peace of Antalcidas is concluded among the Greeks by the mediation and under the sanction of the Persian king. 378 to 361. Fresh wars in Greece. Epaminondas raises Thebes to be the leading state of Greece, and the supremacy of Sparta is destroyed at the battle of Leuctra. Epaminondas is killed in gaining the victory of Mantinea, and the power of Thebes falls with him. The Athenians attempt a balancing system between Sparta and Thebes. 359. Philip becomes king of Macedon. 357. The social war breaks out in Greece and lasts 3 years. Its result checks the attempt of Athens to regain her old maritime empire. 356. Alexander the Great is born. 343. Rome begins her wars with the Samnites. They extend over a period of 50 years. The result of this obstinate contest is to secure for her the dominion of Italy. 340. Fresh attempt of the Carthaginians upon Syracuse. Timoleon defeats them with great slaughter. 338. Philip defeats the confederate armies of Athens and Thebes at Chaeronea, and the Macedonian supremacy over Greece is firmly established. 336. Philip is assassinated, and Alexander the Great becomes king of Macedon. He gains several victories over the northern barbarians who had attacked Macedonia, and destroys Thebes, which, in conjunction with Athens, had taken up arms against the Macedonians. 334. Alexander passes the Hellespont. End of Chapter 2, Part 3. Recording by Max Weiner, Alpharetta, Georgia.
Chapter 3, Part 1 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Gillespie. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 3, Part 1. The Battle of Arbela, B.C. 331. Alexander deserves the glory which he has enjoyed for so many centuries and among all nations. But what if he had been beaten at Arbela, having the Euphrates, the Tigris, and the deserts at his rear, without any strong places of refuge, 900 leagues from Macedonia? Napoleon. Asia beheld with astonishment and awe the uninterrupted progress of a hero, the sweep of whose conquests was as wide and rapid as that of her own barbaric kings, or the Scythian or Chaldean hordes. But far unlike the transient whirlwinds of Asiatic warfare, the advance of the Macedonian leader was no less deliberate than rapid. At every step the Greek power took root, and the language and the civilization of Greece were planted from the shores of the Aegean to the banks of the Indus, from the Caspian and the great Hyrcanian plain to the cataracts of the Nile, to exist actually for nearly 1,000 years, and in their effects to endure for ever. Arnold. A long and not uninstructive list might be made out of illustrious men, whose characters have been vindicated during recent times from aspersions which for centuries had been thrown on them. The spirit of modern inquiry and the tendency of modern scholarship, both of which are often said to be solely negative and destructive, have in truth restored to splendor, and almost created anew, far more than they have assailed with censure or dismissed from consideration as unreal. The truth of many a brilliant narrative of brilliant exploits has of late years been triumphantly demonstrated, and the shallowness of the sceptical scoffs with which little minds have carped at the great minds of antiquity has been in many instances decisively exposed. The laws, the politics, and the lines of action adopted or recommended by eminent men and powerful nations have been examined with keener investigation, and considered with more comprehensive judgment than formerly were brought to bear on these subjects. The result has been at least as often favourable as unfavourable to the persons and the states so scrutinized, and many an oft repeated slander against both measures and men has been silenced, we may hope for ever. The veracity of Herodotus, the pure patriotism of Pericles, of Demosthenes, and of the Gracchi, the wisdom of Cleisthenes and Licinius as constitutional reformers, may be mentioned as facts which recent writers have cleared from unjust suspicion and censure; and it might easily be shown that the defensive tendency which distinguishes the present and recent best historians of Germany, France, and England, has been equally manifested in the spirit in which they have treated the heroes of thought and the heroes of action who lived during what we term the Middle Ages, and whom it was so long the fashion to sneer at or neglect. The name of the victor of Arbela has led to these reflections; for although the rapidity and extent of Alexander's conquests have through all ages challenged admiration and amazement, the grandeur of genius which he displayed in his schemes of commerce, civilization, and of comprehensive union and unity amongst the nations, has until lately been comparatively unhonoured. This long continued depreciation was of early date. The ancient rhetoricians, a class of babblers, a school for lies and scandal, as Niebuhr justly termed them, chose among the stock themes for their commonplaces the character and exploits of Alexander. They had their followers in every age, and until a very recent period all who wished to point a moral or adorn a tale about unreasoning ambition, extravagant pride, and the formidable frenzies of free will when leagued with free power, have never failed to blazon forth the so-called madmen of Macedonia as one of the most glaring examples. Without doubt, many of these writers adopted with implicit credence traditional ideas, and supposed, with uninquiring philanthropy, that in blackening Alexander they were doing humanity good service. But also, without doubt, many of his assailants, like those of other great men, have been mainly instigated by "that strongest of all antipathies, the antipathy of a second-rate mind to a first-rate one," De Stael, and by the envy which talent too often bears to genius. Arrian, who wrote his history of Alexander when Hadrian was emperor of the Roman world, and when the spirit of declamation and dogmatism was at its full height, but who was himself, unlike the dreaming pedants of the schools, a statesman and a soldier of practical and proved ability, well rebuked the malevolent aspersions which he heard continually thrown upon the memory of the great conqueror of the East. He truly says, "Let the man who speaks evil of Alexander not merely bring forward those passages of Alexander's life which were really evil, but let him collect and review all the actions of Alexander, and then let him thoroughly consider, first, who and what manner of man he himself is, and what has been his own career, and then let him consider who and what manner of man Alexander was, and to what an eminence of human grandeur he arrived. Let him consider that Alexander was a king, and the undisputed lord of the two continents, and that his name is renowned throughout the whole earth. Let the evil speaker against Alexander bear all this in mind, and then let him reflect on his own insignificance, the pettiness of his own circumstances and affairs, and the blunders that he makes about these, paltry and trifling as they are. Let him then ask himself whether he is a fit person to censure and revile such a man as Alexander. I believe that there was in his time no nation of men, no city, nay, no single individual, with whom Alexander's name had not become a familiar word. I therefore hold that such a man, who is like no ordinary mortal, was not born into the world without some special providence." Arrian. And one of the most distinguished soldiers and writers of our own nation, Sir Walter Raleigh, though he failed to estimate justly the full merits of Alexander, has expressed his sense of the grandeur of the part played in the world by the great Emathian conqueror, in language that well deserves quotation. "So much hath the spirit of some one man excelled, as it hath undertaken and effected the alteration of the greatest states and commonwealths, the erection of monarchies, the conquest of kingdoms and empires, guided handfuls of men against multitudes of equal bodily strength, contrived victories beyond all hope and discourse of reason, converted the fearful passions of his own followers into magnanimity, and the valour of his enemies into cowardice. Such spirits have been stirred up in sundry ages of the world, and in divers parts thereof, to erect and cast down again, to establish and to destroy, and to bring all things, persons, and states to the same certain ends, which the infinite spirit of the universal, piercing, moving, and governing all things, hath ordained. Certainly the things that this king did were marvellous, and would hardly have been undertaken by any one else. And though his father had determined to have invaded the Lesser Asia, it is like that he would have contented himself with some part thereof, and not have discovered the river of Indus as this man did." The History of the World by Sir Walter Raleigh. A higher authority than either Arrian or Raleigh may now be referred to by those who wish to know the real merit of Alexander as a general, and how far the commonplace assertions are true that his successes were the mere results of fortunate rashness and unreasoning pugnacity. Napoleon selected Alexander as one of the 7 greatest generals, whose noble deeds history has handed down to us, and from the study of whose campaigns the principles of war are to be learned. The critique of the greatest conqueror of modern times on the military career of the great conqueror of the Old World is no less graphic than true. "Alexander crossed the Dardanelles 334 B.C. with an army of about 40,000 men, of which 1/8 was cavalry. He forced the passage of the Granicus in opposition to an army under Memnon the Greek, who commanded for Darius on the coast of Asia, and he spent the whole of the year 333 in establishing his power in Asia Minor. He was seconded by the Greek colonists, who dwell on the borders of the Black Sea and on the Mediterranean, and in Smyrna, Ephesus, Tarsus, Miletus, etc. The kings of Persia left their provinces and towns to be governed according to their own particular laws. Their empire was a union of confederated states, and did not form one nation. This facilitated its conquest. As Alexander only wished for the throne of the monarch, he easily effected the change by respecting the customs, manners, and laws of the people who experienced no change in their condition. In the year 332 he met with Darius at the head of 60,000 men, who had taken up a position near Tarsus, on the banks of the Issus, in the province of Cilicia. He defeated him, entered Syria, took Damascus, which contained all the riches of the great king, and laid siege to Tyre. This superb metropolis of the commerce of the world detained him for 9 months. He took Gaza after a siege of 2 months, crossed the desert in 7 days, entered Pelusium and Memphis, and founded Alexandria. In less than 2 years, after 2 battles and 4 or 5 sieges, the coasts of the Black Sea, from Phasis to Byzantium, those of the Mediterranean as far as Alexandria, All Asia Minor, Syria, and Egypt had submitted to his arms. In 331 he repassed the desert, encamped in Tyre, recrossed Syria, entered Damascus, passed the Euphrates and Tigris, and defeated Darius on the field of Arbela, when he was at the head of a still stronger army than that which he commanded on the Issus, and Babylon opened her gates to him. In 330 he overran Susa, and took that city, Persepolis, and Parsagata, which contained the tomb of Cyrus. In 329 he directed his course northward, entered Ecbatana, and extended his conquests to the coasts of the Caspian, punished Basis, the cowardly assassin of Darius, penetrated into Scythia, and subdued the Scythians. In 328 he forced the passage of the Oxus, received 16,000 recruits from Macedonia, and reduced the neighbouring people to subjugation. In 327 he crossed the Indus, vanquished Poros in a pitched battle, took him prisoner, and treated him as a king. He contemplated passing the Ganges, but his army refused. He sailed down the Indus in the year 326 with 800 vessels. Having arrived at the ocean, he sent Nearchus with the fleet to run along the coasts of the Indian Ocean and the Persian Gulf as far as the mouth of the Euphrates. In 325 he took 60 days in crossing from Gedrosia, entered Caramania, returned to Parsagata, Persepolis, and Susa, and married Satira, the daughter of Darius. In 324 he marched once more to the north, passed Ecbatana, and terminated his career at Babylon." See Count Montholon's Memoirs of Napoleon. The enduring importance of Alexander's conquests is to be estimated not by the duration of his own life and empire, or even by the duration of the kingdoms which his generals, after his death, formed out of the fragments of that mighty dominion. In every region of the world that he traversed, Alexander planted Greek settlements and founded cities, in the populations of which the Greek element at once asserted its predominance. Among his successors, the Seleucids and the Ptolemies imitated their great captain in blending schemes of civilization, of commercial intercourse, and of literary and scientific research, with all their enterprises of military aggrandizement, and with all their systems of civil administration. Such was the ascendancy of the Greek genius, so wonderfully comprehensive and assimilating was the cultivation which it introduced, that within 30 years after Alexander crossed the Hellespont, the language, the literature, and the arts of Hellas, enforced and promoted by the arms of semi-Hellenic Macedon, predominated in every country from the shores of that sea to the Indian waters. Even sullen Egypt acknowledged the intellectual supremacy of Greece, and the language of Pericles and Plato became the language of the statesmen and the sages who dwelt in the mysterious land of the pyramids and the Sphinx. It is not to be supposed that this victory of the Greek tongue was so complete as to exterminate the Coptic, the Syrian, the Armenian, the Persian, or the other native languages of the numerous nations and tribes between the Aegean, the Iaxartes, the Indus, and the Nile. They survived as provincial dialects. Each probably was in use as the vulgar tongue of its own district. But every person with the slightest pretence to education spoke Greek. Greek was universally the state language, and the exclusive language of all literature and science. It formed also for the merchant, the trader, and the traveller, as well as for the courtier, the government official, and the soldier, the organ of intercommunication among the myriads of mankind inhabiting these large portions of the Old World. Throughout Asia Minor, Syria, and Egypt, the Hellenic character that was thus imparted remained in full vigour down to the time of the Mohammedan conquests. The infinite value of this to humanity in the highest and holiest point of view has often been pointed out, and the workings of the finger of Providence have been gratefully recognized by those who have observed how the early growth and progress of Christianity were aided by that diffusion of the Greek language and civilization throughout Asia Minor, Syria, and Egypt, which had been caused by the Macedonian conquest of the East. In Upper Asia, beyond the Euphrates, the direct and material influence of Greek ascendancy was more short-lived. Yet, during the existence of the Hellenic kingdoms in those regions, especially of the Greek kingdom of Bactria, the modern Bokhara, very important effects were produced on the intellectual tendencies and tastes of the inhabitants of those countries and of the adjacent ones, by the animating contact of the Grecian spirit. Much of Hindu science and philosophy, much of the literature of the later Persian kingdom of the Arsacidae, either originated from or was largely modified by Grecian influences. So also the learning and science of the Arabians were in far less degree the result of original invention and genius than the reproduction, in an altered form, of the Greek philosophy and the Greek lore acquired by the Saracenic conquerors, together with their acquisition of the provinces which Alexander had subjugated nearly 1,000 years before the armed disciples of Mohammed commenced their career in the East. It is well known that Western Europe in the Middle Ages drew its philosophy, its arts, and its science principally from Arabian teachers; and thus we see how the intellectual influence of ancient Greece, poured on the Eastern world by Alexander's victories, and then brought back to bear on medieval Europe by the spread of the Saracenic powers, has exerted its action on the elements of modern civilization by this powerful though indirect channel, as well as by the more obvious effects of the remnants of classic civilization which survived in Italy, Gaul, Britain, and Spain after the eruption of the German nations. These considerations invest the Macedonian triumphs in the East with never-dying interest, such as the most showy and sanguinary successes of mere low ambition and the pride of kings, however they may dazzle for a moment, can never retain with posterity. Whether the old Persian empire, which Cyrus founded, could have survived much longer than it did, even if Darius had been victorious at Arbela, may safely be disputed. That ancient dominion, like the Turkish at the present time, laboured under every cause of decay and dissolution. The satraps, like the modern pashas, continually rebelled against the central power; and Egypt in particular was almost always in a state of insurrection against its nominal sovereign. There was no longer any effective central control, or any internal principle of unity fused through the huge mass of the empire and binding it together. Persia was evidently about to fall, but had it not been for Alexander's invasion of Asia, she would most probably have fallen beneath some other oriental power, as Media and Babylon had formerly fallen before herself, and as in after times the Parthian supremacy gave way to the revived ascendancy of Persia in the East under the sceptres of the Arsacidae. A revolution that merely substituted one Eastern power for another would have been utterly barren and unprofitable to mankind. End of chapter 3, part 1. Chapter 3, part 2 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Gillespie, Ashland, Kentucky. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edwin Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 3, part 2, the Battle of Arbela. Alexander's victory at Arbela not only overthrew an Oriental dynasty, but established European rulers in its stead. It broke the monotony of the Eastern world by the impression of Western energy and superior civilization, even as England's present mission is to break up the mental and moral stagnation of India and Cathay, by pouring upon and through them the impulsive current of Anglo-Saxon commerce and conquest. Arbela, the city which has furnished its name to the decisive battle that gave Asia to Alexander, lies more than 20 miles from the actual scene of conflict. The little village, then named Gaugamela, is close to the spot where the armies met, but has ceded the honour of naming the battle to its more euphonious neighbour. Gaugamela is situate in one of the wide plains that lie between the Tigris and the mountains of Kurdistan. A few undulating hillocks diversify the surface of this sandy tract, but the ground is generally level, and admirably qualified for the evolutions of cavalry, and also calculated to give the larger of two armies the full advantage of numerical superiority. The Persian king, who before he came to the throne had proved his personal valour as a soldier and his skill as a general, had wisely selected this region for the third and decisive encounter between his forces and the invaders. The previous defeats of his troops, however severe they had been, were not looked on as irreparable. The Granicus had been fought by his generals rashly and without mutual concert; and, though Darius himself had commanded and been beaten at Issus, that defeat might be attributed to the disadvantageous nature of the ground, where, cooped up between the mountains, the river, and the sea, the numbers of the Persians confused and clogged alike the general's skill and the soldier's prowess, so that their very strength became their weakness. Here, on the broad plains of Kurdistan, there was scope for Asia's largest host to array its lines, to wheel, to skirmish, to condense or expand its squadrons, to manoeuvre, and to charge at will. Should Alexander and his scanty band dare to plunge into that living sea of war, their destruction seemed inevitable. Darius felt, however, the critical nature to himself, as well as to his adversary, of the coming encounter. He could not hope to retrieve the consequences of a third overthrow. The great cities of Mesopotamia and Upper Asia, the central provinces of the Persian Empire, were certain to be at the mercy of the victor. Darius knew also the Asiatic character well enough to be aware how it yields to the prestige of success, and the apparent career of destiny. He felt that the diadem was now either to be firmly replaced on his own brow, or to be irrevocably transferred to the head of his European conqueror. He therefore, during the long interval left him after the battle of Issus, while Alexander was subjugating Syria and Egypt, assiduously busied himself in selecting the best troops which his vast empire supplied, and in training his varied forces to act together with some uniformity of discipline and system. The hardy mountaineers of Afghanistan, Bokhara, Khiva, and Tibet were then, as at present, far different from the generality of Asiatics in warlike spirit and endurance. From these districts Darius collected large bodies of admirable infantry, and the countries of the modern Kurds and Turkomans supplied, as they do now, squadrons of horsemen, strong, skilful, bold, and trained to a life of constant activity and warfare. It is not uninteresting to notice that the ancestors of our own late enemies, the Sikhs, served as allies of Darius against the Macedonians. They are spoken of in Arrian as Indians who dwelt near Bactria. They were attached to the troops of that satrapy, and their cavalry was one of the most formidable forces in the whole Persian army. Besides these picked troops, contingents also came in from the numerous other provinces that yet obeyed the great king. Altogether, the horse are said to have been 40,000, the scythe-bearing chariots 200, and the armed elephants 15 in number. The amount of the infantry is uncertain, but the knowledge which both ancient and modern times supply of the usual character of Oriental armies, and of their populations of camp followers, may warrant us in believing that many myriads were prepared to fight or to encumber those who fought for the last Darius. The position of the Persian king near Mesopotamia was chosen with great military skill. It was certain that Alexander, on his return from Egypt, must march northward along the Syrian coast, before he attacked the central provinces of the Persian Empire. A direct eastward march from the lower part of Palestine across the great Syrian desert was then, as now, utterly impracticable. Marching eastward from Syria, Alexander would, on crossing the Euphrates, arrive at the vast Mesopotamian plains. The wealthy capitals of the empire, Babylon, Susa, and Persepolis, would then lie to his south, and if he marched down through Mesopotamia to attack them, Darius might reasonably hope to follow the Macedonians with his immense force of cavalry, and without even risking a pitched battle, to harass and finally overwhelm them. We may remember that 3 centuries afterwards a Roman army under Crassus was thus actually destroyed by the Oriental archers and horsemen in these very plains, and that the ancestors of the Parthians, who thus vanquished the Roman legions, served by thousands under King Darius. If, on the contrary, Alexander should defer his march against Babylon, and first seek an encounter with the Persian army, the country on each side of the Tigris in this latitude was highly advantageous for such an army as Darius commanded, and he had close in his rear the mountainous districts of northern Media, where he himself had in early life been satrap, where he had acquired reputation as a soldier and a general, and where he justly expected to find loyalty to his person and a safe refuge in case of defeat. Mitford's remarks on the strategy of Darius in his last campaign are very just. After having been unduly admired as an historian, Mitford is now unduly neglected. His partiality and his deficiency in scholarship have been exposed sufficiently to make him no longer a dangerous guide as to Greek polities, while the clearness and brilliancy of his narrative, and the strong common sense of his remarks, where his party prejudices do not interfere, must always make his volumes valuable as well as entertaining. His great antagonist came on across the Euphrates against him, at the head of an army which Arrian, copying from the journals of Macedonian officers, states to have consisted of 40,000 foot and 7,000 horse. In studying the campaigns of Alexander, we possess the peculiar advantage of deriving our information from 2 of Alexander's generals of division, who bore an important part in all his enterprises. Aristobulus and Ptolemy, who afterward became king of Egypt, kept regular journals of the military events which they witnessed, and these journals were in the possession of Arrian when he drew up his history of Alexander's expedition. The high character of Arrian for integrity makes us confident that he used them fairly, and his comments on the occasional discrepancies between the 2 Macedonian narratives prove that he used them sensibly. He frequently quotes the very words of his authorities, and his history thus acquires a charm such as very few ancient or modern military narratives possess. The anecdotes and expressions which he records we fairly believe to be genuine, and not to be the coinage of a rhetorician, like those in Curtius. In fact, in reading Arrian, we read General Aristobulus and General Ptolemy on the campaigns of the Macedonians, and it is like reading General Jomini or General Foy on the campaigns of the French. The estimate which we find in Arrian of the strength of Alexander's army seems reasonable when we take into account both the losses which he had sustained and the reinforcements which he had received since he left Europe. Indeed, to Englishmen, who know with what mere handfuls of men our own generals have at Plassey, at Assaye, at Meeanee, and other Indian battles, routed large hosts of Asiatics, the disparity of numbers that we read of in the victories won by the Macedonians over the Persians presents nothing incredible. The army which Alexander now led was wholly composed of veteran troops in the highest possible state of equipment and discipline, enthusiastically devoted to their leader, and full of confidence in his military genius and his victorious destiny. The celebrated Macedonian phalanx formed the main strength of his infantry. This force had been raised and organized by his father Philip, who, on his accession to the Macedonian throne, needed a numerous and quickly formed army, and who, by lengthening the spear of the ordinary Greek phalanx, and increasing the depth of the files, brought the tactic of armed masses to the greatest efficiency of which it was capable with such materials as he possessed. He formed his men 16 deep, and placed in their grasp the sarissa, as the Macedonian pike was called, which was 24 feet in length, and when couched for action reached 18 feet in front of the soldier, so that, as a space of about 2 feet was allowed between the ranks, the spears of the 5 files behind him projected in advance of each front rank man. The phalangite soldier was fully equipped in the defensive armour of the regular Greek infantry, and thus the phalanx presented a ponderous and bristling mass, which, as long as its order was kept compact, was sure to bear down all opposition. The defects of such an organization are obvious, and were proved in after years when the Macedonians were opposed to the Roman legions. But it is clear that under Alexander the phalanx was not the cumbrous, unwieldy body which it was at Cynoscephalae and Pydne. His men were veterans, and he could obtain from them an accuracy of movement and steadiness of evolution, such as probably the recruits of his father would only have floundered in attempting, and such as certainly were impracticable in the phalanx when handled by his successors, especially as under them it ceased to be a standing force, and became only a militia. Under Alexander, the phalanx consisted of an aggregate of 18,000 men, who were divided into 6 brigades of 3,000 each. These were again subdivided into regiments and companies, and the men were carefully trained to wheel, to face about, to take more ground, or to close up, as the emergencies of the battle required. Alexander also arrayed in the intervals of the regiments of his phalangites troops armed in a different manner, which could prevent their line from being pierced, and their companies taken in flank, when the nature of the ground prevented a close formation, and which could be withdrawn when a favourable opportunity arrived for closing up the phalanx or any of its brigades for a charge, or when it was necessary to prepare to receive cavalry. Besides the phalanx, Alexander had a considerable force of infantry, who were called shield bearers. They were not so heavily armed as the phalangites, or as was the case with the Greek regular infantry in general, but they were equipped for close fight as well as for skirmishing, and were far superior to the ordinary irregular troops of Greek warfare. They were about 6,000 strong. Besides these, he had several bodies of Greek regular infantry, and he had archers, slingers, and javelin men, who fought also with broadsword and target. These were principally supplied to him by the Highlanders of Illyria and Thracia. The main strength of his cavalry consisted in 2 chosen corps of cuirassiers, 1 Macedonian and 1 Thessalian, each of which was about 1,500 strong. They were provided with long lances and heavy swords, and horse as well as man was fully equipped with defensive armour. Other regiments of regular cavalry were less heavily armed, and there were several bodies of light horsemen, whom Alexander's conquests in Egypt and Syria had enabled him to mount superbly. A little before the end of August, Alexander crossed the Euphrates at Thapsacus, a small corps of Persian cavalry under Mazaeus retiring before him. Alexander was too prudent to march down through the Mesopotamian deserts, and continued to advance eastward with the intention of passing the Tigris, and then, if he was unable to find Darius and bring him to action, of marching southward on the left side of that river along the skirts of a mountainous district, where his men would suffer less from heat and thirst, and where provisions would be more abundant. Darius, finding that his adversary was not to be enticed into the march through Mesopotamia against his capital, determined to remain on the battle ground which he had chosen on the left of the Tigris, where, if his enemy met a defeat or a check, the destruction of the invaders would be certain with 2 such rivers as the Euphrates and the Tigris in their rear. The Persian king availed himself to the utmost of every advantage in his power. He caused a large space of ground to be carefully levelled for the operation of his scythe-armed chariots, and he deposited his military stores in the strong town of Arbela, about 20 miles in his rear. The rhetoricians of after ages have loved to describe Darius Codomanus as a second Xerxes in ostentation and imbecility; but a fair examination of his generalship in this his last campaign shows that he was worthy of bearing the same name as his great predecessor, the royal son of Hystaspes. On learning that Darius was with a large army on the left of the Tigris, Alexander hurried forward and crossed that river without opposition. He was at first unable to procure any certain intelligence of the precise position of the enemy, and after giving his army a short interval of rest, he marched for 4 days down the left bank of the river. A moralist may pause upon the fact that Alexander must in this march have passed within a few miles of the remains of Nineveh the Great, city of the primeval conquerors of the human race. Neither the Macedonian king nor any of his followers knew what those vast mounds had once been. They had already become nameless masses of grass-grown ruins, and it is only within the last few years that the intellectual energy of one of our own countrymen has rescued Nineveh from its long centuries of oblivion. On the 4th day of Alexander's southward march, his advanced guard reported that a body of the enemy's cavalry was in sight. He instantly formed his army in order for battle, and directing them to advance steadily, he rode forward at the head of some squadrons of cavalry, and charged the Persian horse whom he found before him. This was a mere reconnoitring party, and they broke and fled immediately. But the Macedonians made some prisoners, and from them Alexander found that Darius was posted only a few miles off, and learned the strength of the army that he had with him. On receiving this news, Alexander halted and gave his men repose for 4 days, so that they should go into action fresh and vigorous. He also fortified his camp, and deposited in it all his military stores, and all his sick and disabled soldiers, intending to advance upon the enemy with the serviceable part of his army perfectly unencumbered. After this halt, he moved forward, while it was yet dark, with the intention of reaching the enemy and attacking them at break of day. About halfway between the camps there was some undulations of the ground which concealed the two armies from each other's view; but on Alexander arriving at their summit, he saw by the early light the Persian host arrayed before him, and he probably also observed traces of some engineering operations having been carried on along part of the ground in front of them. Not knowing that these marks had been caused by the Persians having levelled the ground for the free use of their war chariots, Alexander suspected that hidden pitfalls had been prepared with a view of disordering the approach of his cavalry. He summoned a council of war forthwith. Some of the officers were for attacking instantly at all hazards, but the more prudent opinion of Parmenio prevailed, and it was determined not to advance farther till the battle ground had been carefully surveyed. Chapter 3, Part 3 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Gillespie, Ashland, Kentucky. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edwin Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 3, Part 3. Alexander halted his army on the heights, and taking with him some light armed infantry and cavalry, he passed part of the day in reconnoitring the enemy and observing the nature of the ground which he had to fight on. Darius wisely refrained from moving from his position to attack the Macedonians on eminences which they occupied, and the two armies remained until night without molesting each other. On Alexander's return to his headquarters, he summoned his generals and superior officers together, and telling them that he well knew that their zeal wanted no exhortation, he besought them to do their utmost in encouraging and instructing those whom each commanded, to do their best in the next day's battle. They were to remind them that they were now not going to fight for a province, as they had hitherto fought, but they were about to decide by their swords the dominion of all Asia. Each officer ought to impress this upon his subalterns, and they should urge it on their men. Their natural courage required no long words to excite its ardor, but they should be reminded of the paramount importance of steadiness in action. The silence in the ranks must be unbroken as long as silence was proper, but when the time came for the charge, the shout and the cheer must be full of terror for the foe. The officers were to be alert in receiving and communicating orders, and every one was to act as if he felt that the whole result of the battle depended on his own single good conduct. Having thus briefly instructed his generals, Alexander ordered that the army should sup and take their rest for the night. Darkness had closed over the tents of the Macedonians when Alexander's veteran general, Parmenio, came to him and proposed that they should make a night attack on the Persians. The king is said to have answered that he scorned to such a victory, and that Alexander must conquer openly and fairly. Arrian justly remarks that Alexander's resolution was as wise as it was spirited. Besides the confusion and uncertainty which are inseparable from night engagements, the value of Alexander's victory would have been impaired if gained under circumstances which might supply the enemy with any excuse for his defeat, and encourage him to renew the contest. It was necessary for Alexander not only to beat Darius, but to gain such a victory as should leave his rival without apology for defeat and without hope of recovery. The Persians, in fact, expected and were prepared to meet a night attack. Such was the apprehension that Darius entertained of it, that he formed his troops at evening in order of battle, and kept them under arms all night. The effect of this was, that the morning found them jaded and dispirited, while it brought their adversaries all fresh and vigorous against them. The written order of battle which Darius himself caused to be drawn up fell into the hands of the Macedonians after the engagement, and Aristobulus copied it into his journal. We thus possess, through Arrian, unusually authentic information as to the composition and arrangement of the Persian army. On the extreme left were the Bactrian, Dacian, and Arachosian cavalry. Next to these, Darius placed the troops from Persia proper, both horse and foot. Then came the Susians, and next to these the Caldusians. These forces made up the left wing. Darius's own station was in the center. This was composed of the Indians, the Carians, the Mardian archers, and the division of Persians who were distinguished by the golden apples that formed the knobs of their spears. Here also were stationed the bodyguard of the Persian nobility. Besides these, there were in the center, formed in deep order, the Uxian and Babylonian troops, and the soldiers from the Red Sea. The brigade of Greek mercenaries, whom Darius had in his service, and who were alone considered fit to stand in the charge of the Macedonian phalanx, was drawn up on either side of the royal chariot. The right wing was composed of the Colosyrians and Mesopotamians, the Medes, the Parthians, the Sacians, the Tapernians, Hyrcanians, Albanians, and Sacesinae. In advance of the line on the left wing were placed the Scythian cavalry, with 1,000 of the Bactrian horse, and 100 scythe-armed chariots. The elephants and 50 scythe-armed chariots were ranged in front of the center, and 50 more chariots, with Armenian and Cappadocian cavalry, were drawn up in advance of the right wing. Thus arrayed, the great host of King Darius passed the night, that to many thousands of them was the last of their existence. The morning of the 1st of October, 2182 years ago, dawned slowly to their wearied watching, and they could hear the note of the Macedonian trumpet sounding to arms, and could see King Alexander's forces descend from their tents on the heights, and form in order of battle on the plain. See Clinton's Fasti Hilarici. The battle was fought 11 days after an eclipse of the moon, which gives the means of fixing the precise date. There was deep need of skill as well as of valour on Alexander's side, and few battlefields have witnessed more consummate generalship than was now displayed by the Macedonian king. There were no natural barriers by which he could protect his flanks, and not only was he certain to be overlapped on either wing by the vast lines of the Persian army, but there was imminent risk of their circling around him and charging him in the rear, while he advanced against their centre. He formed, therefore, a second or reserve line, which was to wheel round, if required, or to detach troops to either flank, as the enemy's movements might necessitate; and thus, with their whole army ready at any moment to be thrown into one vast hollow square, the Macedonians advanced in 2 lines against the enemy, Alexander himself leading on the right wing, and the renowned phalanx forming the centre, while Parmenio commanded on the left. Such was the general nature of the disposition which Alexander made of his army. But we have in Arrian the details of the position of each brigade and regiment, and as we know that these details were taken from the journals of Macedonian generals, it is interesting to examine them and to read the names and stations of King Alexander's generals and colonels in this the greatest of his battles. The 8 troops of the royal horse guards formed the right of Alexander's line. Their captains were Cletus, whose regiment was on the extreme right, the post of peculiar danger; Graucius, Ariston, Sopolis, Heraclides, Demetrius, Meleager, and Hegelochus. Philotas was general of the whole division. Then came the shield-bearing infantry. Nicanor was their general. Then came the phalanx, in 6 brigades. Conus's brigade was on the right, and nearest to the shield-bearers. Next to this stood the brigade of Perdiccas, then Meleager's, then Polysperchon's, and then the brigade of Amenius, but which was now commanded by Simmias, as Amenius had been sent to Macedonia to levy recruits. Then came the infantry of the left wing under the command of Craterus. Next to Craterus's infantry were placed the cavalry regiments of the allies, with Aragrius for their general. The Massalian cavalry, commanded by Philippus, were next, and held the extreme left of the whole army. The whole left wing was entrusted to the command of Parmenio, who had round his person the Pharsalian troop of cavalry, which was the strongest and best amid all the Thessalian horse regiments. The centre of the second line was occupied by a body of Phalangite cavalry, formed of companies, which were drafted for this purpose from each of the brigades of their phalanx. The officers in command of this corps were ordered to be ready to face about if the enemy should succeed in gaining the rear of the army. On the right of this reserve of infantry, in the second line and behind the royal horse guards, Alexander placed half of the Agrian light-armed infantry under Attalus, and with them Brison's body of Macedonian archers, and Cleander's regiment of foot. He also placed in this part of his army Menidas's squadron of cavalry, and Orestes and Ariston's light horse. Menidas was ordered to watch if the enemy cavalry tried to turn the flank, and if they did so, to charge them before they wheeled completely round, and so take them in flank themselves. A similar force was arranged on the left of the second line for the same purpose. The Thracian infantry of Sitalces was placed there, and Caranus's regiment of the cavalry of the Greek allies, and Agathon's troops of the Odrysian irregular horse. The extreme left of the second line of this quarter was held by Andromachus's cavalry. A division of the Thracian infantry was left in guard of the camp. In advance of the right wing and centre was scattered a number of light-armed troops, of javelin men and bowmen, with the intention of warding off the charge of the armed chariots. Kleber's arrangement of his troops at the battle of Heliopolis, where, with 10,000 Europeans, he had to encounter 80,000 Asiatics in an open plain, is worth comparing with Alexander's tactics at Arbela. Conspicuous by the brilliancy of his armour and by the chosen band of officers who were around his person, Alexander took his own station, as his custom was, in the right wing, at the head of his cavalry, and when all the arrangements for the battle were complete, and his generals were fully instructed how to act in each probable emergency, he began to lead his men toward the enemy. It was ever his custom to expose his life freely in battle, and to emulate the personal prowess of his great ancestor Achilles. Perhaps in the bold enterprise of conquering Persia, it was politic for Alexander to raise his army's daring to the utmost by the example of his own heroic valour, and in his subsequent campaigns, the love of the excitement, of the rapture of the strife, may have made him, like Murat, continue from a choice a custom which he commenced from duty. But he never suffered the ardour of the soldier to make him lose the coolness of the general, and at Arbela in particular he showed that he could act up to his favourite Homeric maxim. Great reliance had been placed by the Persian king on the effects of the scythe-bearing chariots. It was designed to launch these against the Macedonians' phalanx, and to follow them up by a heavy charge of cavalry, which it was hoped would find the ranks of the spearmen disordered by the rush of the chariots, and easily destroy this most formidable part of Alexander's force. In front, therefore, of the Persian centre, where Darius took his station, and which it was supposed the phalanx would attack, the ground had been carefully levelled and smoothed, so as to allow the chariots to charge over it with their full sweep and speed. As the Macedonian army approached the Persian, Alexander found that the front of his whole line barely equalled the front of the Persian centre, so that he was outflanked on his right by the entire left wing of the enemy, and by their entire right wing on his left. His tactics were to assail some one point of the hostile army, and gain a decisive advantage, while he refused, as far as possible, the encounter along the rest of the line. He therefore inclined his order of march to the right, so as to enable his right wing and centre to come into collision with the enemy on as favourable terms as possible, though the manoeuvre might in some respects compromise his left. The effect of this oblique movement was to bring the phalanx in his own right wing nearly beyond the limits of the ground which the Persians had prepared for the operations of the chariots, and Darius, fearing to lose the benefit of this arm against the most important parts of the Macedonian force, ordered the Scythian and Bactrian cavalry, who were drawn up on his extreme left, to charge round upon Alexander's right wing, and check its further lateral progress. Against these assailants Alexander sent from his second line Menidas's cavalry. As these proved too few to make head against the enemy, he ordered Ariston also from the second line with his light horse, and Cleander with his foot, in support of Menidas. The Bactrians and Scythians now began to give way, but Darius reinforced them by the mass of Bactrian cavalry from his main line, and an obstinate cavalry fight now took place. The Bactrians and Scythians were numerous, and were better armed than the horsemen under Menidas and Ariston, and the loss at first was heaviest on the Macedonian side. But still the European cavalry stood the charge of the Asiatics, and at last, by their superior discipline, and by acting in squadrons that supported each other, instead of fighting in a confused mass like the barbarians, the Macedonians broke their adversaries, and drove them off the field. The best explanation of this may be found in Napoleon's account of the cavalry fights between the French and the Mamelukes. "Two Mamelukes were able to make head against 3 Frenchmen because they were better armed, better mounted, and better trained. They had 2 pair of pistols, a blunderbuss, a carbine, a helmet with a visor, and a coat of mail. They had several horses, and several attendants on foot. 100 cuirassiers, however, were not afraid of 100 Mamelukes. 300 could beat an equal number, and 1,000 could easily put to the rout 1,500. So great is the influence of tactics, order, and evolutions. Leclerc and Lasalle presented their men to the Mamelukes in several lines. When the Arabs were on the point of overwhelming the first, the second came to its assistance on the right and left. The Mamelukes then halted and wheeled, in order to turn the wings of this new line. This moment was always seized upon to charge them, and they were uniformly broken." From Montholon's History of the Captivity of Napoleon. Darius now directed the scythe-armed chariots to be driven against Alexander's horse guards and the phalanx, and these formidable vehicles were accordingly sent rattling across the plain against the Macedonian line. When we remember the alarm which the war chariots of the Britons created among Caesar's legions, we shall not be prone to deride this arm of ancient warfare as always useless. The object of the chariots was to create unsteadiness in the ranks against which they were driven, and squadrons of cavalry followed close upon them to profit by such disorder. But the Asiatic chariots were rendered ineffective at Arbela by the light-armed troops which Alexander had specially appointed for the service, and who, wounding the horses and drivers with their missile weapons, and running alongside so as to cut the traces or seize the reins, marred the intended charge, and the few chariots that reached the phalanx passed harmlessly through the intervals which the spearmen opened for them, and were easily captured in the rear. Chapter 3 Part 4 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Gillespie. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 3, Part 4. A mass of the Asiatic cavalry was now, for the second time, collected against Alexander's extreme right, and moved round it, with the view of gaining the flank of his army. At the critical moment, Aretes, with his horsemen from Alexander's second line, dashed on the Persian squadrons when their own flanks were exposed by this evolution. While Alexander thus met and baffled all the flanking attacks of the enemy with troops brought up from his second line, he kept his own horse guards and the rest of the front line of his wing fresh and ready to take advantage of the first opportunity for striking a decisive blow. This soon came. A large body of horse who were posted on the Persian left wing nearest to the centre quitted their station and rode off to help their comrades in the cavalry fight that still was going on at the extreme right of Alexander's wing against the detachments from his second line. This made a huge gap in the Persian array, and into this space Alexander instantly dashed with his guard, and then pressing toward his left, he soon began to make havoc in the left flank of the Persian centre. The shield-bearing infantry now charged also among the reeling masses of the Asiatics, and 5 of the brigades of the phalanx, with the irresistible might of their sarissas, bore down on the Greek mercenaries of Darius and dug their way through the Persian centre. In the early part of the battle, Darius had showed skill and energy, and he now for some time encouraged his men, by voice and example, to keep firm. But the lances of Alexander's cavalry and the pikes of the phalanx now gleamed nearer and nearer to him. His charioteer was struck down by a javelin at his side, and at last Darius's nerve failed him, and descending from his chariot, he mounted on a fleet horse and galloped from the plain, regardless of the state of the battle in other parts of the field, where matters were going on much more favourably for his cause, and where his presence might have done much toward gaining a victory. Alexander's operations with his right and centre had exposed his left to an immensely preponderating force of the enemy. Parmenio kept out of action as long as possible, but Mazaeus, who commanded the Persian right wing, advanced against him, completely outflanked him, and pressed him severely with reiterated charges by superior numbers. Seeing the distress of Parmenio's wing, Simmias, who commanded the 6th brigade of the phalanx, which was next to the left wing, did not advance with the other brigades in the great charge against the Persian centre, but kept back to cover Parmenio's troops on their right flank, as otherwise they would have been completely surrounded and cut off from the rest of the Macedonian army. By so doing, Simmias had unavoidably opened a gap in the Macedonian left centre, and a large column of Indian and Persian horse, from the Persian right centre, had galloped forward through this interval, and right through the troops of the Macedonian second line. Instead of then wheeling round upon Sarmenio, or upon the rear of Alexander's conquering wing, the Indian and Persian cavalry rode straight on to the Macedonian camp, overpowered the Thracians who were left in charge of it, and began to plunder. This was stopped by the phalangite troops of the second line, who, after the enemy's horsemen had rushed by them, faced about, countermarched upon the camp, killed many of the Indians and Persians in the act of plundering, and forced the rest to ride off again. Just at this crisis, Alexander had been recalled from his pursuit of Darius by tidings of the distress of Parmenio, and of his inability to bear up any longer against the hot attacks of Mazaeus. Taking his horse guards with him, Alexander rode toward the part of the field where his left wing was fighting, but on his way thither he encountered the Persian and Indian cavalry on their return from his camp. These men now saw that their only chance of safety was to cut their way through, and in one huge column they charged desperately upon the Macedonians. There was here a close hand-to-hand fight which lasted some time, and 60 of the royal horse guards fell, and 3 generals, who fought close to Alexander's side, were wounded. At length the Macedonian discipline and valour again prevailed, and a large number of the Persian and Indian horsemen were cut down. Some few only succeeded in breaking through and riding away. Relieved of these obstinate enemies, Alexander again formed his horse guards and led them toward Parmenio, but by this time that general also was victorious. Probably the news of Darius's flight had reached Mazaeus and had damped the ardour of the Persian right wing, while the tidings of their comrades' success must have proportionately encouraged the Macedonian forces under Parmenio. His Thessalian cavalry particularly distinguished themselves by their gallantry and persevering good conduct, and by the time that Alexander had ridden up to Parmenio, the whole Persian army was in full flight from the field. It was of the deepest importance to Alexander to secure the person of Darius, and he now urged on the pursuit. The river Lycus was between the field of battle and the city of Arbela, whither the fugitives directed their course, and the passage of this river was even more destructive to the Persians than the swords and spears of the Macedonians had been in the engagement. I purposely omit any statement of the loss in the battle. There is a palpable error of the transcribers in the numbers which we find in our present manuscripts of Arrian, and Curtius is of no authority. The narrow bridge was soon choked up by the flying thousands who rushed toward it, and vast numbers of the Persians threw themselves, or were hurried by others, into the rapid stream and perished in its waters. Darius had crossed it, and had ridden on through Arbela without halting. Alexander reached that city on the next day, and made himself master of all Darius's treasure and stores. But the Persian king, unfortunately for himself, had fled too fast for his conqueror. He had only escaped to perish by the treachery of his Bactrian satrap Bessus. A few days after the battle, Alexander entered Babylon, the oldest seat of earthly empire then in existence, as its acknowledged lord and master. There were yet some campaigns of his brief and bright career to be accomplished. Central Asia was yet to witness the march of his phalanx. He was yet to effect that conquest of Afghanistan in which England since has failed. His generalship, as well as his valour, were yet to be signalized on the banks of the Hydaspes in the field of Chillianwallah, and he was yet to precede the Queen of England in annexing the Punjab to the dominions of a European sovereign. But the crisis of his career was reached. The great object of his mission was accomplished, and the ancient Persian Empire, which once menaced all the nations of the earth with subjection, was irreparably crushed when Alexander had won his crowning victory at Arbela. Synopsis of events between the Battle of Arbela and the Battle of the Metaurus. B.C. 330. The Lacedaemonians endeavour to create a rising in Greece against the Macedonian power. They are defeated by Antipater, Alexander's viceroy, and their king Agis falls in the battle. 330 to 327. Alexander's campaigns in Upper Asia. Having conquered Darius, Alexander pursued his way, encountering difficulties which would have appalled almost any other general, through Bactriana and taking Bactra, or Zariaspa, now Balkh, the chief city of that province, where we spent the winter. Crossing the Oxus, he advanced in the following spring to Marakanda, Samarcand, to replace the loss of horses which he had sustained in crossing the Caucasus, to obtain supplies from the rich valley of Sag, the Mohammedan paradise of Mader al-Nar, and to enforce the submission of Transoxiana. The northern limit of his march is probably represented by the modern Uskand, or Otterkand, a village of the Iaxartes, near the end of the Fergana district. In Margiana he founded another Alexandria. Returning from the north, he led his army in the hope of conquering India, till at length, marching in a line apparently nearly parallel with the Kabul river, he arrived at the celebrated rock Aornos, the position of which must have been on the right bank of the Indus, at some distance from Attock, and it may perhaps be represented by the modern Akora." Vaux. 327, 326. Alexander marches through Afghanistan to the Punjab. He defeats Poros. His troops refuse to march toward the Ganges, and he commences the descent of the Indus. On his march, he attacks and subdues several Indian tribes, among others the Mali, in the storming of whose capital, Multan, he is severely wounded. He directs his admiral, Nearchus, to sail round from the Indus to the Persian Gulf, and leads the army back across Scinde and Beluchistan. 324. Alexander returns to Babylon. In the 10th year after he had crossed the Hellespont, Alexander, having won his vast dominion, entered Babylon, and resting from his career in that oldest seat of earthly empire, he steadily surveyed the mass of various nations which owned his sovereignty, and revolved in his mind the great work of breathing into this huge but inert body the living spirit of Greek civilization. In the bloom of youthful manhood, at the age of 32, he paused from the fiery speed of his earlier course, and for the first time gave the nations an opportunity of offering their homage before his throne. They came from all extremities of the earth to propitiate his anger, to celebrate his greatness, or to solicit his protection. History may allow us to think that Alexander and the Roman ambassador did meet at Babylon, that the greatest man of the ancient world saw and spoke with a citizen of that great nation, which was destined to succeed him in his appointed work, and to found a wider and still more enduring empire. They met too in Babylon, almost beneath the shadow of the temple of Baal, perhaps the earliest monument ever raised by human pride and power, in a city stricken, as it were, by the word of God's heaviest judgment, as the symbol of greatness apart from and opposed to goodness. Arnold. 323. Alexander dies at Babylon. On his death being known at Greece, the Athenians and others of the southern states take up arms to shake off the domination of Macedon. They are at first successful, but the return of some of Alexander's veterans from Asia enables Antipater to prevail over them. 317 to 289. Agathocles is tyrant of Syracuse, and carries on repeated wars with the Carthaginians, in the course of which, 311, he invades Africa and reduces the Carthaginians to great distress. 306. After a long series of wars with each other, and after all the heirs of Alexander had been murdered, his principal surviving generals assume the title of king, each over the provinces which he has occupied. The four chief among them were Antigonus, Ptolemy, Lysimachus, and Seleucus. Antipater was now dead, but his son Cassander succeeded to his power in Macedonia and Greece. 301. Seleucus and Lysimachus defeat Antigonus at Ipsus. Antigonus is killed in the battle. 280. Seleucus, the last of Alexander's captains, is assassinated. Of all Alexander's successors, Seleucus had formed the most powerful empire. He had acquired all the provinces between Phrygia and the Indus. He extended his dominion in India beyond the limits reached by Alexander. Seleucus had some sparks of his great master's genius in promoting civilization and commerce, as well as in gaining victories. Under his successors, the Seleucidae, this vast empire rapidly diminished. Bactria became independent, and the separate dynasty of Greek kings ruled there in the year 125, when it was overthrown by the Scythian tribes. Parthia threw off its allegiance to the Seleucidae in 250 B.C., and the powerful Parthian kingdom, which afterward proved so formidable a foe to Rome, absorbed nearly all the provinces west of the Euphrates that had obeyed the first Seleucus. Before the battle of Ipsus, Mithridates, a Persian prince of the blood royal of the Achaemenidae, had escaped to Pontus and founded there the kingdom of that name. Besides the kingdom of Seleucus, which, when limited to Syria, Palestine, and parts of Asia Minor, long survived, the most important kingdom formed by a general of Alexander was that of the Ptolemies in Egypt. The throne of Macedonia was long and obstinately contended for by Cassander, Polysperchon, Lysimachus, Pyrrhus, Antigonus, and others, but at last was secured by the dynasty of Antigonus Gonatas. The old republics of southern Greece suffered severely during these tumults, and the only Greek states that showed any strength and spirit were the cities of the Achaean League, the Aetolians, and the islanders of Rhodes. 290. Rome had now thoroughly subdued the Samnites and the Etruscans, and had gained numerous victories over the Cisalpine Gauls. Wishing to confer her dominion in Lower Italy, she became entangled in a war with Pyrrhus, fourth king of Epirus, who was called over by the Tarentines to aid them. Pyrrhus was at first victorious, but in the year 275 was defeated by the Roman legions in a pitched battle. He returned to Greece, remarking, "Rome becomes mistress of all Italy, from the Rubicon to the Straits of Messina." 264. The First Punic War begins. Its primary cause was the desire of both the Romans and the Carthaginians to possess themselves of Sicily. The Romans form a fleet, and successfully compete with the marine of Carthage. There is at this present moment, written in June 1851, in the Great Exhibition at Hyde Park, a model of a piratical galley of Labaun, part of the mast of which can be let down on an enemy and form a bridge for boarders. It is worth while to compare this with the account in Polybius of the boarding bridges which the Roman Admiral Dullius affixed to the masts of his galleys, and by means of which he won his great victory over the Carthaginian fleet. During the latter half of that war, the military genius of Hamilcar Barca sustains the Carthaginian cause in Sicily. At the end of 24 years, the Carthaginians sue for peace, though their aggregate loss in ships and men had been less than that sustained by the Romans since the beginning of the war. Sicily becomes a Roman province. 240 to 218. The Carthaginian mercenaries who had been brought back from Sicily to Africa mutiny against Carthage, and nearly succeed in destroying her. After a sanguinary and desperate struggle, Hamilcar Barca crushes them. During this season of weakness to Carthage, Rome takes from her the island of Sardinia. Hamilcar Barca forms the project of obtaining compensation by conquests in Spain, and thus enabling Carthage to renew the struggle with Rome. He takes Hannibal, then a child, to Spain with him. He and, after his death, his brother, win great part of southern Spain to the Carthaginian interest. Hannibal obtains the command of the Carthaginian armies in Spain 221 B.C., being then 26 years old. He attacks Saguntum, a city on the Ebro in alliance with Rome, which is the immediate pretext for the Second Punic War. During this interval Rome had to sustain a storm from the north. The Cisalpine Gauls, in 226, formed an alliance with one of the fiercest tribes of their brethren north of the Alps, and began a furious war against the Romans, which lasted 6 years. The Romans gave them several severe defeats, and took from them part of their territories near the Po. It was on this occasion that the Roman colonies of Cremona and Placentia were founded, the latter of which did such essential service to Rome in the Second Punic War, by the resistance which it made to the army of Hasdrubal. A muster roll was made in this war of the effective military force of the Romans themselves, and of those Italian states that were subject to them. The return showed a force of 700,000 foot and 70,000 horse. Polybius mentions this muster. 228. Hannibal crosses the Alps and invades Italy. End of chapter 3, part 4.
Chapter 4, Part 1 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 4, Part 1. The Battle of Metaurus, B.C. 207. Qui debeas so Roma neronibus testis Metaurum flumen et Hasdrubal de victus et pulcher fugatis ille dies latio tenebris, qui primus alma risit ad aurea, dirus per urbes afer ut Italas, queo flamma per taedas vel eurus, per siculas sequitavit undas. Horatius, Odes 4:4. The consul Nero, who made the unequalled march which deceived Hannibal and defeated Hasdrubal, thereby accomplishing an achievement almost unrivalled in military annals. The first intelligence of his return to Hannibal was the sight of Hasdrubal's head thrown into his camp. When Hannibal saw this, he exclaimed with a sigh that Rome would now be the mistress of the world. To this victory of Nero's it might be owing that his imperial namesake reigned at all. But the infamy of the one has eclipsed the glory of the other. When the name of Nero is heard, who thinks of the consul? But such are human things. Byron. About midway between Rimini and Ancona, a little river falls into the Adriatic, after traversing one of those districts of Italy in which a vain attempt has lately been made to revive, after long centuries of servitude and shame, the spirit of Italian nationality and the energy of free institutions. That stream is still called the Metauro, and wakens by its name recollections of the resolute daring of ancient Rome, and of the slaughter that stained its current 2063 years ago, when the combined consular armies of Livius and Nero encountered and crushed near its banks the varied hosts which Hannibal's brother was leading from the Pyrenees, the Rhone, the Alps, and the Po, to aid the great Carthaginian in his stern struggle to annihilate the growing might of the Roman Republic, and make the Punic power supreme over all the nations of the world. The Roman historian who termed that struggle the most memorable of all wars that ever were carried on, Livy, Book 21, Section 1, wrote in no spirit of exaggeration. for it is not in ancient but in modern history that parallels for its incidents and its heroes are to be found. The similitude between the contest which Rome maintained against Hannibal and that which England was for many years engaged in against Napoleon has not passed unobserved by recent historians. Twice, says Arnold, has there been witnessed the struggle of the highest individual genius against the resources and institutions of a great nation, and in both cases the nation has been victorious. For 17 years Hannibal strove against Rome. For 16 years Napoleon Bonaparte strove against England. The efforts of the first ended in Zama, those of the second in Waterloo. One point, however, of the similitude between the two wars has scarcely been adequately dwelt on. That is, the remarkable parallel between the Roman general who finally defeated the great Carthaginian and the English general who gave the last deadly overthrow to the French emperor. Scipio and Wellington both held for many years commands of high importance, but distant from the main theatres of warfare. The same country was the scene of the principal military career of each. It was in Spain that Scipio, like Wellington, successively encountered and overthrew nearly all the subordinate generals of the enemy, before being opposed to the chief champion and conqueror himself. Both Scipio and Wellington restored their countrymen's confidence in arms when shaken by a series of reverses, and each of them closed a long and perilous war by a complete and overwhelming defeat of the chosen leader and the chosen veterans of the foe. Nor is the parallel between them limited to their military characters and exploits. Scipio, like Wellington, became an important leader of the aristocratic party among his countrymen, and was exposed to the unmeasured invectives of the violent section of his political antagonists. When, early in the last reign, an infuriated mob assaulted the Duke of Wellington in the streets of the English capital on the anniversary of Waterloo, England was even more disgraced by that outrage than Rome was by the factious accusations which demagogues brought against Scipio, but which he proudly repelled on the day of trial, by reminding the assembled people that it was the anniversary of the battle of Zama. Happily, a wiser and a better spirit has now for years pervaded all classes of our community, and we shall be spared the ignominy of having worked out to the end the parallel of national ingratitude. Scipio died a voluntary exile from the malevolent turbulence of Rome. Englishmen of all ranks and politics have now long united in affectionate admiration of our modern Scipio, and even those who have most widely differed from the Duke on legislative or administrative questions forget what they deem the political errors of that time-honored head, while they gratefully call to mind the laurels that have wreathed it. Scipio at Zama trampled in the dust the power of Carthage, but that power had been already irreparably shattered in another field, where neither Scipio nor Hannibal commanded. When the Metaurus witnessed the defeat and death of Hasdrubal, it witnessed the ruin of the scheme by which alone Carthage could hope to organize decisive success, the scheme of enveloping Rome at once from the north and the south of Italy by chosen armies, led by two sons of Hamilcar. That battle was the determinant crisis of the contest, not merely between Rome and Carthage, but between the two great families of the world, which then made Italy the arena of their oft-renewed contest for preeminence. The French historian Michelet, whose Histoire romaine would have been invaluable if the general industry and accuracy of the writer had in any degree equalled his originality and brilliancy, eloquently remarks, "It is not without reason that so universal and vivid a remembrance of the Punic Wars has dwelt in the memories of men. They formed no mere struggle to determine the lot of two cities or two empires, but it was a strife on the event of which depended the fate of two races of mankind, whether the dominion of the world should belong to the Indo-Germanic or to the Semitic family of nations. Bear in mind that the first of these comprises besides the Indians and the Persians, the Greeks, the Romans, and the Germans. In the other are ranked the Jews and the Arabs, the Phoenicians and the Carthaginians. On the one side is the genius of heroism, of art and legislation. On the other is the spirit of industry, of commerce, of navigation. The two opposite races have everywhere come into contact, everywhere into hostility. In the primitive history of Persia and Chaldea, the heroes are perpetually engaged in combat with their industrious and perfidious neighbors. The struggle is renewed between the Phoenicians and the Greeks on every coast of the Mediterranean. The Greek supplants the Phoenician in all his factories, all his colonies in the east. Soon will the Roman come, and do likewise in the west. Alexander did far more against Tyre than Salmanazar or Nebuchadnezzar had done. Not content with crushing her, he took care that she never should revive, for he founded Alexandria as her substitute, and changed for ever the track of commerce of the world. There remain Carthage, the great Carthage, and her mighty empire, mighty in a far different degree than Phoenicia's had been. Rome annihilated it. Then occurred that which has no parallel in history. An entire civilization perished at one blow, vanished like a falling star. The Periplus of Hanno, a few coins, a score of lines in Plautus, and lo, all that remains of the Carthaginian world. Many generations must needs pass away before the struggle between the two races could be renewed. And the Arabs, that formidable rear-guard of the Semitic world, dashed forth from their deserts. The conflict between the two races then became the conflict of two religions. Fortunate was it that those daring Saracenic cavaliers encountered in the east the impregnable walls of Constantinople, in the west the chivalrous valor of Charles Martel and the sword of the Cid. The Crusades were the natural reprisals for the Arab invasions, and formed the last epoch of that great struggle between the two principal families of the human race. It is difficult, amid the glimmering light supplied by the allusions of the classical writers, to gain a full idea of the character and institutions of Rome's great rival. But we can perceive how inferior Carthage was to her competitor in military resources, and how far less fitted than Rome she was to become the founder of centralized and centralizing dominion that should endure for centuries, and fuse into imperial unity the narrow nationalities of the ancient races that dwelt around and near the shores of the Mediterranean Sea. Carthage was originally neither the most ancient nor the most powerful of the numerous colonies which the Phoenicians planted on the coast of northern Africa. But her advantageous position, the excellence of her constitution, of which, though ill-informed as to its details, we know that it commanded the admiration of Aristotle, and the commercial and political energy of her citizens, gave her the ascendancy over Hippo, Utica, Leptis, and her other sister Phoenician cities in those regions, and she finally seduced them to a condition of dependency similar to that which the subject allies of Athens occupied relatively to that once imperial city. When Tyre and Sidon and the other cities of Phoenicia itself sank from independent republics into mere vassal states of the great Asiatic monarchies, and obeyed by turns a Babylonian, a Persian, and a Macedonian master, their power and their traffic rapidly declined. And Carthage succeeded to the important maritime and commercial character which they had previously maintained. The Carthaginians did not seek to compete with the Greeks on the north-eastern shores of the Mediterranean, or in the 3 inland seas which are connected with it, but they maintained an active intercourse with the Phoenicians, and through them with Lower and Central Asia, and they alone, after the decline and fall of Tyre, navigated the waters of the Atlantic. They had the monopoly of all the commerce of the world that was carried on beyond the Straits of Gibraltar. We have yet extant in a Greek translation the narrative of the voyage of Hanno, one of their admirals along the western coast of Africa as far as Sierra Leone. And in the Latin poem of Festus Avienus, frequent references are made to the records of the voyages of another celebrated Carthaginian admiral, Himilco, who had explored the northwestern coast of Europe. Our own islands are mentioned by Himilco as the lands of the Hiberni and the Albioni. It is indeed certain that the Carthaginians frequented the Cornish coast, as the Phoenicians had done before them, for the purpose of procuring tin, and there is every reason to believe that they sailed as far as the coasts of the Baltic for amber. When it is remembered that the mariner's compass was unknown in those ages, the boldness and skill of the seamen of Carthage, and the enterprise of her merchants, may be paralleled with any achievements that the history of modern navigation and commerce can supply. In their Atlantic voyages along the African shores, the Carthaginians followed the double object of trade and colonization. The numerous settlements that were planted by them along the coast from Morocco to Senegal provided for the needy members of the constantly increasing population of a great commercial capital, and also strengthened the influence which Carthage exercised among the tribes of the African coast. Besides her fleets, her caravans gave her a large and lucrative trade with the native Africans. Nor must we limit our belief of the extent of the Carthaginian trade with the tribes of Central and Western Africa by the narrowness of the commercial intercourse which civilized nations of modern times have been able to create in those regions. Although essentially a mercantile and seafaring people, the Carthaginians by no means neglected agriculture. On the contrary, the whole of their territory was cultivated like a garden. The fertility of the soil repaid the skill and toil bestowed on it, and every invader, from Agathocles to Scipio Aemilianus, was struck with admiration at the rich pasture lands carefully irrigated, the abundant harvests, the luxuriant vineyards, the plantations of fig and olive trees, the thriving villages, the populous towns, and the splendid villas of the wealthy Carthaginians, through which his march lay, as long as he was on Carthaginian ground. The Carthaginians abandoned the Aegean and the Pontus to the Greeks, but they were by no means disposed to relinquish to those rivals the commerce and the dominion of the coasts of the Mediterranean westward of Italy. For centuries the Carthaginians strove to make themselves masters of the islands that lie between Italy and Spain. They acquired the Balearic Islands, where the principal harbour, Port Mahon, still bears the name of the Carthaginian admiral. They succeeded in reducing the greater part of Sardinia, but Sicily could never be brought into their power. They repeatedly invaded that island and nearly overran it, but the resistance which was opposed to them by the Syracusans under Gelon, Dionysius, Timoleon, and Agathocles preserved the island from becoming Punic, though many of its cities remained under the Carthaginian rule until Rome finally settled the question to whom Sicily was to belong, by conquering it for herself. With so many elements of success, with almost unbounded wealth, with commercial and maritime activity, with a fertile territory, with a capital city of almost impregnable strength, with a constitution that ensured for centuries the blessings of social order, with an aristocracy singularly fertile in men of the highest genius, Carthage yet failed signally and calamitously in her contest for power with Rome. One of the immediate causes of this may seem to have been the want of firmness among her citizens, which made them terminate the first Punic war by begging peace, sooner than endure any longer the hardships and burdens caused by a state of warfare, although their antagonists had suffered far more severely than themselves. Another cause was the spirit of faction among their leading men, which prevented Hannibal in the second war from being properly reinforced and supported. But there were also more general causes why Carthage proved inferior to Rome. These were her position relatively to the mass of the inhabitants of the country which she ruled, and her habit of trusting to mercenary armies in her wars. Our clearest information as to the different races of men in and about Carthage is derived from Diodorus Siculus. That historian enumerates 4 different races. First, he mentions the Phoenicians, who dwelt in Carthage. Next, he speaks of the Libyan Phoenicians. These, he tells us, dwelt in many of the maritime cities, and were connected by intermarriages with the Phoenicians, which was the cause of their compound name. Thirdly, he mentions the Libyans, the bulk and the most ancient part of the population, hating the Carthaginians intensely, on account of the oppressiveness of their domination. Lastly, he names the Numidians, the nomad tribes of the frontier. It is evident, from this description, that the native Libyans were a subject class, without franchise or political rights, and accordingly we find no instance specified in history of a Libyan holding political office or military command. The half-castes, the Libyan Phoenicians, seem to have been sometimes sent out as colonists, but it may be inferred from what Diodorus says of their residence that they had not the right of the citizenship of Carthage, and only a solitary case occurs of one of this race being entrusted with authority, and that too not emanating from the home government. This is the instance of the officer sent by Hannibal to Sicily after the fall of Syracuse, whom Polybius, Book 9:22, calls Mytinus the Libyan, but whom, from the fuller account in Livy, we find to have been a Libyan Phoenician, Book 25:40, and it is expressly mentioned what indignation was felt by the Carthaginian commanders in the island that this half-caste should control their operations. With respect to the composition of their armies, it is observable that, though thirsting for extended empire, and though some of the leading men became generals of the highest order, the Carthaginians as a people were anything but personally warlike. As long as they could hire mercenaries to fight for them, they had little appetite for the irksome training, and they grudged the loss of valuable time which military service would have entailed on themselves. As Michelet remarks, the life of an industrious merchant, of a Carthaginian, was too precious to be risked, as long as it was possible to substitute advantageously for it that of a barbarian from Spain or Gaul. Carthage knew and could tell to a drachma what the life of a man of each nation came to. A Greek was worth more than a companion worth more than a Gaul or a Spaniard. When once this tariff of blood was correctly made out, Carthage began a war as a mercantile speculation. She tried to make conquests in the hope of getting new mines to work, or to open fresh markets for her exports. In one venture she could afford to spend 50,000 mercenaries, in another rather more. If the returns were good, there was no regret felt for the capital that had been lavished in the investment. More money got more men, and all went on well. Histoire Romaine, Volume 2, page 40. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 4, Part 2. Armies composed of foreign mercenaries have, in all ages, been as formidable to their employers as to the enemy against whom they were directed. We know of one occasion, between the First and Second Punic Wars, when Carthage was brought to the very brink of destruction by a revolt of her foreign troops. Other mutinies of the same kind must from time to time have occurred. Probably one of these was the cause of the comparative weakness of Carthage at the time of the Athenian expedition against Syracuse, so different from the energy with which she attacked Gelon half a century earlier, and Dionysus half a century later. And even when we consider her armies with reference only to their efficiency in warfare, we perceive at once the inferiority of such bands of condottieri brought together without any common bond of origin, tactics, or cause, to the legions of Rome, which, at the time of the Punic Wars, were raised from the very flower of a hardy agricultural population, trained in the strictest discipline, habituated to victory, and animated by the most resolute patriotism. And this shows also the transcendency of the genius of Hannibal, which could form such discordant materials into a compact organized force, and inspire them with a spirit of patient discipline and loyalty to their chief, so that they were true to him in his adverse as well as in his prosperous fortunes, and throughout the checkered series of his campaigns no panic rout ever disgraced a division under his command, no mutiny or even attempt at mutiny was ever known in his camp, and finally, after 15 years of Italian warfare, his men follow their old leader to Zama with no fear and little hope. We advance to Waterloo as the Greeks did to Thermopylae, all of us without fear and most of us without hope. Speech of General Foy. And there, on that disastrous field, stood firm around him his old guard, till Scipio's Numidian allies came up on their flank, when at last, surrounded and overpowered, the veteran battalions sealed their devotion to their general with their blood. But if Hannibal's genius may be likened to the Homeric god, who, in his hatred to the Trojans, rises from the deep to rally the fainting Greeks and to lead them against the enemy, so the calm courage with which Hector met his more than human adversary in his country's cause is no unworthy image of the unyielding magnanimity displayed by the aristocracy of Rome. As Hannibal utterly eclipses Carthage, so, on the contrary, Fabius, Marcellus, Claudius Nero, even Scipio himself, are as nothing when compared to the spirit and wisdom and power of Rome. The Senate, which voted its thanks to its political enemy Varro after his disastrous defeat, because he had not despaired of the Commonwealth, and which disdained either to solicit or to reprove or to threaten or in any way to notice the 12 colonies which had refused their customary supplies of men for the army, is far more to be honored than the conqueror of Zama. This we should the more carefully bear in mind, because our tendency is to admire individual greatness far more than national. And as no single Roman will bear comparison to Hannibal, we are apt to murmur at the event of the contest, and to think that the victory was awarded to the least worthy of the combatants. On the contrary, never was the wisdom of God's providence more manifest than in the issue of the struggle between Rome and Carthage. It was clearly for the good of mankind that Hannibal should be conquered. His triumph would have stopped the progress of the world, for great men can only act permanently by forming great nations, and no one man, even though it were Hannibal himself, can in one generation effect such a work. But where the nation has been merely enkindled for a while by a great man's spirit, the light passes away with him who communicated it, and the nation, when he is gone, is like a dead body, to which magic power had for a moment given unnatural life. When the charm has ceased, the body is cold and stiff as before. He who grieves over the battle of Zama should carry on his thoughts to a period 30 years later, when Hannibal must, in the course of nature, have been dead, and consider how the isolated Phoenician city of Carthage was fitted to receive and to consolidate the civilization of Greece, or by its laws and institutions to bind together barbarians of every race and language into an organized empire, and prepare them for becoming, when that empire was dissolved, the free members of the Commonwealth of Christian Europe. Arnold, Volume 3, page 61. The above is one of the numerous bursts of eloquence that adorn Arnold's 3rd volume, and cause such deep regret that that volume should have been the last, and its great and good author have been cut off with his work thus incomplete. It was in the spring of 207 B.C. that Hasdrubal, after skilfully disentangling himself from the Roman forces in Spain, and, after a march conducted with great judgment and little loss through the interior of Gaul and the passes of the Alps, appeared in the country that now is the north of Lombardy, at the head of troops which he had partly brought out of Spain and partly levied among the Gauls and Ligurians on his way. At this time Hannibal, with his unconquered and seemingly unconquerable army, had been 11 years in Italy, executing with strenuous ferocity the vow of hatred to Rome which had been sworn by him while yet a child at the bidding of his father Hamilcar, who, as he boasted, had trained up his 3 sons, Hannibal, Hasdrubal, and Mago, like 3 lions' whelps, to prey upon the Romans. But Hannibal's latter campaigns had not been signalized by any such great victories as marked the first years of his invasion of Italy. The stern spirit of Roman resolution, ever highest in disaster and danger, had neither bent nor despaired beneath the merciless blows which the dire African dealt her in rapid succession at Trebia, at Thrasymene, and at Cannae. Her population was thinned by repeated slaughter in the field. Poverty and actual scarcity wore down the survivors through the fearful ravages which Hannibal's cavalry spread through their cornfields, their pasture lands, and their vineyards. Many of her allies went over to the invader's side, and new clouds of foreign war threatened her from Macedonia and Gaul. But Rome receded not. Rich and poor among her citizens vied with each other in devotion to their country. The wealthy placed their stores, and all placed their lives at the state's disposal. And though Hannibal could not be driven out of Italy, though every year brought its sufferings and sacrifices, Rome felt that her constancy had not been exerted in vain. If she was weakened by the continual strife, so was Hannibal also. And it was clear that the unaided resources of his army were unequal to the task of her destruction. The single deer-hound could not pull down the quarry which he had so furiously assailed. Rome not only stood fiercely at bay, but had pressed back and gored her antagonist, that still, however, watched her in act to spring. She was weary and bleeding at every pore, and there seemed to be little hope of her escape if the other hound of old Hamilcar's race should come up in time to aid his brother in the death grapple. Hasdrubal had commanded the Carthaginian armies in Spain for some time, with varying but generally unpropitious fortune. He had not the full authority over the Punic forces in that country which his brother and his father had previously exercised. The faction at Carthage, which was at feud with his family, succeeded in fettering and interfering with his power, and other generals were from time to time sent into Spain, whose errors and misconduct caused the reverses that Hasdrubal met with. This is expressly attested by the Greek historian Polybius, who was the intimate friend of the younger Africanus, and drew his information respecting the Second Punic War from the best possible authorities. Livy gives a long narrative of campaigns between the Roman commanders in Spain and Hasdrubal, which is so palpably deformed by fictions and exaggerations as to be hardly deserving of attention. See the excellent criticisms of Sir Walter Raleigh on this in his History of the World, Book 5, Chapter 3, Section 11. It is clear that in the year 208 B.C., at least, Hasdrubal outmaneuvered Publius Scipio, who held the command of the Roman forces in Spain, and whose object was to prevent him from passing the Pyrenees and marching upon Italy. Scipio expected that Hasdrubal would attempt the nearest route along the coast of the Mediterranean, and he therefore carefully fortified and guarded the passes of the eastern Pyrenees. But Hasdrubal passed these mountains near their western extremity, and then, with a considerable force of Spanish infantry, with a small number of African troops, with some elephants and much treasure, he marched, not directly towards the coast of the Mediterranean, but in a northeastern line towards the centre of Gaul. He halted for the winter in the territory of the Arverni, the modern Auvergne, and conciliated or purchased the goodwill of the Gauls in that region so far that he not only found friendly winter quarters among them, but great numbers of them enlisted under him, and on the approach of spring marched with him to invade Italy. By thus entering Gaul at the southwest and avoiding its southern maritime districts, Hasdrubal kept the Romans in complete ignorance of his precise operations and movements in that country. All that they knew was that Hasdrubal had baffled Scipio's attempts to detain him in Spain, that he had crossed the Pyrenees with soldiers, elephants, and money, and that he was raising fresh forces among the Gauls. The spring was sure to bring him into Italy, and then would come the real tempest of the war, when from the north and from the south the two Carthaginian armies, each under a son of the thunderbolt, were to gather together around the 7 hills of Rome. Hamilcar was surnamed Barca, which means the thunderbolt. Sultan Bajazet had the similar surname of Yildirim. In this emergency the Romans looked among themselves earnestly and anxiously for leaders fit to meet the perils of the coming campaign. The Senate recommended the people to elect, as one of their consuls, Caius Claudius Nero, a patrician of one of the families of the great Claudian house. Nero had served during the preceding years of the war, both against Hannibal in Italy and against Hasdrubal in Spain. But it is remarkable that the histories which we possess record no successes as having been achieved by him either before or after his great campaign of the Metaurus. It proves much for the sagacity of the leading men of the Senate that they recognized in Nero the energy and spirit which were required at this crisis, and it is equally creditable to the patriotism of the people that they followed the advice of the Senate by electing a general who had no showy exploits to recommend him to their choice. It was a matter of greater difficulty to find a second consul. The laws required that one consul should be a plebeian, and the plebeian nobility had been fearfully thinned by the events of the war. While the senators anxiously deliberated among themselves what fit colleague for Nero could be nominated at the coming comitia, and sorrowfully recalled the names of Marcellus, Gracchus, and other plebeian generals who were no more, one taciturn and moody old man sat in sullen apathy among the conscript fathers. This was Marcus Livius, who had been consul in the year before the beginning of this war, and had then gained a victory over the Illyrians. After his consulship he had been impeached before the people on a charge of peculation and unfair division of the spoils among his soldiers. The verdict was unjustly given against him, and the sense of this wrong and of the indignity thus put upon him had rankled unceasingly in the bosom of Livius, so that for 8 years after his trial he had lived in seclusion at his country seat, taking no part in any affairs of state. Latterly the censors had compelled him to come to Rome and resume his place in the Senate, where he used to sit gloomily apart, giving only a silent vote. At last an unjust accusation against one of his near kinsmen made him break silence, and he harangued the house in words of weight and sense, which drew attention to him, and taught the senators that a strong spirit dwelt beneath that unimposing exterior. Now, while they were debating on what noble of a plebeian house was fit to assume the perilous honours of the consulate, some of the elder of them looked on Marcus Livius, and remembered that in the very last triumph which had been celebrated in the streets of Rome, this grim old man had sat in the car of victory, and that he had offered the last grand thanksgiving sacrifice for the success of the Roman arms that had bled before Capitoline Jove. There had been no triumphs since Hannibal came into Italy. Marcellus had been only allowed an ovation for the conquest of Syracuse. The Illyrian campaign of Livius was the last that had been so honoured. Perhaps it might be destined for him now to renew the long-interrupted series. The senators resolved that Livius should be put in nomination as consul with Nero. The people were willing to elect him. The only opposition came from himself. He taunted them with their inconsistency in honouring a man they had convicted of a base crime. "If I am innocent," said he, "why did you place such a stain on me? If I am guilty, why am I more fit for a second consulship than I was for my first one?" The other senators remonstrated with him, urging the example of the great Camillus, who, after an unjust condemnation on a similar charge, both served and saved his country. At last Livius ceased to object, and Caius Claudius Nero and Marcus Livius were chosen consuls of Rome. A quarrel had long existed between the two consuls, and the senators strove to effect a reconciliation between them before the campaign. Here again Livius for a long time obstinately resisted the wish of his fellow senators. He said it was best for the state that he and Nero should continue to hate one another. Each would do his duty better when he knew that he was watched by an enemy in the person of his own colleague. At last the entreaties of the senators prevailed, and Livius consented to forego the feud, and to co-operate with Nero in preparing for the coming struggle. As soon as the winter snows were thawed, Hasdrubal commenced his march from Auvergne to the Alps. He experienced none of the difficulties which his brother had met with from the mountain tribes. Hannibal's army had been the first body of regular troops that had ever traversed the regions, and, as wild animals assail a traveller, the natives rose against it instinctively in imagined defence of their own habitations, which they supposed to be the objects of Carthaginian ambition. But the fame of the war, with which Italy had now been convulsed for 11 years, had penetrated into the Alpine passes, and the mountaineers understood that a mighty city southward of the Alps was to be attacked by the troops whom they saw marching among them. They not only opposed no resistance to the passage of Hasdrubal, but many of them, out of the love of enterprise and plunder, or allured by the high pay that he offered, took service with him, and thus he advanced upon Italy with an army that gathered strength at every league. It is said also that some of the most important engineering works which Hannibal had constructed were found by Hasdrubal still in existence, and materially favoured the speed of his advance. He thus emerged into Italy from the Alpine valleys much sooner than had been anticipated. Many warriors of the Ligurian tribes joined him, and, crossing the river Po, he marched down its southern bank to the city of Placentia, which he wished to secure as a base for his future operations. Placentia resisted him as bravely as it had resisted Hannibal 11 years before, and for some time Hasdrubal was occupied with a fruitless siege before its walls. End of chapter 4, part 2. Chapter 4, part 3 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 4, part 3. 6 armies were levied for the defence of Italy when the long-dreaded approach of Hasdrubal was announced. 70,000 Romans served in the 15 legions of which, with an equal number of Italian allies, those armies and garrisons were composed. Upwards of 30,000 more Romans were serving in Sicily, Sardinia, and Spain. The whole number of Roman citizens of an age fit for military duty scarcely exceeded 130,000. The census taken before the war had shown a total of 270,000, which had been diminished by more than half during 12 years. These numbers are fearfully emphatic of the extremity to which Rome was reduced, and of her gigantic efforts in that great agony of her fate. Not merely men, but money and military stores were drained to the utmost, and if the armies of that year should be swept off by a repetition of the slaughters of Thrasymene and Cannae, all felt that Rome would cease to exist. even if the campaign were to be marked by no decisive success on either side, her ruin seemed certain. In South Italy, Hannibal had either detached Rome's allies from her, or had impoverished them by the ravages of his army. If Hasdrubal could have done the same in Upper Italy, if Etruria, Umbria, and northern Latium had either revolted or been laid waste, Rome must have sunk beneath sheer starvation, for the hostile or desolated territory would have yielded no supplies of corn for her population, and money to purchase it from abroad there was none. Instant victory was a matter of life and death. 3 of her 6 armies were ordered to the north, but the first of these was required to overawe the disaffected Etruscans. The second army of the north was pushed forward under Porcius the praetor to meet and keep in check the advanced troops of Hasdrubal, while the third, the grand army of the north, which was to be under the immediate command of the consul Livius, who had the chief command in all North Italy, advanced more slowly in its support. There were similarly 3 armies in the south, under the orders of the other consul, Claudius Nero. The lot had decided that Livius was to be opposed to Hasdrubal, and that Nero should face Hannibal. And when all was ordered as themselves thought best, the 2 consuls went forth of the city, each his several way. The people of Rome were now quite otherwise affected than they had been when Lucius Aemilius Paulus and Gaius Terentius Varro were sent against Hannibal. They did no longer take upon them to direct their generals, or bid them dispatch, and win the victory betimes, but rather they stood in fear, lest all diligence, wisdom, and valour should prove too little. For since few years had passed, wherein some one of their generals had not been slain, and since it was manifest that if either of these present consuls were defeated or put to the worst, the 2 Carthaginians would forthwith join and make short work with the other. It seemed a greater happiness than could be expected that each of them should return home victor, and come off with honour from such mighty opposition as he was like to find. With extreme difficulty had Rome held up her head ever since the battle of Cannae, though it were so that Hannibal alone, with little help from Carthage, had continued the war in Italy. But there was now arrived another son of Hamilcar, and one that in his present expedition had seemed a man of more sufficiency than Hannibal himself. For, whereas in that long and dangerous march through barbarous nations, over great rivers and mountains, that were thought impassable, Hannibal had lost a great part of his army, this Hasdrubal, in the same places, had multiplied his numbers, and gathering the people that he found in the way, descended from the Alps like a rolling snowball, far greater than he came over the Pyrenees at his first setting out of Spain. These considerations, and the like of which fear presented many unto them, caused the people of Rome to wait upon their consuls out of the town, like a pensive train of mourners, thinking upon Marcellus and Crispinus, upon whom, in the like sort, they had given attendance the last year, but saw neither of them return alive from a less dangerous war. Particularly, old Quintus Fabius gave his accustomed advice to Marcus Livius, that he should abstain from giving or taking battle until he well understood the enemy's condition. But the consul made him a forward answer, and said that he would fight the very first day, for that he thought it long till he should either recover his honour by victory, or by seeing the overthrow of his own unjust citizens, satisfy himself with the joy of a great, though not an honest revenge. But his meaning was better than his words. Sir Walter Raleigh. Hannibal, at this period, occupied with his veteran but much reduced forces the extreme south of Italy. It had not been expected either by friend or foe that Hasdrubal would effect his passage of the Alps so early in the year as actually occurred. And even when Hannibal learned that his brother was in Italy, and had advanced as far as Placentia, he was obliged to pause for further intelligence, before he himself commenced active operations, as he could not tell whether his brother might not be invited into Etruria to aid the party there that was disaffected to Rome, or whether he would march down by the Adriatic Sea. Hannibal led his troops out of their winter quarters in Bruttium and marched northward as far as Canusium. Nero had his headquarters near Venusia, with an army which he had increased to 40,000 foot and 2,500 horse, by incorporating under his own command some of the legions which had been intended to set under other generals in the south. There was another Roman army, 20,000 strong, south of Hannibal, at Tarentum. The strength of that city secured this Roman force from any attack by Hannibal, and it was a serious matter to march northward and leave it in his rear, free to act against all his depots and allies in the friendly part of Italy, which for the last 2 or 3 campaigns had served him for a base of his operations. Moreover, Nero's army was so strong that Hannibal could not concentrate troops enough to assume the offensive against it without weakening his garrisons and relinquishing, at least for a time, his grasp upon the southern provinces. To do this before he was certainly informed of his brother's operations would have been an useless sacrifice, and Nero could retreat before him upon the other Roman armies near the capital, and Hannibal knew by experience that a mere advance of his army upon the walls of Rome would have no effect on the fortunes of the war. In the hope, probably, of inducing Nero to follow him, and of gaining an opportunity of outmanoeuvring the Roman consul and attacking him on his march, Hannibal moved into Lucania, and then back into Apulis. He again marched down into Bruttium, and strengthened his army by a levy of recruits in that district. Nero followed him, but gave him no chance of assailing him at a disadvantage. Some partial encounters seem to have taken place, but the consul could not prevent Hannibal's junction with his Bruttian levies, nor could Hannibal gain an opportunity of surprising and crushing the consul. Hannibal returned to his former headquarters at Canusium, and halted there in expectation of further tidings of his brother's movements. Nero also resumed his former position, in observation of the Carthaginian army. The annalists whom Livy copied spoke of Nero's gaining repeated victories over Hannibal, and killing, and taking his men by tens of thousands. The falsehood of all this is self-evident. If Nero could thus always beat Hannibal, the Romans would not have been in such an agony of dread about Hasdrubal as all writers describe. Indeed, we have the express testimony of Polybius that such statements as we read in Livy of Marcellus, Nero, and other gaining victories over Hannibal in Italy must be all fabrications of Roman vanity. Polybius states in Book 15, Section 16, that Hannibal was never defeated before the battle of Zama. And in another passage, Book 9, Chapter 3, he mentions that after the defeats which Hannibal inflicted on the Romans in the early years of the war, they no longer dared face his army in a pitched battle on a fair field, and yet they resolutely maintained the war. He rightly explains this by referring to the superiority of Hannibal's cavalry, the arm which gained him all his victories. By keeping within fortified lines, or close to the sides of the mountains when Hannibal approached them, the Romans rendered his cavalry ineffective, and a glance at the geography of Italy will show how an army can traverse the greater part of that country without venturing far from the high grounds. Meanwhile, Hasdrubal had raised the siege of Placentia, and was advancing towards Ariminum on the Adriatic, and driving before him the Roman army under Porcina. Nor when the consul Livius had come up and united the second and third armies of the north could he make head against the invaders. The Romans still fell back before Hasdrubal, beyond Ariminum, beyond the Metaurus, and as far as the little town of Cinna, to the southeast of that river. Hasdrubal was not unmindful of the necessity of acting in concert with his brother. He sent messengers to Hannibal to announce his own line of march, and to propose that they should unite their armies in South Umbria, and then wheel round against Rome. Those messengers traversed the greater part of Italy in safety. But when close to the object of their mission, were captured by a Roman detachment, and Hasdrubal's letter, detailing his whole plan of the campaign, was laid, not in his brother's hands, but in those of the commander of the Roman armies of the south. Nero saw at once the full importance of the crisis. The two sons of Hamilcar were now within 200 miles of each other, and if Rome were to be saved, the brothers must never meet alive. Nero instantly ordered 7,000 picked men, 1,000 being cavalry, to hold themselves in readiness for a secret expedition against one of Hannibal's garrisons, and as soon as night had set in, he hurried forward on his bold enterprise. But he quickly left the southern road towards Lucania, and wheeling round, pressed northward with the utmost rapidity towards Picenum. He had, during the preceding afternoon, sent messengers to Rome, who were to lay Hasdrubal's letters before the Senate. There was a law forbidding a consul to make war or to march his army beyond the limits of the province assigned to him, but in such an emergency Nero did not wait for the permission of the Senate to execute his project, but informed them that he was already on his march to join Livius against Hasdrubal. He advised them to send the 2 legions which formed the home garrison on to Narnia, so as to defend that pass of the Flaminian road against Hasdrubal, in case he should march upon Rome before the consular armies could attack him. They were to supply the place of those 2 legions at Rome by a levy en masse in the city, and by ordering up the reserve legion from Capua. These were his communications to the Senate. He also sent horsemen forward along his line of march, with orders to the local authorities to bring stores of provisions and refreshments of every kind to the roadside, and to have relays of carriages ready for the conveyance of the wearied soldiers. Such were the precautions which he took for accelerating his march, and when he had advanced some little distance from his camp, he briefly informed his soldiers of the real object of their expedition. He told them that there never was a design more seemingly audacious and more really safe. He said he was leading them to a certain victory, for his colleague had an army large enough to balance the enemy already, so that their swords would decisively turn the scale. The very rumour that a fresh consul and a fresh army had come up, when heard on the battlefield, and he would take care that they should not be heard of before they were seen and felt, would settle the campaign. They would have all the credit of the victory, and of having dealt the final decisive blow. He appealed to the enthusiastic reception which they already met with on their line of march as a proof and an omen of their good fortune. Livy, Book 27, Chapter 45. And indeed their whole path was amidst the vows and prayers and praises of their countrymen. The entire population of the districts through which they passed flocked to the roadside to see and bless the deliverers of their country. Food, drink, and refreshments of every kind were eagerly pressed on their acceptance. Each peasant thought a favour was conferred on him if one of Nero's chosen band would accept aught at his hands. The soldiers caught the full spirit of their leader. Night and day they marched forwards, taking their hurried meals in the ranks, and resting by relays in the wagons which the zeal of the country people provided, and which followed in the rear of the column. Meanwhile, at Rome, the news of Nero's expedition had caused the greatest excitement and alarm. All men felt the full audacity of the enterprise, but hesitated what epithet to apply to it. It was evident that Nero's conduct would be judged of by the event, that most unfair criterion, as the Roman historian truly terms it. Ad parebat, quod nihil iniquius est, ex eventu famam habiturum. Livy, Book 27, Chapter 44. People reasoned on the perilous state in which Nero had left the rest of his army, without a general, and deprived of the core of its strength, in the vicinity of the terrible Hannibal. They speculated on how long it would take Hannibal to pursue and overtake Nero himself and his expeditionary force. They talked over the former disasters of the war, and the fall of both the consuls of the last year. All these calamities had come on them while they had only one Carthaginian general and army to deal with in Italy. Now they had 2 Punic wars at one time. They had 2 Carthaginian armies. They had almost 2 Hannibals in Italy. Hasdrubal was sprung from the same father, trained up in the same hostility to Rome, equally practised in battle against its legions, and, if the comparative speed and success with which he had crossed the Alps was a fair test, he was even a better general than his brother. With fear for their interpreter of every rumour, they exaggerated the strength of their enemy's forces in every quarter, and criticized and distrusted their own. End of Chapter 4, Part 3. Chapter 4, Part 4 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 4, Part 4. Fortunately for Rome, while she was thus a prey to terror and anxiety, her consul's nerves were strong, and he resolutely urged on his march towards Senna, where his colleague Livius and the praetor Portius were encamped, Hasdrubal's army being in position about half a mile to the north. Nero had sent couriers forward to apprise his colleague of his project and of his approach, and by the advice of Livius, Nero so timed his final march as to reach the camp at Senna by night. According to a previous arrangement, Nero's men were received silently into the tents of their comrades, each according to his rank. By these means there was no enlargement of the camp that could betray to Hasdrubal the accession of force which the Romans had received. This was considerable, as Nero's numbers had been increased on the march by the volunteers who offered themselves in crowds, and from whom he selected the most promising men, and especially the veterans of former campaigns. A council of war was held on the morning after his arrival, in which some advised that time should be given for Nero's men to refresh themselves after the fatigue of such a march. But Nero vehemently opposed all delay. "The officer," said he, "who is for giving time for my men here to rest themselves, is for giving time to Hannibal to attack my men whom I have left in the camp in Apulia. He is for giving time to Hannibal and Hasdrubal to discover my march, and to manoeuvre for a junction with each other in Cisalpine Gaul at their leisure. We must fight instantly, while both the foe here and the foe in the south are ignorant of our movements. We must destroy this Hasdrubal, and I must be back in Apulia before Hannibal awakes from his torpor." Livy, Book 27, Chapter 45. Nero's advice prevailed. It was resolved to fight directly, and before the consuls and praetor left the tent of Livius, the red ensign, which was a signal to prepare for immediate action, was hoisted, and the Romans forthwith drew up in battle array outside the camp. Hasdrubal had been anxious to bring Livius and Porcius to battle, though he had not judged it expedient to attack them in their lines. And now, on hearing that the Romans offered battle, he also drew up his men and advanced towards them. No spy or deserter had informed him of Nero's arrival, nor had he received any direct information that he had more than his old enemies to deal with. But as he rode forward to reconnoitre the Roman lines, he thought that their numbers seemed to have increased, and that the armour of some of them was unusually dull and stained. He noticed also that the horses of some of the cavalry appeared to be rough and out of condition, as if they had just come from a succession of forced marches. So also, though owing to the precaution of Livius the Roman camp showed no change of size, it had not escaped the quick ear of the Carthaginian general that the trumpet which gave the signal to the Roman legions sounded that morning once oftener than usual, as if directing the troops of some additional superior officer. Hasdrubal, from his Spanish campaigns, was well acquainted with all the sounds and signals of Roman war, and from all that he heard and saw he felt convinced that both the Roman consuls were before him. In doubt and difficulty as to what might have taken place between the armies of the south, and probably hoping that Hannibal also was approaching, Hasdrubal determined to avoid an encounter with the combined Roman forces, and to endeavour to retreat upon Insubrian Gaul, where he would be in a friendly country, and could endeavour to reopen his communications with his brother. He therefore led his troops back into their camp, and, as the Romans did not venture on an assault upon his entrenchments, and Hasdrubal did not choose to commence his retreat in their sight, the day passed away in inaction. At the first watch of the night Hasdrubal led his men silently out of their camp, and moved northwards towards the Metaurus, in the hope of placing that river between himself and the Romans before his retreat was discovered. His guides betrayed him, and having purposely led him away from the part of the river that was fordable, they made their escape in the dark, and left Hasdrubal and his army wandering in confusion along the steep bank, and seeking in vain for a spot where the stream could be safely crossed. At last they halted, and when day dawned on them, Hasdrubal found that great numbers of his men, in their fatigue and impatience, had lost all discipline and subordination, and that many of his Gallic auxiliaries had got drunk and were lying helpless in their quarters. The Roman cavalry was soon seen coming up in pursuit, followed at no great distance by the legions, which marched in readiness for an instant engagement. It was hopeless for Hasdrubal to think of continuing his retreat before them. The prospect of immediate battle might recall the disordered part of his troops to a sense of duty, and revive the instinct of discipline. He therefore ordered his men to prepare for action instantly, and made the best arrangement of them that the nature of the ground would permit. Heeren has well described the general appearance of a Carthaginian army. He says, "It was an assemblage of the most opposite races of the human species, from the farthest parts of the globe. Hordes of half-naked Gauls arranged next companies of white-clothed Iberians, and savage Ligurians next to the far-travelled Nasamones and Lotophagi. Carthaginians and Phoenici Africans formed the centre, while innumerable troops of Numidian horsemen, taken from all the tribes of the desert, swarmed about on unsaddled horses, and formed the wings. The van was composed of Balearic slingers, and a line of colossal elephants, with their Ethiopian guides, formed, as it were, a chain of moving fortresses before the whole army. Such were the usual materials and arrangements of the hosts that fought for Carthage, but the troops under Hasdrubal were not in all respects thus constituted or thus stationed. He seems to have been especially deficient in cavalry, and he had few African troops, though some Carthaginians of high rank were with him. His veteran Spanish infantry, armed with helmets and shields, and short cut-and-thrust swords, were the best part of his army. These and his few Africans he drew up on his right wing, under his own personal command. In the centre he placed his Ligurian infantry, and on the left wing he placed or retained the Gauls, who were armed with long javelins and with huge broadswords and targets. The rugged nature of the ground in front and on the flank of this part of his line made him hope that the Roman right wing would be unable to come to close quarters with these unserviceable barbarians before he could make some impression with his Spanish veterans on the Roman left. This was the only chance that he had of victory or safety, and he seems to have done everything that good generalship could do to secure it. He placed his elephants in advance of his centre and right wing. He had caused the driver of each of them to be provided with a sharp iron spike and a mallet, and had given orders that every beast that became unmanageable and ran back upon his own ranks should be instantly killed, by driving the spike into the vertebra at the junction of the head and the spine. Hasdrubal's elephants were 10 in number. We have no trustworthy information as to the amount of his infantry, but it is quite clear that he was greatly outnumbered by the combined Roman forces. The tactic of the Roman legions had not yet acquired the perfection which it received from the military genius of Marius, most probably during the period of his prolonged consulship from B.C. 104 to B.C. 101, while he was training his army against the Cimbri and the Teutons, and which we read of in the first chapter of Gibbon. We possess in that great work an account of the Roman legions at the end of the Commonwealth and during the early ages of the Empire, which those alone can adequately admire who have attempted a similar description. We have also in the 6th and 17th books of Polybius an elaborate discussion on the military system of the Romans in his time, which was not far distant from the time of the battle of the Metaurus. But the subject is beset with difficulties, and instead of entering into minute but inconclusive details, I would refer to Gibbon's first chapter as serving for a general description of the Roman army in its period of perfection, and remark that the training and armor which the whole legion received in the time of Augustus was, 2 centuries earlier, only partially introduced. 2 divisions of troops, called hastati and principes, formed the bulk of each Roman legion in the Second Punic War. Each of these divisions was 1,200 strong. The hastatas and the princeps legionary bore a breastplate or coat of mail, brazen greaves, and a brazen helmet, with a lofty, upright crest of scarlet or black feathers. He had a large oblong shield, and, as weapons of offence, 2 javelins, one of which was light and slender, but the other was a strong and massive weapon, with a shaft about 4 feet long, and an iron head of equal length. The sword was carried on the right thigh, and was a short cut-and-thrust weapon, like that which was used by the Spaniards. Thus armed, the hastati formed the front division of the legion, and the principes the second. Each division was drawn up about 10 deep, a space of 3 feet being allowed between the files as well as the ranks, so as to give each legionary ample room for the use of his javelins, and of his sword and shield. The men in the second rank did not stand immediately behind those in the first rank, but the files were alternate, like the position of the men on a draught board. This was termed the quincunx order. Niebuhr considers that this arrangement enabled the legion to keep up a shower of javelins on the enemy for some considerable time. He says, when the first line had hurled its pila, it probably stepped back between those who stood behind it, who, with 2 steps forward, restored the front nearly to its first position, a movement which, on account of the arrangement of the quincunx, could be executed without losing a moment. Thus one line succeeded the other in the front, till it was time to draw the swords. Nay, when it was found expedient, the lines which had already been in the front might repeat this change, since the stores of pila were surely not confined to the 2 which each soldier took with him into battle. The same change must have taken place in fighting with a sword, which, when the same tactic was adopted on both sides, was anything but a confused melee. On the contrary, it was a series of single combats. He adds that a military man of experience had been consulted by him on the subject, and had given it as his opinion, that the change of the lines as described above was by no means impracticable, and in the absence of the deafening noise of gunpowder, it cannot have had even any difficulty with trained troops. The 3rd division of the legion was 600 strong, and acted as a reserve. It was always composed of veteran soldiers, who were called the triarii. Their arms were the same as those of the principes and hastati, except that each triarian carried a spear instead of javelins. The rest of the legion consisted of light armed troops, who acted as skirmishers. The cavalry of each legion was at this period about 300 strong. The Italian allies who were attached to the legion seem to have been similarly armed and equipped, but their numerical proportion of cavalry was much larger. Such was the nature of the forces that advanced on the Roman side to the battle of the Metaurus. Nero commanded the right wing, Livius the left, and the praetor Porcius had the command of the centre. Both Romans and Carthaginians well understood how much depended upon the fortune of this day, and how little hope of safety there was for the vanquished. Only the Romans herein seem to have had the better in conceit and opinion, that they were to fight with men desirous to have fled from them. And according to this presumption came Livius the consul with a proud bravery to give charge on the Spaniards and Africans, by whom he was so sharply entertained that victory seemed very doubtful. The Africans and Spaniards were stout soldiers, and well acquainted with the manner of the Roman fight. The Ligurians also were a hardy nation, and not accustomed to give ground. which they needed the less, or were able now to do, being placed in the midst. Livius, therefore, and Porcius found great opposition, and with great slaughter on both sides prevailed little or nothing. Besides other difficulties, they were exceedingly troubled by the elephants, that brake their first ranks and put them in such disorder as the Roman ensigns were driven to fall back. All this while Claudius Nero, labouring in vain against a steep hill, was unable to come to blows with the Gauls that stood opposite him, but out of danger. This made Hasdrubal the more confident, who, seeing his own left wing safe, did the more boldly and fiercely make impression on the other side upon the left wing of the Romans. History of the World, by Sir Walter Raleigh, page 946. But at last Nero, who found that Hasdrubal refused his left wing, and who could not overcome the difficulties of the ground in the quarter assigned to him, decided the battle by another stroke of that military genius which had inspired his march. Wheeling a brigade of his best men round the rear of the rest of the Roman army, Nero fiercely charged the flank of the Spaniards and Africans. The charge was as successful as it was sudden. Rolled back in disorder upon each other, and overwhelmed by numbers, the Spaniards and Ligurians died, fighting gallantly to the last. The Gauls, who had taken little or no part in the strife of the day, were then surrounded and butchered almost without resistance. Hasdrubal, after having, by the confession of his enemies, done all that a general could do, when he saw that the victory was irreparably lost, scorning to survive the gallant host which he had led, and to gratify as a captive Roman cruelty and pride, spurred his horse into the midst of a Roman court, where, sword in hand, he met the death that was worthy of the son of Hamilcar and the brother of Hannibal. End of Chapter 4, Part 4. Chapter 4, Part 5 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 4, Part 5. Success the most complete had crowned Nero's enterprise. Returning as rapidly as he had advanced, he was again facing the inactive enemies in the south before they even knew of his march. But he brought with him a ghastly trophy of what he had done. In the true spirit of that savage brutality which deformed the Roman national character, Nero ordered Hasdrubal's head to be flung into his brother's camp. 11 years had passed since Hannibal had last gazed on those features. The sons of Hamilcar had then planned their system of warfare against Rome, which they had so nearly brought to successful accomplishment. Year after year had Hannibal been struggling in Italy, in the hope of one day hailing the arrival of him whom he had left in Spain, and of seeing his brother's eye flash with affection and pride at the junction of their irresistible hosts. He now saw that eye glazed in death, and in the agony of his heart the great Carthaginian groaned aloud that he recognized his country's destiny. Carthagini iam nos ego nuntios mitam superbos, occidit spes omnis et fortuna nostri, nominis Hasdrubal interemto. Horace. Rome was almost delirious with joy. See the splendid description in Livy, Book 27, sections 50 and 51. So agonizing had been the suspense with which the battle's verdict on that great issue of a nation's life and death had been awaited, so overpowering was the sudden reaction to the consciousness of security, and to the full glow of glory and success. From the time when it had been known at Rome that the armies were in presence of each other, the people had never ceased to throng the Forum. The conscript fathers had been in permanent sitting at the Senate House. Ever and anon a fearful whisper crept among the crowd of a second Cannae won by a second Hannibal. Then came truer rumours that the day was Rome's, but the people were sick at heart and heeded them not. The shrines were thronged with trembling women, who seemed to weary heaven with prayers to shield them from the brutal Gaul and the savage African. Presently the reports of good fortune assumed a more definite form. It was said that 2 Narnian horsemen had ridden from the east into the Roman camp of observation in Umbria, and had brought tidings of the utter slaughter of the foe. Such news seemed too good to be true. Men torture their neighbours and themselves by demonstrating its improbability, and by ingeniously criticizing its evidence. Soon, however, a letter came from Lucius Manlius Acidinus, who commanded in Umbria, and who announced the arrival of the Narnian horsemen in his camp, and the intelligence which they brought thither. The letter was first laid before the Senate, and then before the assembly of the people. The excitement grew more and more vehement. The letter was read and re-read aloud to thousands. It confirmed the previous rumour. But even this was insufficient to allay the feverish anxiety that thrilled through every breast in Rome. The letter might be a forgery. The Narnian horsemen might be traitors or impostors. We must see officers from the army that fought, or hear dispatches from the consuls themselves, and then only will we believe. Such was the public sentiment, though some, of more hopeful nature, already permitted themselves a foretaste of joy. At length came news that officers who really had been in the battle were near at hand. Forthwith the whole city poured forth to meet them, each person coveting to be the first to receive with his own eyes and ears convincing proofs of the reality of such a deliverance. One vast throng of human beings filled the road from Rome to the Milvian bridge. The 3 officers, Lucius Veturius Pollio, Publius Licinius Vassus, and Quintus Caecilius Metellus, came riding on, making their way slowly through the living sea around them. As they advanced, each told the successive waves of eager questioners that Rome was victorious. "We have destroyed Hasdrubal and his army, our legions are safe, and our consuls are unhurt." Each happy listener, who caught the welcome sounds from their lips, retired to communicate his own joy to others, and became himself the centre of an anxious and inquiring group. When the officers had, with much difficulty, reached the Senate house, and the crowd was with still greater difficulty put back from entering and mingling with the conscript fathers, the despatches of Livius and Nero were produced and read aloud. From the Senate house the officers proceeded to the public assembly, where the despatches were read again, and then the senior officer, Lucius Veturius, gave, in his own words, a fuller detail of how went the fight. When he had done speaking to the people, an universal shout of rapture rent the air. The vast assembly then separated, some hastening to the temples to find in devotion a vent for the overflowing excitement of their hearts, others seeking their homes to gladden their wives and children with the good news, and to feast their own eyes with the sight of the loved ones, who now, at last, were safe from outrage and slaughter. The Senate ordered a thanksgiving of 3 days for the great deliverance which had been vouchsafed to Rome, and throughout that period the temples were incessantly crowded with exulting worshippers, and the matrons with their children round them, in their gayest attire, and with joyous aspects and voices, offered grateful praises to the immortal gods, as if all apprehension of evil were over, and the war were already ended. With the revival of confidence came also the revival of activity in traffic and commerce, and in all the busy intercourse of daily life. A numbing load was taken off each heart and brain, and once more men bought and sold, and formed their plans freely, as had been done before the dire Carthaginians came into Italy. Hannibal was, certainly, still in the land, but all felt that his power to destroy was broken, and that the crisis of the war fever was past. The Metaurus, indeed, had not only determined the event of the strife between Rome and Carthage, but it had ensured to Rome 2 centuries more of almost unchanged conquest. Hannibal did actually, with almost superhuman skill, retain his hold on southern Italy for a few years longer, but the imperial city and her allies were no longer in danger from his arms, and, after Hannibal's downfall, the great military republic of the ancient world met in her career of conquest no other worthy competitor. Byron has termed Nero's march unequalled, and in the magnitude of its consequences it is so. Viewed only as a military exploit, it remains unparalleled save by Marlborough's bold march from Flanders to the Danube in the campaign of Blenheim, and perhaps also by the Archduke Charles's lateral march in 1796, by which he overwhelmed the French under Jourdan, and then, driving Moreau through the Black Forest and across the Rhine, for a while freed Germany from her invaders. Synopsis of events between the Battle of the Metaurus, B.C. 207, and Arminius' victory over the Roman legions under Varus, A.D. 9. B.C. 205 to 201. Scipio is made consul and carries the war into Africa. He gains several victories there, and the Carthaginians recall Hannibal from Italy to oppose him. Battle of Zama in 201. Hannibal is defeated, and Carthage sues for peace. End of the Second Punic War, leaving Rome confirmed in the dominion of Italy, Sicily, Sardinia, and Corsica, and also mistress of great part of Spain, and virtually predominant in North Africa. 200. Rome makes war upon Philip, king of Macedonia. She pretends to take the Greek cities of the Achaean League and the Aetolians under her protection as allies. Philip is defeated by the proconsul Flaminius at Cynocephalae, 198, and begs for peace. The Macedonian influence is now completely destroyed in Greece, and the Roman established in its stead, though Rome nominally acknowledged the independence of the Greek cities. 194. Rome makes war upon Antiochus, king of Syria. He is completely defeated at the Battle of Magnesia, 192, and is glad to accept peace on conditions which leave him dependent upon Rome. 200 to 190. Thus, within the short space of 10 years, was laid the foundation of the Roman authority in the East, and the general state of affairs entirely changed. If Rome was not yet the ruler, she was at least the arbitress of the world from the Atlantic to the Euphrates. The power of the three principal states was so completely humbled that they durst not, without the permission of Rome, begin any new war. The fourth, Egypt, had already, in the year 201, placed herself under the guardianship of Rome, and the lesser powers followed of themselves, esteeming it an honor to be called the allies of Rome. With this name the nations were lulled into security, and brought under the Roman yoke. The new political system of Rome was founded and strengthened partly by exciting and supporting the weaker states against the stronger, however unjust the cause of the former might be, and partly by factions which she found means to raise in every state, even the smallest. Herein. 172. War renewed between Macedon and Rome. Decisive defeat of Perses, the Macedonian king, by Paulus Aemilius at Pydna, 168. Destruction of the Macedonian monarchy. 150. Rome oppresses the Carthaginians till they are driven to take up arms, and the Third Punic War begins. Carthage is taken and destroyed by Scipio Aemilianus, 146, and the Carthaginian territory is made a Roman province. 146. In the same year in which Carthage falls, Corinth is stormed by the Roman army under Mummius. The Achaean League had been goaded into hostilities with Rome by means similar to those employed against Carthage. The greater part of southern Greece is made a Roman province, under the name of Achaia. 133. Numantium is destroyed by Scipio Aemilianus. The war against the Spaniards, who, of all the nations subdued by the Romans, defended their liberty with the greatest obstinacy, began in the year 200, 6 years after the total expulsion of the Carthaginians from their country, 206. It was exceedingly obstinate, partly from the natural state of the country, which was thickly populated, and where every place became a fortress, partly from the courage of the inhabitants, but at last all, owing to the peculiar policy of the Romans, who yielded to employ their allies to subdue other nations. This war continued, almost without interruption, from the year 200 to 133, and was for the most part carried on at the same time in Hispania Citerior, where the Celtiberi were the most formidable adversaries, and in Hispania Ulterior, where the Lusitanii were equally powerful. Hostilities were at the highest pitch in 195 under Cato, who reduced Hispania Citerior to a state of tranquillity in 185 to 179, when the Celtiberi were attacked in their native territory, and 155 to 150, when the Romans in both provinces were so often beaten that nothing was more dreaded by the soldiers at home than to be sent there. The extortions and perfidy of Servius Galba placed Viriathus in the year 146 at the head of his nations, the Lusitanii. The war, however, soon extended itself to Hispania Citerior, where many nations, particularly the Numantines, took up arms against Rome in 143. Viriathus, sometimes victorious and sometimes defeated, was never more formidable than in the moment of defeat, because he knew how to take advantage of his knowledge of the country and of the dispositions of his countrymen. After his murder, caused by the treachery of Scipio, 140, Lusitania was subdued, but the Numantine war became still more violent, and the Numantines compelled the consul Mancinus to a disadvantageous treaty in 137. When Scipio, in the year 133, put an end to this war, Spain was certainly tranquil. The northern parts, however, were still unsubdued, though the Romans penetrated as far as Galatia. Herein. 134. Commencements of the revolutionary century at Rome. That is, from the time of the excitement produced by the attempts made by the Gracchi to reform the Commonwealth to the battle of Actium, B.C. 31, which established Octavianus Caesar as sole master of the Roman world. Throughout this period, Rome was engaged in important foreign wars, most of which procured large accessions to her territory. 118 to 106. The Jugurthine War. Numidia is conquered and made a Roman province. 113 to 101. The great and terrible war of the Cimbri and Teutones against Rome. These nations of northern warriors slaughter several Roman armies in Gaul, and in 102 attempt to penetrate into Italy. The military genius of Marius here saves his country. He defeats the Teutones near Aix in Provence, and in the following year he destroys the army of the Cimbri, who had passed the Alps near Vercellae. 91 to 88. The war of the Italian allies against Rome. This was caused by the refusal of Rome to concede to them the rights of Roman citizenship. After a sanguine struggle, Rome gradually grants it. 89 to 86. First war of the Romans against Mithridates the Great, king of Pontus, who had overrun Asia Minor, Macedonia, and Greece. Sylla defeats his armies and forces him to withdraw his forces from Europe. Sylla returns to Rome to carry on the civil war against the son and partisans of Marius. He makes himself dictator. 74 to 64. The last Mithridatic wars. Lucullus, and after him Pompeius, command against the great king of Pontus, who at last is poisoned by his son while designing to raise the warlike tribes of the Danube against Rome and to invade Italy from the northeast. Great Asiatic conquests of the Romans. Besides the ancient province of Pergamus, the maritime countries of Bithynia and nearly all Paphlagonia and Pontus are formed into a Roman province under the name of Bithynia, while on the southern coast Cilicia and Pamphylia form another under the name of Cilicia. Phoenicia and Syria compose a third under the name of Syria. On the other hand, great Armenia is left to Tigranes, Cappadocia to Ariobarzanes, the Bosphorus to Pharnaces, Judea to Hyrcanus, and some other small states are also given to petty princes, all of whom remain dependent on Rome. 58 to 50. Caesar conquers Gaul. 54. Crassus attacks the Parthians with a Roman army, but is overthrown and killed at Crey in Mesopotamia. His lieutenant Cassius collects the wrecks of the army and prevents the Parthians from conquering Syria. From 49 to 45. The civil war between Caesar and Pompeian party. Caesar drives Pompeius out of Italy, conquers his enemy's forces in Spain, and then passes into Greece, where Pompeius and the other aristocratic chiefs had assembled a large army. Caesar gives them a decisive defeat at the great battle of Pharsalia. Pompeius flies to refuge to Alexandria, where he is assassinated. Caesar, who had followed him thither, is involved in a war with the Egyptians, in which he is finally victorious. The celebrated Cleopatra is made queen of Egypt. Caesar next marches into Pontus and defeats the son of Mithridates, who had taken part in the war against him. He then proceeds to the Roman province of Africa, where some of the Pompeian chiefs had established themselves, aided by Juba, a native prince. He overthrows them at the battle of Thapsus. He is again obliged to lead an army into Spain, where the sons of Pompeius had collected the wrecks of their father's party. He crushes the last of his enemies at the battle of Munda. Under the title of dictator, he is the sole master of the Roman world. 44. Caesar is killed in the Senate house. The civil wars are soon renewed, Brutus and Cassius being at the head of the aristocratic party, and the party of Caesar being led by Mark Antony and Octavianus Caesar, afterwards Augustus. 42. Defeat and death of Brutus and Cassius at Philippi. Dissensions soon break out between Octavianus Caesar and Antony. 31. Antony is completely defeated by Octavianus Caesar at Actium. He flies to Egypt with Cleopatra. Octavianus pursues him. Antony and Cleopatra kill themselves. Egypt becomes a Roman province, and Octavianus Caesar is left undisputed master of Rome and all that is Rome's. The state of the Roman world at this time is best described in 2 lines of Tacitus. Postquam bellatum apud Actium, atque omnem potestatem ad unum conferri pacis interfuit. Histories, Book 1, Section 1. The 44th year of the reign of Augustus, and the first year of the 195th Olympiad, is commonly assigned as the date of the Nativity of our Lord. There is much of the beauty of holiness in the remarks with which the American historian Eliot closes his survey of the conquering career and civil downfall of the Roman Commonwealth. Quote, "So far as humility amongst men was necessary for the preparation of a truer freedom than could ever be known under heathenism, the part of Rome, however dreadful, was yet sublime. It was not to unite, to disciple, or to fortify humanity, but to enervate, to loosen, and to scatter its forces, that the people whose history we have read were allowed to conquer the earth, and were then themselves reduced to deep submission. Every good labor of theirs that failed was, by reason of what we esteem its failure, a step gained nearer to the end of the well-nigh universal evil that prevailed; while every bad achievement that may seem to us to have succeeded, temporarily or lastingly, with them was equally, by reason of its success, a progress towards the good of which the coming would have been longed and prayed for, could it have been comprehended. Alike in the virtues and in the vices of antiquity we may read the progress towards its humiliation. The Christian revelation, says Leland in his truly admirable work on the subject, Volume 1, page 488, was made to the world at a time when it was most wanted, when the darkness and corruption of mankind were arrived at the height. If it had been published much sooner, and before there had been a full trial made of what was to be expected from human wisdom and philosophy, the great need men stood in of such an extraordinary divine dispensation would not have been so apparent. Yet, on the other hand, it must not seem at the last that the disposition of the Romans or of mankind to submission was secured solely through the errors and the apparently ineffectual toils which we have traced back to these times of old. Desires too true to have been wasted, and strivings too humane to have been unproductive, though all were overshadowed by passing wrongs, still gleam as if in anticipation or in preparation of the advancing day. At length, when it had been proved by ages of conflict and loss that no lasting joy and no abiding truth could be procured through the power, the freedom, or the faith of mankind, the angels sang their song, in which the glory of God and the goodwill of men were together blended. The universe was wrapped in momentary tranquillity, and peaceful was the night above the manger at Bethlehem. We may believe that when the morning came, the ignorance, the confusion, and the servitude of humanity had left their darkest forms amongst the midnight clouds. It was still, indeed, beyond the power of man to lay hold securely of the charity and the regeneration that were henceforth to be his law, and the indefinable terrors of the future, whether seen from the west or from the east, were not at once to be dispelled. But before the death of the Emperor Augustus, in the midst of his fallen subjects, the business of the Father had already been begun in the temple at Jerusalem, and near by the Son was increasing in wisdom and in stature and in favour with God and men. Eliot's Liberty of Rome, Volume 2, page 521. End of Chapter 4, Part 5.
Chapter 5, Part 1 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arnie Horton. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 5. Victory of Arminius over the Roman legions under Varus, A.D. 9, Part 1. Hac clade factum ut imperium quod in littore oceane non steterat, in ripa reni fluminis staret. Florus. To a truly illustrious Frenchman, whose reverses as a minister can never obscure his achievements in the world of letters, we are indebted for the most profound and most eloquent estimate that we possess of the importance of the Germanic element in European civilization, and of the extent to which the human race is indebted to those brave warriors who long were the unconquered antagonists and finally became the conquerors of imperial Rome. 23 eventful years have passed away since Monsieur Guizot delivered from the chair of modern history at Paris his course of lectures in the history of civilization in Europe. During those years the spirit of earnest inquiry into the germs and early developments of existing institutions has become more and more active and universal, and the merited celebrity of Monsieur Guizot's work has proportionately increased. Its admirable analysis of the complex political and social organizations of which the modern civilized world is made up must have led thousands to trace with keener interest the great crises of times past, by which the characteristics of the present were determined. The narrative of one of these great crises, of the epoch A.D. 9, when Germany took up arms for her independence against Roman invasion, has for us this special attraction, that it forms part of our own national history. Had Arminius been supine or unsuccessful, our Germanic ancestors would have been enslaved or exterminated in their original seats along the Eider and the Elbe. This island would never have borne the name of England, and we, this great English nation, whose race and language are now overrunning the earth from one end of it to the other, Arnold's Lectures on Modern History, would have been utterly cut off from existence. Arnold may, indeed, go too far in holding that we are wholly unconnected in race with the Romans and Britons who inhabited this country before the coming over of the Saxons, that, nationally speaking, the history of Caesar's invasion has no more to do with us than the natural history of the animals which then inhabited our forests. There seems ample evidence to prove that the Romanized Celts, whom our Teutonic forefathers found here, influenced materially the character of our nation. But the mainstream of our people was and is Germanic. Our language alone decisively proves this. Arminius is far more truly one of our national heroes than Caractacus, and it was our own primeval fatherland that the brave German rescued when he slaughtered the Roman legions 18 centuries ago in the marshy glens between the Lippe and the Ems. See post remarks on the relationship between the Cherusci and the English, dark and disheartening even to heroic spirits, must have seemed the prospects of Germany when Arminius planned the general rising of his countrymen against Rome. Half the land was occupied by Roman garrisons, and what was worse, many of the Germans seemed patiently acquiescent in their state of bondage. The braver portion, whose patriotism could be relied on, was ill-armed and undisciplined, while the enemy's troops consisted of veterans in the highest state of equipment and training. Familiarized with victory and commanded by officers of proved skill and valor, the resources of Rome seemed boundless. Her tenacity of purpose was believed to be invincible. There was no hope of foreign sympathy or aid, for the self-governing powers that had filled the old world had bent one after another before the rising power of Rome, and had vanished. The earth seemed left devoid of independent nations. Rank. The German chieftain knew well the gigantic power of the oppressor. Arminius was no rude savage, fighting out of mere animal instinct, or in ignorance of the might of his adversary. He was familiar with the Roman language and civilization. He had served in the Roman armies. He had been admitted to the Roman citizenship and raised to the dignity of the equestrian order. It was part of the subtle policy of Rome to confer rank and privileges on the youth of the leading families in the nations which she wished to enslave. Among other young German chieftains, Arminius and his brother, who were the heads of the noblest house in the tribe of the Cherusci, had been selected as fit objects for the exercise of this insidious system. Roman refinements and dignities succeeded in denationalizing the brother, who assumed the Roman name of Flavius, and adhered to Rome throughout all her wars against his country. Arminius remained unbought by honors or wealth, uncorrupted by refinement or luxury. He aspired to and obtained from Roman enmity a higher title that ever could have been given him by Roman favor. It is in the page of Rome's greatest historian that his name has come down to us with the proud addition of Liberator haud dubi Germaniae, Tacitus Annals 2:88. Often must the young chieftain, while meditating the exploit which has thus immortalized him, have anxiously revolved in his mind the fate of the many great men who had been crushed in the attempt which he was about to renew, the attempt to stay the chariot wheels of triumphant Rome. Could he hope to succeed where Hannibal and Mithridates had perished? What had been the doom of Viriathus, and what warning against vain valor was written on the desolate site where Numantia once had flourished? Nor was a caution wanting in scenes nearer home and in more recent times. The Gauls had fruitlessly struggled for 8 years against Caesar, and the valiant Vercingetorix, who in the last year of the war had roused all his countrymen to insurrection, who had cut off Roman detachments and brought Caesar himself to the extreme of peril at Alesia. He too had finally succumbed, had been led captive in Caesar's triumph, and had then been butchered in cold blood in a Roman dungeon. It was true that Rome was no longer the great military republic which for so many ages had shattered the kingdoms of the world. Her system of government was changed, and after a century of revolution and civil war, she had placed herself under the despotism of a single ruler. But the discipline of her troops was yet unimpaired, and her warlike spirit seemed unabated. The first wars of the empire had been signalized by conquests as valuable as any gained by the republic in a corresponding period. It is a great fallacy, though apparently sanctioned by great authorities, to suppose that the foreign policy pursued by Augustus was pacific. He certainly recommended such a policy to his successors, either from timidity or from jealousy of their fame outshining his own. Incertum metu an per invidiam. Tacitus, Annals 1:11. But he himself, until Arminius broke his spirit, had followed a very different course. Besides his Spanish wars, his generals, in a series of principally aggressive campaigns, had extended the Roman frontier from the Alps to the Danube, and had reduced into subjection the large and important countries that now formed the territories of all Austria south of that river, and of East Switzerland, Lower Württemberg, Bavaria, the Valtelline, and the Tyrol. While the progress of the Roman arms thus pressed the Germans from the south, still more formidable inroads had been made by the imperial legions in the west. Roman armies moving from the province of Gaul established a chain of fortresses along the right as well as the left bank of the Rhine, and, in a series of victorious campaigns, advanced their eagles as far as the Elbe, which now seemed added to the list of vassal rivers, to the Nile, the Rhine, the Rhone, the Danube, the Tagus, the Seine, and many more, that acknowledged the supremacy of the Tiber. Roman fleets also, sailing from the harbors of Gaul along the German coasts and up the estuaries, cooperated with the land forces of the empire, and seemed to display even more decisively than her armies her overwhelming superiority over the rude Germanic tribes. Throughout the territory thus invaded, the Romans had, with their usual military skill, established chains of fortified posts, and a powerful army of occupation was kept on foot, ready to move instantly on any spot where a popular outbreak might be attempted. Vast, however, and admirably organized as the fabric of Roman power appeared on the frontiers and in the provinces, there was rottenness at the core. In Rome's unceasing hostilities with foreign foes, and still more in her long series of desolating civil wars, the free middle classes of Italy had almost wholly disappeared. Above the position which they had occupied, an oligarchy of wealth had reared itself. Beneath that position a degraded mass of poverty and misery was fermenting. Slaves, the chance sweepings of every conquered country, shoals of Africans, Sardinians, Asiatics, Illyrians, and others, made up the bulk of the population of the Italian peninsula. The foulest profligacy of manners was general in all ranks. In universal weariness of revolution and civil war, and in consciousness of being too debased for self-government, the nation had submitted itself to the absolute authority of Augustus. Adulation was now the chief function, the Senate, and the gifts of genius and accomplishments of art were devoted to the elaboration of eloquently false panegyrics upon the prince and his favorite courtiers. With bitter indignation must the German chieftain have beheld all this, and contrasted with it the rough worth of his own countrymen, their bravery, their fidelity to their word, their manly independence of spirit, their love of their national free institutions, and their loathing of every pollution and meanness. Above all, he must have thought of the domestic virtues that hallowed a German home, of the respect there shown to the female character, and of the pure affection by which that respect was repaid. His soul must have burned within him at the contemplation of such a race yielding to these debased Italians. Still, to persuade the Germans to combine, in spite of their frequent feuds among themselves, in one sudden outbreak against Rome, to keep the scheme concealed from the Romans until the hour for action had arrived, and then, without possessing a single walled town, without military stores, without training, to teach his insurgent countrymen to defeat veteran armies and storm fortifications, seemed so perilous an enterprise that probably Arminius would have receded from it, had not a stronger feeling even than patriotism urged him on. Among the Germans of high rank who had most readily submitted to the invaders and became zealous partisans of Roman authority was a chieftain named Segestes. His daughter, Thusnelda, was preeminent among the noble maidens of Germany. Arminius had sought her hand in marriage, but Segestes, who probably discerned the young chief's disaffection to Rome, forbade his suit, and strove to preclude all communication between him and his daughter. Thusnelda, however, sympathized far more with the heroic spirit of her lover than with the time-serving policy of her father. An elopement baffled the precautions of Segestes, who, disappointed in his hope of preventing the marriage, accused Arminius, before the Roman governor, of having carried off his daughter and of planning treason against Rome. Thus assailed, and dreading to see his bride torn from him by the officials of the foreign oppressor, Arminius delayed no longer, but bent all his energies to organize and execute a general insurrection of the great mass of his countrymen, who hitherto had submitted in sullen inertness to the Roman dominion. A change of governors had recently taken place, which, while it materially favored the ultimate success of the insurgents, served, by the immediate aggravation of the Roman oppressions which it produced, to make the native population more universally eager to take arms. Tiberius, who was afterwards emperor, had lately been recalled from the command in Germany, and sent into Pannonia to put down a dangerous revolt which had broken out against the Romans in that province. The German patriots were thus delivered from the stern supervision of one of the most auspicious of mankind, and were also relieved from having to contend against the high military talents of a veteran commander, who thoroughly understood their national character and the nature of the country, which he himself had principally subdued. In the room of Tiberius, Augustus sent into Germany Quintilius Varus, who had lately returned from the proconsulate of Syria. Varus was a true representative of the higher classes of the Romans, among whom a general taste for literature, a keen susceptibility to all intellectual gratifications, a minute acquaintance with the principles and practice of their own national jurisprudence, a careful training in the schools of the rhetoricians, and a fondness for either partaking in or watching the intellectual strife of forensic oratory, had become generally diffused, without, however, having humanized the old Roman spirit of cruel indifference for human feelings and human sufferings, and without acting as the least check on unprincipled avarice and ambition, or on habitual and gross profligacy. Accustomed to govern the depraved and debased natives of Syria, a country where courage in man and virtue in woman had for centuries been unknown, Varus thought that he might gratify his licentious and rapacious passions with equal impunity among the high-minded sons and pure-spirited daughters of Germany. When the general of an army sets the example of outrages of this description, he is soon faithfully imitated by his officers, and surpassed by his still more brutal soldiery. The Romans now habitually indulged in those violations of the sanctity of the domestic shrine, and those insults upon honor and modesty, by which far less gallant spirits than those of our Teutonic ancestors had often been maddened into insurrection. I cannot forbear quoting Macaulay's beautiful lines, where he describes how similar outrages in the early times of Rome goaded the plebeians to rise against the patricians. Heap heavier still the fetters, bar closer still the grate. Patient as sheep, we yield us up unto your cruel hate, but by the shades beneath us, and by the gods above, add not unto your cruel hate your still more cruel love. Then leave the poor plebeian his single tie to life, the sweet, sweet love of daughter, of sister, and of wife. The gentle speech, the balm for all that his vexed soul endures, the kiss in which he half forgets even such a yoke as yours. Still let the maiden's beauty swell the father's breast with pride. Still let the bridegroom's arms enfold an unpolluted bride. Spare us the inexpiable wrong, the unutterable shame that turns the coward's heart to steel, the sluggard's blood to flame. Lest when our latest hope is fled ye taste of our despair, and learn by proof in some wild hour how much the wretched dare. Arminius found among the other German chiefs many who sympathized with him in his indignation at their country's debasement, and many whom private wrongs had stung yet more deeply. There was little difficulty in collecting bold leaders for an attack on the oppressors, and little fear of the population not rising readily at those leaders' call. But to declare open war against Rome, and to encounter Varus's army in a pitched battle, would have been merely rushing upon certain destruction. Varus had 3 legions under him, a force which, after allowing for detachments, cannot be estimated at less than 14,000 Roman infantry. He also had 800 or 900 Roman cavalry, and at least an equal number of horse and foot, sent from the allied states, or raised among those provincials who had not received the Roman franchise. End of chapter 5, part 1.
Chapter 5, Part 2 of The 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Crey. Chapter 5, Victory of Arminius over the Roman legions under Varus, AD 9, Part 2. It was not merely the number but the quality of this force that made it formidable, and however contemptible Varus might be as a general, Arminius well knew how admirably the Roman armies were organized and officered, and how perfectly the legionaries understood every maneuver and every duty which was varying emergencies of a stricken field might require. Stratagem was, therefore, indispensable, and it was necessary to blind Varus to his schemes until a favorable opportunity should arrive for striking a decisive blow. For this purpose, the German confederates frequented the headquarters of Varus, which seemed to have been near the center of the modern county of Westphalia, where the Roman general conducted himself with all the arrogant security of the governor of a perfectly submissive province. There, Varus gratified at once his vanity, his rhetorical tastes, and his avarice, by holding courts, to which he summoned the Germans for the settlement of their disputes, while a bar of Roman advocates attended to argue the cases before the tribunal of the proconsul, who did not omit the opportunity of exacting court fees and accepting bribes. Varus trusted implicitly to the respect which the Germans pretended to pay to his abilities as a judge, and to the interest which they affected to take in the forensic eloquence of their conquerors. Meanwhile, a succession of heavy rains rendered the country more difficult for the operations of regular troops, and Arminius, seeing that the infatuation of Varus was complete, secretly directed the tribes near the Weser and the Ems to take up arms and open revolt against the Romans. This was represented to Varus as an occasion which required his prompt attendance at the spot, but he was kept in studied ignorance of its being part of concerted national rising, and it still looked on Arminius as his submissive vassal, whose aid he might rely on in facilitating the march of his troops against the rebels, and in extinguishing a local disturbance. He therefore set his army in motion, and marched eastward in a line parallel to the course of the Lippe. For some distance his route lay along a level plain, but arriving at a tract between the curve of an upper part of that stream and the sources of the Ems, the country assumes a very different character. And here, in the territory of the modern little principality of Lippe, it was that Arminius had fixed the scene of his enterprise. A woody and hilly region intervenes between the heads of 2 rivers, and forms the watershed of their streams. This region still retains the name Turgoberger Wald, Turberginius Saltus, which it bore on the days of Arminius. The nature of the ground has probably also remained unaltered. The eastern part of it, round Demult, the present capital of the Principality of Lippe, is described by a modern German scholar, Dr. Plate, as being a tableland intersected by numerous deep and narrow valleys, which in some places from small plains, surrounded by steep mountains and rocks, and only accessible by narrow defiles, All the valleys are traversed by rapid streams, shallow in the dry season, but subject to swellings in autumn and winter. The vast forests which cover the summits and accessible by narrow defiles. All the valleys are traversed by rapid streams, shallow in the dry season, but subject to sudden swellings in autumn and winter. The vast forests which cover the summits and slopes of the hills consist chiefly of oak. There is little underwood, and both men and horse would move with ease in the forest if the ground were not broken by gullies or rendered impracticable by fallen trees. This is the district to which Varus is supposed to have marched, and Dr. Plate adds, "The names of several localities on and near that spot seem to indicate that the great battle had once been fought there. We find the names of Das Winnefeld, the field of victory, Die Klockneben, the Bone Land, and Die Klock Lake, the Bone Brook, Der Moorkessel, the Kettle of Slaughter, and others. I am indebted for much valuable information on this subject to my friend Mr. Henry Pearson." Contrary to the usual strict principles of Roman discipline, Varus had suffered his army to be accompanied and impeded by an immense train of baggage wagons, and by a rabble of camp followers, as if his troops had been merely changing their quarters in a friendly country. When the long array quitted the firm level ground and began to wind its way among the woods, the marshes, and the ravines, the difficulties of the march, even without the intervention of an armed foe, became fearfully apparent. In many places the soil, sodden with rain, was impracticable for cavalry and even for infantry until trees had been felled, and a rude causeway formed through the morass. The duties of the engineer were familiar to all who served in the Roman armies, but the crowd and confusion of the columns embarrassed the working parties of the soldiery, and in the midst of their toil and disorder, the word was suddenly passed through their ranks that the rear guard was attacked by the barbarians. Varus resolved on pressing forward, but a heavy discharge of missiles from the woods on either flank taught him how serious was the peril, and he saw the best man falling round him without the opportunity of retaliation, for his light armed auxiliaries, who were principally of Germanic race, now rapidly deserted, and it was impossible to deploy the legionaries on such broken ground for a charge against the enemy. Choosing one of the most open and firm spots which they could force their way to, the Romans halted for the night, and, faithful to their national discipline and tactics, formed their camp amid the harassing attacks of the rapidly thronging foes. With the elaborate toil and systematic skill, the traces of which are impressed permanently on the soil of so many European countries, attesting to the presence in the olden time of the imperial eagles. On the morrow the Romans renewed their march, the veteran officers who served under Varus now probably directing their operations, and hoping to find the Germans drawn up to meet them, in which case they relied on their own superior discipline and tactics for such a victory as should reassure the supremacy of Rome. But Arminius was far too sage a commander to lead his followers for their unwieldy broadswords and inefficient defensive armor against Roman legionaries, fully armed with helmet, cuirass, greaves, and a shield, who were skilled to commence the conflict with a murderous volley of heavy javelins hurled upon the foe within a few yards distant, and then, with their short cut and thrust swords, to hew their way through all opposition, preserving the utmost steadiness and coolness and obeying each word of command, in the midst of strife and slaughter, with the same precision and alertness as if upon parade. Arminius suffered the Romans to march out from their camp, to form first in line of action, and then a column for marching, without the show of opposition. For some distance Varus was allowed to move on, only harassed by slight skirmishes, but struggling with difficulty through the broken ground, the toil and distress of his men being aggravated by heavy torrents of rain, which burst upon the devoted legions, as if the angry gods of Germany were pouring out vials of their wrath upon the invaders. After some little time their van approached the ridge of a high woody ground, which is one of the offshoots of the great Hercynian forest, and is situate between the modern villages of Drburg and Blelfield. Arminius had caused barracks of hewn trees to be formed here, so as to add to the natural difficulties of the passage. Fatigue and discouragement now began to betray themselves in the Roman ranks. Their line became less steady. Baggage wagons were abandoned from the impossibility of forcing them along. As this happened, many soldiers left their ranks and crowded round the wagons to secure the most valuable portions of their property. Each was busy about his own affairs, and purposely slow in hearing the word of command from his officers. Arminius now gave the signal for a general attack. The fierce shouts of the Germans pealed through the gloom of the forest, and in thronging multitudes they assailed the flanks of the invaders, pouring in clouds of darts on the encumbered legionaries, as they struggled up the glens or floundered in their morass, and watching every opportunity of charging through intervals of the disjointed column, and so cutting off the communication between its several brigades. Arminius, with a chosen band of personal retainers round him, cheered on his countrymen by voice and example. He and his men aimed their weapons particularly at the horses of the Roman cavalry, the wounded animals slipping about in the mire and their own blood through their riders, and plunged among the ranks of the legions, disordering all around them. Varus now ordered the troops to be countermarched, in the hopes of reaching the nearest Roman garrison on the Lip. The circumstances of this early part of the battle which Arminius fought with Caena 6 years afterwards evidently resembled those of his battle with Varus, and the result was very near being the same. But retreat now was as impracticable as advance, and the falling back of the Romans only augmented the courage of their assailants, and caused fiercer and more frequent charges on the flanks of the disheartened army. The Roman officer who commanded the cavalry, Numenius Valla, rode off with his squadrons in the vain hope of escaping by thus abandoning his comrades. Unable to keep together, or force their way across the wood and swamps, the horsemen were overpowered in detail and slaughtered to the last man. Roman infantry still held together and resisted, but more through the instinct of discipline and bravery than from any hope of success or escape. Varus, after being severely wounded in a charge of the Germans against his part of the column, committed suicide to avoid falling into the hands of those whom he had exasperated by his oppressions. One of the lieutenant generals of the army fell fighting, the other surrendered to his enemy, but mercy to a fallen foe had never been a Roman virtue, and those among her legions now, who laid down their arms in hope of quarter, drank deep of the cup of suffering which Rome had held to the lips of many a brave but unfortunate enemy. The infuriated Germans slaughtered their oppressors with deliberate ferocity, and those prisoners who were not hewn to pieces on the spot were only preserved to perish by a more cruel death in cold blood. The bulk of the Roman army fought steadily and stubbornly, frequently repelling the masses of the assailants, but gradually losing in the compactness of their array, and becoming weaker and weaker beneath the incessant shower of darts and reiterated assaults of the vigorous and unencumbered Germans. At last, in a series of desperate attacks, the column was pierced through and through, 2 of the eagles captured, and the Roman host, which on the yester morning had marched forth in such pride and might, now broken up and confused fragments, either fell fighting beneath the overpowering numbers of the enemy, or perished in the swamps and woods in unavailing efforts at flight. Few, very few, ever saw again the left bank of the Rhine. One body of brave veterans, arraying themselves in a ring on a little mound, beat off every charge of the Germans, and prolonged their honorable resistance to the close of that dreadful day. The traces of a feeble attempt at forming a ditch and mound attested in after years the spot where the last Romans passed their night of suffering and despair. But on the morrow, this remnant also, worn out with hunger, wounds, and toil, was charged by the victorious Germans, and either massacred on the spot or offered up in fearful rites at altars of the deities of the old mythology of the North. A gorge in the mountain ridge, through which runs the modern road between Paderborn and Piemont, leads from the spot where the heat of the battle raged to the Exterstein, a cluster of bold and grotesque rocks of sandstone, near which is a small sheet of water, overshadowed by a grove of aged trees. According to a local tradition, this was one of the sacred groves of the ancient Germans, and it was here that Roman captives were slain and sacrificed by the victorious warriors of Arminius. Never was a victory more decisive. Never was the liberation of an oppressed people more instantaneous and complete. Throughout Germany the Roman garrisons were assailed and cut off, and within a few weeks after Varus had fallen, the German soil was freed from the foot of an invader. At Rome, the tidings of the battle was received with agony of terror, the descriptions of which we should deem exaggerated, did they not come from Roman historians themselves. These passages in the Roman writers not only tell emphatically how great was the awe which the Romans felt of the prowess of the Germans, if their various tribes could be brought to reunite for a common purpose, but also they reveal how weakened and debased the population of Italy had become. It is clear that the Romans followed the policy of fomenting dissension and wars of the Germans among themselves. See the 33rd section of the Germania of Tacitus, where he mentions the destruction of the Brutteri by the neighboring tribes. Dion Cassius says, "Then Augustus, when he heard the calamity of Varus, rent his garments, and was in great affliction for the troops he had lost, and for the terror respecting the Germans and the Gauls. And his chief alarm was, that he expected them to push on against Italy and Rome. And there remained no Roman youth fit for military duty, that were worth speaking of, and the allied populations that were at all serviceable had been wasted away. Yet he prepared for the emergency as well as his means allowed, and when none of the citizens of military age were willing to enlist, he made them cast lots, and punished by confiscation of goods and disenfranchisement every 5th man among those under 35, and every 10th man of those above that age. At last, when he found that not even this could he make any come forward, he put some of them to death. So he made a conscription of discharged veterans and emancipated slaves, and collecting as large a force as he could, sent it under Tiberius with all speed into Germany." Dion mentions also a number of terrific portents that were believed to have occurred at the time, and the narration of which is not immaterial, as it shows the state of the public mind when such things were so believed in, and so interpreted. The summits of the Alps were said to have fallen, and 3 columns of fire to have blazed up from them. In the Campus Martius, the temple of the war god from whom the founder of Rome had sprung was struck by a thunderbolt. The nightly heavens glowed several times as if on fire. Many comets blazed forth together, and fiery meteors shaped like spears had shot from the northern quarter of the sky down into the Roman camps. It was said, too, that a statue of Victory, which had stood at the place on the frontier pointing the way towards Germany, had of its own accord turned round, and now pointed to Italy. Those and other prodigies were believed by the multitude to accompany the slaughter of Varus's legions, and to manifest the anger of the gods against Rome. Augustus himself was not free from superstition, but on this occasion no supernatural terrors were needed to increase the alarm and grief that he felt, and which made him, even for months after the news of the battle had arrived, often beat his head against the wall and exclaim, "Quintilius Varus, give me back my legions." We learn this from the biographer Suetonius, and indeed every ancient writer who alludes to the overthrow of Varus attests the importance of the blow against the Roman power, and the bitterness with which it was felt. The Germans did not pursue their victory beyond their own territory, but that victory secured at once and forever the independence of the Teutonic race. Rome sent, indeed, her legions again into Germany to parade a temporary superiority, but all hopes of permanent conquest were abandoned by Augustus and his successors. The blow which Arminius had struck never was forgotten. Roman fear disguised itself under the suspicious title of moderation, and the Rhine became the acknowledged boundary of the two nations until the 5th century of our era, when the Germans became the assailants, and carved with their conquering swords the provinces of imperial Rome into the kingdoms of modern Europe. Arminius. I have said above that the great Cheruscan is more truly one of our national heroes than Caratactus is. It may be added that an Englishman is entitled to claim a closer degree of relationship with Arminius than can be claimed by any German of modern Germany. The proof of this depends on the proof of the 4 facts. First, that the Cherusci were Old Saxons, or Saxons of the interior of Germany. Secondly, that the Anglo-Saxons, or Saxons of the coast of Germany, who were more closely akin than other German tribes, were to the Cheruscan Saxons. Thirdly, that the Old Saxons were almost exterminated by Charlemagne. Fourthly, that the Anglo-Saxons are our immediate ancestors. The last of these may be assumed as an axiom in English history. The proofs of the other 3 are partly philological and partly historical. I have not space to go into them here, but they will be found in the early chapters of the great work of Dr. Robert Gordon Latham on the English language, and in the notes to his edition of the Germania of Tacitus. It may be, however, here remarked that the present Saxons of Germany are of the High Germanic division of the German race, whereas both the Anglo-Saxon and Old Saxon were of the Low Germanic. Being thus the nearest heirs of the glory of Arminius, we may fairly devote more attention to his career than, in such work as the present, could be allowed to any individual leader, and it is interesting to trace how far his fame survived during the Middle Ages, both among the Germans of the continent and among ourselves. End of chapter 20, part 5. Victory of Arminius over the Roman legions under Varus. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. Chapter 5, Part 3 of The 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Crey. Chapter 5, Part 3, Victory of Arminius over the Roman legions under Varus. It seems probable that the jealousy with which Marabonius, the king of the Suevi and the Marcomanni, regarded Arminius, and which ultimately broke out into open hostilities between those German tribes and the Cherusci, prevented Arminius from leading the Confederate Germans to attack Italy after his first victory. Perhaps he may have had the rare moderation of being content with the liberation of his country, without seeking to retaliate on her former oppressors. When Tiberius marched into Germany in the year 10, Arminius was too cautious to attack him on ground favorable to the legions, and Tiberius was too skillful to entangle his troops in difficult parts of the country. His march and countermarch were as unresisted as they were unproductive. A few years later, when a dangerous revolt of the Roman legions near the frontier caused their generals to find them active employment by leading them into the interior of Germany, we find Arminius again energetic in his country's defense. The old quarrel between him and his father-in-law, Segestes, had broken out afresh. Segestes now called in the aid of the Roman general Germanicus, to whom he surrendered himself, and by his contrivance his daughter Thunsnelda, the wife of Arminius, also came into the hands of the Romans. Being far advanced in pregnancy, she showed, as Tacitus relates, more of the spirit of her husband than of her father, a spirit that could not be subdued into tears or supplications. She was sent to Ravenna, and there gave birth to a son, whose life we find, from the allusion in Tacitus, to have been eventful and unhappy. But the part of the great historian's work which narrated his fate has perished, and we only know from another quarter that the son of Arminius was, at the age of 4 years, led captive in a triumphal pageant along the streets of Rome. The high spirit of Arminius was goaded almost into frenzy by these bereavements. The fate of his wife, thus torn from him, and of his babe, doomed to bondage even before its birth, inflamed the eloquent invectives with which he roused his countrymen against the home traitors, and against their invaders, who thus made war upon women and children. Germanicus had marched his army to the place where Varus had perished, and had paid there funeral honors to the ghastly relics of his predecessor's legions that he found heaped around him. Arminius lured him to advance a little further into the country, and then assailed him, and fought a battle, which by the Roman accounts was a drawn one. The effect of it was to make Germanicus resolve on retreating into the Rhine. He himself, with part of his troops, embarked in some vessels on the Ems, and returned by that river and then by sea. But part of his forces were entrusted to a Roman general, named Cassina, to lead them back by land to the Rhine. Arminius followed this division on its march, and fought several battles with it, in which he inflicted heavy loss on the Romans, captured the greater part of their baggage, and would have destroyed them completely had not his skillful system of operations been finally thwarted by the haste of Inguiminius, a Confederate German chief who insisted on assaulting the Romans in their camp instead of waiting till they were entangled in the difficulties of the country, and assailing their columns on the march. In the following year, the Romans were inactive, but in the year afterwards, Germanicus led a fresh invasion. He placed his army on shipboard and sailed to the mouth of the Ems, where he disembarked and marched to the Weser, where he encamped, probably in the neighborhood of Minden. Arminius had collected his army on the other side of the river, and a scene occurred which is powerfully told by Tacitus, and which is the subject of a beautiful poem by Praed. It has already been mentioned that the brother of Arminius, like himself, had been trained up while young to serve in the Roman armies. But unlike Arminius, he not only refused to quit the Roman service for that of his country, but fought against his country with the legions of Germanicus. He had assumed the Roman name of Flavius, and had gained considerable distinction in the Roman service, in which he had lost an eye from a wound in battle. When the Roman outposts approached the river Weser, Arminius called out to them from the opposite bank, and expressed a wish to see his brother. Flavius stepped forward, and Arminius ordered his own followers to retire, and requested that the archers should be removed from the Roman bank of the river. This was done, and the brothers, who apparently had not seen each other for some years, began a conversation from the opposite sides of the stream, in which Arminius questioned his brother respecting the loss of his eye, and what battle it had been lost in, and what reward he had received for his wound. Flavius told him how the eye was destroyed, and mentioned the increased pay that he had on account of its loss, and showed the collar and other military decorations that had been given to him. Arminius mocked at these badges of slavery, and that each began to try to win the other over. Flavius boasted the power of Rome, and her generosity to the submissive. Arminius, appealing to him in the name of their country's gods, of the mother that had borne them, and by the holy names of the fatherland and freedom, not to prefer being the betrayer to being the champion of his country. They soon proceeded to mutual taunts and menaces, and Flavius called aloud for his horse and his arms, that he might dash across the river and attack his brother, nor would he have been checked from doing so, had not the Roman general, Sterninius, run up to him, and forcibly detained him. Arminius stood on the other bank, threatening the renegade and defying him to battle. I shall not be thought to need apology for quoting here the stanzas in which Crey has described this scene, a scene among the most affecting as well as the most striking that history supplies. It makes us reflect on the desolate position of Arminius, with his wife and child captives in the enemy's hands, and with his brother a renegade in arms against him. The great liberator of our German race stood there, with every source of human happiness denied him, except the consciousness of doing his duty to his country. Back, back, he fears not foaming flood, who fears not steel-clad line, no warrior thou of German blood, no brother thou of mine. Go, earn Rome's chain to load thy neck, her gems to deck thy hilt, and blazon honor's hapless wreck with all the gods of guilt. But wouldst thou have me share the prey by all that I have done, the barren bones that day by day lie whitening in the sun, the legion's trampled panoply, the eagle's shattered wing, I would not be for earth or sky so scorned and mean a thing. Ho! Call me here the wizard boy, of dark and subtle skill, to agonize but not destroy, to curse but not to kill. When swords are out, and shriek and shout leave little room for prayer, no fetter on man's arm or heart hangs half so heavy there. I curse him by the gifts the land hath won from him in Rome, the riving axe, the wasting brand, rent forest blazing home. I curse him by our country's gods, the terrible, the dark, the breakers of the Roman rods, the smiters of the bark. O misery that such a ban on such a brow should be! Why comes he not in battle's van, his country's chief to be, to stand a comrade by my side, and sharer of my fame, and worthy of a brother's pride, and of a brother's name? But it is past, where heroes press and cowards bend the knee. Arminius is not brotherless, his brethren are the free. They come around 1 hour, and light will fade from turf and tide. Then onward, onward to the fight, with darkness for our guide. Tonight, tonight, when we shall meet in combat face to face, then only would Arminius greet the renegade's embrace. The canker of Rome's guilt shall be upon his dying name, and as he lived in slavery, so shall he fall in shame. On the day after the Romans had reached the Weser, Germanicus led his army across the river, and a partial encounter took place, in which Arminius was successful. But on the succeeding day, a general action was fought, in which Arminius was severely wounded, and the German infantry routed with heavy loss. The horsemen of the two armies encountered without either party gaining the advantage, but the Roman army remained the master of the ground. and claimed a complete victory. Germanicus erected a trophy in the field, with a vaunting inscription that the nations between the Rhine and the Elbe had been thoroughly conquered by his army, but that army speedily made a final retreat to the left bank of the Rhine. Nor was it the effect of their campaign more durable than their trophy. The sarcasm with which Tacitus speaks of certain other triumphs of Roman generals over Germans may apply to the pageant which Germanicus celebrated on his return to Rome from his command of the Roman army of the Rhine. The Germans were triumphati piotis quam vicidi. After the Romans had abandoned their attempts on Germany, we find Arminius engaged in hostilities with Maroboduus, the king of the Suevi, and Macromani, who was endeavoring to bring the other German tribes into a state of dependency on him. Arminius was at the head of the Germans who took up arms against this home invader of their liberties. After some minor engagements, a pitched battle was fought between the two confederacies, A.D. 16, in which the loss on each side was equal. But Maroboduus confessed the ascendancy of his antagonist by avoiding a renewal of the engagement, and by imploring the intervention of the Romans in his defense. The younger Drusus then commanded the Roman legions in the province of Illyricum, and by his mediation a peace was concluded between Arminius and Maroboduus, by the terms of which it is evident that the latter must have renounced his ambitious schemes against the freedom of the other German tribes. Arminius did not long survive the Second War of Independence, which he successfully waged for his country. He was assassinated in the 37th year of his age by some of his own kinsmen who conspired against him. Tacitus says that this happened while he was engaged in a civil war, which had been caused by his attempts to make himself king over his countrymen. It is far more probable, as one of the best biographers of Arminius has observed, that Tacitus misunderstood an attempt of Arminius to extend his influence as elective war chieftain of the Cherusci and other tribes for an attempt to obtain a royal dignity. When we remember that this father-in-law and his brother were renegades, we can well understand that a party among his kinsmen may have been bitterly hostile to him, and have opposed his authority with the tribe by open violence, and when this seemed ineffectual, by secret assassination. Arminius left a name which the historians of the nation against which he combated so long and so gloriously have delighted to honor. It is from the most indisputable source, from the lips of enemies, that we know his exploits. His countrymen made history, but did not write it, but his memory lived among them in the lays of their bards who recorded the deeds he did, the fields he won, the freedom he restored. Tacitus, many years after the death of Arminius, says of him, "Canatur adhuc barbarus apud gentes." As time passed on, the gratitude of ancient Germany to her great deliverer grew into adoration, and divine honors were paid for centuries to Arminius by every tribe of the Low Germanic division of the Teutonic races. The Irminsul, or the column of Hermann, near Erdsberg, the modern Stadsburg, was the chosen object of worship to the descendants of the Cherusci, the old Saxons, and in defense of which they fought most desperately against Charlemagne and his Christianized Franks. Ermin, in the cloudy Olympus of Teutonic belief, appears as a king and a warrior, and a pillar of the Irminsul bearing the statue, and considered as the symbol of the deity, was the palladium of the Saxon nation, until the temple of Erzberg was destroyed by Charlemagne, and the column itself transferred to the monarchy of Corbeil, where perhaps a portion of the rude rock idol yet remains, covered by the ornaments of the Gothic era. Traces of the worship of Arminius are to be found among our Anglo-Saxon ancestors. After their settlement in this island, one of the four great highways was held to be under the protection of the deity, and was called the Ermin Street. The name of Arminius is, of course, the mere Latinized form of Hermann, the name by which the hero and the deity were known by every man of the Low German blood, on either side of the German Sea. It means, etymologically, the war man, the man of hosts. No other explanation of the worship of the Irminsul and of the name of the Ermin Street is so satisfactory as that which connects them with the defiled Arminius. We know for certain of the existence of other columns of an analogous character. Thus, there was the Roland Sul in North Germany, there was a Thor Sul in Sweden, and, what is more important, there was an Athelstan Sul in Saxon England. There is at present moment a song respecting the Ermin Sul, current in the biographic of Minden, one version of which might seem only to refer to Charlemagne having pulled down the Ermin Sul. Herman sla Dermen, sla Pippin sla Trummen, de Kaiser will kommen met Hammer unstagen, will Herman of Hagen. But there is another version, which probably is the oldest, and which clearly refers to the great Arminius. Und Herman slag Dermen, slag Pippin slag Truman, de Fürsten sied kommen, met all ihren Mannen, heb Varus ab Hagen. About 10 centuries and a half after the demolition of the Ermin Sul, and nearly 18 after the death of Arminius, the modern Germans conceived the idea of rendering tardy homage to their great hero, and accordingly, some 8 or 10 years ago, a general subscription was organized in Germany for the purpose of erecting on the Onsing a conical mountain, which forms the highest summit of the Teutoburger Wald and is 1,800 feet above the level of sea, a colossal bronze statue of Arminius. The statue was designed by Bandel. The hero was to stand uplifting a sword in his right hand and looking towards the Rhine. The height of the statue was to be 80 feet from the base to the point of the sword, and was to stand on a circular Gothic temple, 90 feet high, and supported by oak trees as columns. The mountain, where it was to be erected, is wild and stern, and overlooks the scene of the battle. It was calculated that the statue would be clearly visible at a distance of 60 miles. The temple is nearly finished, and the statue itself has been cast at the copper works at Lemgo. But there, though want of funds to set it up, it has lain for some years, in disjoined fragments exposed to the mutilating homage of relic-seeking travelers. The idea of honoring a hero who belongs to all Germany is not one which the present rulers of that divided country have any wish to encourage, and the statue may long continue to lie there, and present too true a type of the condition of Germany herself. Surely this is an occasion in which Englishmen might well prove, by acts as well as words, that we also rank Arminius among our heroes. I have quoted the noble stanzas of one of our modern English poets on Arminius, and I will conclude this memoir with one of the odes from the great poet of modern Germany, Klopstock, on the victory to which we owe our freedom, and Arminius mainly owes his fame. Klopstock calls it the Battle of Winfield. The epithet of Sister of Kenai shows that Klopstock followed some chronologers according to whom Varus was defeated on the anniversary of the day on which Paulus and Varro were defeated by Hannibal. Song of triumph after the victory of Hermann to deliver of Germany from the Romans, from Klopstock's Hermann und der Fürsten, supposed to be sung by a chorus of bards. A chorus. Sister of Kenai, Winfield's fight, we saw thee with thy streaming bloody hair, with fiery eye, bright with the world's despair, sweep by Walhalla's beards from out our sight. Herman outspark, now victory or death, the Romans, victory. And onward rushed their eagles with the cry, so ended the first day. Victory or death began, then first the Roman chief, and Herman spake, not but struck. The eagles fluttered brake, so sped the second day. 2 choruses. And the third came, the cry was flight or death. Flight left they not for them who'd make them slaves. Men who stabbed children, flight for them. No, graves. 'Twas their last day. 2 bards. Yet spared they messengers. 2 came to Rome. How drooped the plume, the lance was left to trail down in the dust behind. Their cheek was pale, so came the messengers to Rome. High in his hall the imperator sate, Octavius Caesar Augustus sate. They filled up wine cups filled they up for him the highest, Jove all their state. The flutes of Lydia hushed before their voice, before the messengers the highest sprung. The god against the marble pillars rung, by the dread words striking his brow, and thrice cried he aloud in anguish, Varus! Varus! Give me back my legions, Varus! And now the world-wide conquerors shrunk, and feared for fatherland and home, the lance to raise, and 'mongst those false to roam. The death lot rolled, and still they skunk and feared. For she her face hath turned, the victor goddess, cried these cowards. For I bedo it, from Rome and Romans, and her day is done, and still be mourned, and cried aloud in anguish, Varus! Varus! Give back my legions, Varus! Notes: the Battle of Cannae, BC 216, Hannibal's victory over the Romans. Winfield, the probable site of Hermannschladt. See, Supra, Augustus was worshipped as a deity in his lifetime. I have taken the translation from an anonymous writer in Fraser 2 years ago. Synopsis of events between Arminius' victory over Varus and the Battle of Chalons. AD 43. The Romans commenced the conquest of Britain. Claudius, being then the emperor of Rome, the population of this island was then Celtic. In about 40 years all the tribes south of the Clyde were subdued, and their land made a Roman province. 68 to 60. Successful campaigns of the Roman general Corbulo against the Parthians. 64. First persecution of the Christians at Rome under Nero. 68 to 70. Civil wars in the Roman world. 2 emperors, Nero, Galba, Otho, and Vitellius, cut off successfully by violent deaths. Vespasian becomes emperor. 70. Jerusalem destroyed by the Romans under Titus. 83. Futile attack of Domitian on the Germans. 86. Beginning of the wars between the Romans and the Dacians. 98 to 117. Trajan, emperor of Rome. Under him the empire acquires its greatest territorial extent by his conquests in Dacia and the east. His successor, Hadrian, abandons the provinces beyond Euphrates, which Trajan had conquered. 138 to 180. Era of the Anates. 167 to 176. A long and desperate war between Rome and the great confederacy of the German nations. Marcus Antonius at last succeeds in repelling them. 192 to 197. Civil wars throughout the Roman world. Severus becomes emperor. He relaxes the discipline of the soldiers. After his death in 211, the series of military insurrections, civil wars, and murders of emperors recommences. 226. Artaxerxes overthrows the Parthian and restores the Persian kingdom in Asia. He attacks the Roman possessions in the east. 260. The Goths invade the Roman provinces. The emperor Decius is defeated and slain by them. 253 to 260. The Franks and the Alemanni invade Gaul, Spain, and Africa. The Goths attack Asia Minor and Greece. The Persians conquer Armenia. Their king, Sapor, defeats the Roman emperor Valerian and takes him prisoner. General distress of the Roman Empire. 268 to 283. The emperors Claudius, Aurelian, Tacitus, Probus, and Carus defeat the various enemies of Rome and restore order in the Roman state. 285. Diocletian divides and reorganizes the Roman Empire. After his abdication in 305, a fresh series of civil wars and confusion ensues. Constantine, the first Christian emperor, reunites the empire in 324. 330. Constantine makes Constantinople the seat of empire instead of Rome. 363. The Emperor Julian is killed in action against the Persians. 364 to 375. The empire is again divided. Valentinian being emperor of the west and the Valens of the east, Valentinian repulses the Alemanni and other German invaders from Gaul. Splendor of the Gothic kingdom under Hermannic, north of the Danube. 376 to 395. The Huns attack the Goths, who implore the protection of Roman emperor of the east. The Goths are allowed to pass the Danube and to settle in the Roman provinces. A war soon breaks out between them and the Romans, and the Emperor Valens and his army are destroyed by them. They ravage the Roman territories. The Emperor Theodosius reduces them to submission. They retain settlements in Thrace and Asia Minor. 395. Final division of the Roman Empire between Arcadius and Honorius, the two sons of Theodosius. The Goths revolt, and under Alaric attack various parts of both the Roman empires. 410. Alaric takes the city of Rome. 412, the Goths march into Gaul, and in 414 into Spain, which had been already invaded by hosts of Vandals, Suevi, Alani, and other Germanic nations. Britain is formally abandoned by the Roman Emperor of the West. 428, Genseric, king of the Vandals, conquers the Roman province of North Africa. 441, the Huns attack the Eastern Empire. End of chapter 5. Victory of Arminius over the Roman legions under Varus, 89, part 3. Recording by Ryan Sherrick.
Chapter 6, Part 1 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 6, The Battle of Chalons, A.D. 451, Part 1. Quote, the discomfiture of the mighty attempt of Attila to found a new anti-Christian dynasty upon the wreck of the temporal power of Rome at the end of the term of 1200 years, to which its duration had been limited by the forebodings of the heathen. Unquote. Herbert. A broad expanse of plains, the Campi Catalaunici of the ancients, spreads far and wide around the city of Chalons in the northeast of France. The long rows of poplars through which the river Marne winds its way, and a few thinly scattered villages are almost the only objects that vary the monotonous aspect of the greater part of this region. But about 5 miles from Chalons, near the little hamlets of Chaps and Cupperley, the ground is indented and heaped up in ranges of grassy mounds and trenches, which attest the work of man's hand in ages past, and which, to the practiced eye, demonstrate that this quiet spot has once been the fortified position of a huge military host. Local tradition gives to these ancient earthworks the name of Attila's Camp. Nor is there any reason to question the correctness of the title, or to doubt that behind these very ramparts it was that 1400 years ago the most powerful heathen king that ever ruled in Europe mustered the remnants of his vast army, which had striven on these plains against the Christian soldiery of Thoulouse in Rome. Here it was that Attila prepared to resist to the death his victors in the field. And here he heaped up the treasures of his camp in one vast pile, which was to be his funeral pyre should his camp be stormed. It was here that the Gothic and Italian forces watched but dared not assail their enemy in his despair. After that great and terrible day of battle, when, quote, the sound of conflict was o'erpast, the shout of all whom earth could send from her remotest bounds, heathen or faithful, from thy 100 mouths that feed the Caspian with Riphean snows, huge Volga, from famed Hypanis, which once cradled the Hun, from all the countless realms between Imaeus and that utmost strand, where columns of Herculean rock confront the blown Atlantic, Roman, Goth, and Hun, and Scythian strength of chivalry, that tread the cold Codanian shore, or what far lands inhospitable drink Cimmerian floods, Franks, Saxons, Suevic, and Sarmatian chiefs, and who from green Armorica or Spain flocked to the work of death." Unquote. Note: Herbert's Attila, Book 1, line 13. Endnote. The victory which the Roman general Aetius, with his Gothic allies, had then gained over the Huns was the last victory of imperial Rome. But among the long fasti of her triumphs, few can be found that, for their importance and ultimate benefit to mankind, are comparable with this expiring effort of her arms. It did not, indeed, open to her any new career of conquest. It did not consolidate the relics of her power. It did not turn the rapid ebb of her fortunes. The mission of imperial Rome was, in truth, already accomplished. She had received and transmitted through her once ample dominion the civilization of Greece. She had broken up the barriers of narrow nationalities among the various states and tribes that dwelt around the coast of the Mediterranean. She had fused these and many other races into one organized empire, bound together by a community of laws, of government and institutions. Under the shelter of her full power, the true faith had arisen in the earth, and during the years of her decline it had been nourished to maturity, and had overspread all the provinces that ever obeyed her sway. Note: see the introduction to Ranke's History of the Popes. Endnote. For no beneficial purpose to mankind could the dominion of the seven-hilled city have been restored or prolonged, but it was all important to mankind that nations should divide among them Rome's rich inheritance of empire. Whether the Germanic and Gothic warriors should form states and kingdoms out of the fragments of her dominions and become the free members of the Commonwealth of Christian Europe, or whether pagan savages from the wilds of Central Asia should crush the relics of classic civilization and the early institutions of the Christianized Germans, in one hopeless chaos of barbaric conquest, the Christian Visigoths of King Theodoric fought and triumphed at Chalons, side by side with the legions of Aetius. Their joint victory over the Hunnish host not only rescued for a time from destruction the old age of Rome, but preserved for centuries of power and glory the Germanic element in the civilization of modern Europe. In order to estimate the full importance to mankind of the Battle of Chalons, we must keep steadily in mind who and what the Germans were, and the important distinctions between them and the numerous other races that assailed the Roman Empire. And it is to be understood that the Gothic and the Scandinavian nations are included in the German race. Now, quote, "In two remarkable traits the Germans differed from the Sarmatic, as well as from the Slavic nations, and, indeed, from all those other races to whom the Greeks and Romans gave the designation of barbarians. I allude to their personal freedom and regards for the rights of men. Secondly, to the respect paid by them to the female sex, and the chastity for which the later were celebrated among the people of the North. These were the foundations of that probity of character, self-respect, and purity of manners which may be traced among the Germans and Goths even during pagan times, and which, when their sentiments were enlightened by Christianity, brought out those splendid traits of character which distinguish the age of chivalry and romance." End quote. Note: see Pritchard's Researches into the Physical History of Mankind, Volume 3, page 423. End note. What the intermixture of the German stock with the classic at the fall of the Western Empire has done for mankind may be best felt by watching, with Arnold, over how large a portion of the earth the influence of the German element is now extended. Quote, "It affects more or less the whole west of Europe, from the head of the Gulf of Bothnia to the most southern promontory of Sicily, from the Oder and the Adriatic to the Hebrides and to Lisbon. It is true that the language spoken over a large portion of this space is not predominantly German, but even in France and Italy and Spain, the influence of the Franks, Burgundians, Visigoths, Ostrogoths, and Lombards, while it has colored even the language, has in blood and institutions left its mark legibly and indelibly. Germany, the Low Countries, Switzerland for the most part, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, and our own islands are all in language, in blood, and in institutions German most decidedly. But all South America is peopled with Spaniards and Portuguese, all North America and all Australia with Englishmen. I say nothing of the prospects and influence of the German race in Africa and in India. It is enough to say that half of Europe and all America and Australia are German, more or less completely, in race, in language, or in institutions, or in all." End quote. Note: Arnold's Lectures on Modern History, page 35. End note. By the middle of the 5th century, Germanic nations had settled themselves in many of the fairest regions of the Roman Empire, and imposed their yoke on the provincials, and had undergone, to a considerable extent, that moral conquest which the arts and refinements of the vanquished in arms have so often achieved over the rough victor. The Visigoths held the north of Spain and Gaul south of the Loire. Franks, Alemanni, Alans, and Burgundians had established themselves in other Gallic provinces, and the Suevi were masters of a large southern portion of the Spanish peninsula. The king of the Vandals reigned in North Africa, and the Ostrogoths had firmly planted themselves in the provinces north of Italy. Of these powers and principalities, that of the Visigoths under their king Theodoric, son of Alaric, was by far the first in power and in civilization. The pressure of the Huns upon Europe had first been felt in the 4th century of our era. They had long been formidable to the Chinese Empire. But the ascendancy in arms which another nomadic tribe of Central Asia, the Xianpai, gained over them drove the Huns from their Chinese conquests westward, and this movement, once being communicated to the whole chain of barbaric nations that dwelt northward of the Black Sea and the Roman Empire, tribe after tribe of savage warriors broke in upon the barriers of civilized Europe. Quote, Velut unda supervenit undam. End quote. The Huns crossed the Tanais into Europe in 375 and rapidly reduced to subjection the Alans, the Ostrogoths, and other tribes that were then dwelling along the course of the Danube. The armies of the Roman Emperor that tried to check their progress were cut to pieces by them, and Pannonia and other provinces south of the Danube were speedily occupied by the victorious cavalry of those new invaders. Not merely the degenerate Romans, but the bold and hardy warriors of Germany and Scandinavia were appalled at the numbers, the ferocity, the ghastly appearance, and the lightning-like rapidity of the Huns. Strange and loathsome legends were coined and credited, which attributed their origin to the union of, quote, secret, black, and midnight hags, unquote, with the evil spirits of the wilderness. Tribe after tribe and city after city fell before them. Then came a pause in their career of conquest in southwestern Europe, caused probably by dissensions among their chiefs, and also by their arms being employed in attack upon the Scandinavian nations. But when Attila, or Etzel as he is called in the Hungarian language, became their ruler, the torrent of their arms was directed with augmented terrors upon the west and the south, and their myriads marched beneath the guidance of one mastermind to the overthrow both of the new and the old powers of the earth. Recent events have thrown such a strong interest over everything connected with the Hungarian name that even the terrible name of Attila now impresses us the more vividly through our sympathizing admiration of the exploits of those who claim to be descended from his warriors, and, quote, ambitiously insert the name of Attila among their native kings, unquote. The authenticity of this martial genealogy is denied by some writers and questioned by more, but it is at least certain that the Magyars of Arpad, who are the immediate ancestors of the bulk of the modern Hungarians, and who conquered the country which bears the name of Hungary in AD 889, were of the same stock of mankind as were the Huns of Attila, even if they did not belong to the same subdivision of that stock. Nor is there any improbability in the tradition that after Attila's death many of his warriors remained in Hungary, and that their descendants afterwards joined the Huns of Arpad in their career of conquest. It is certain that Attila made Hungary the seat of his empire. It seems also susceptible of clear proof that the territory was then called Hungvar, and Attila's soldiers Hungvari. Both the Huns of Attila and those of Arpad came from the family of nomadic nations, whose primitive regions were those vast wildernesses of High Asia which are included between the Altaic and the Himalayan mountain chains. The inroads of these tribes upon the lower regions of Asia and into Europe have caused many of the most remarkable revolutions in the history of the world. There is every reason to believe that swarms of these nations made their way into distant parts of the earth at periods long before the date of the Scythian invasion of Asia, which is the earliest inroad of the nomadic race that history records. The first, as far as we can conjecture, in respect to the time of their descent, were the Finnish and Ugrian tribes, who appear to have come down from the Asiatic border of High Asia towards the northwest, in which direction they advanced to the Uralian mountains. There they established themselves, and that mountain chain, with its valleys and pasture lands, became to them a new country, whence they sent out colonies on every side. But the Ugrian colony, which under Arpad occupied Hungary and became the ancestors of the bulk of the present Hungarian nation, did not quit their settlements on the Uralian mountains till a very late period, not until 4 centuries after the time when Attila led from the primary seats of the nomadic races in High Asia the host with which he advanced into the heart of France. Note: see Pritchard's researches into the physical history of mankind. End note. That host was Turkish, but closely allied in origin, language, and habits with the Finno-Ugrian settlers on the Ural. Attila's fame has not come down to us through the partial and suspicious medium of chroniclers and poets of his own race. It is not from Hunnish authorities that we learn the extent of his might. It is from his enemies, from the literature and the legends of the nations whom he afflicted with his arms, that we draw the unquestionable evidence of his greatness. Besides the express narratives of Byzantine, Latin, and Gothic writers, we have the strongest proof of the stern reality of Attila's conquests in the extent to which he and his Huns have been the themes of the earliest German and Scandinavian lays. Wild as many of these legends are, they bear concurrent and certain testimony to the awe with which the memory of Attila is regarded by the bold warriors who composed and delighted in them. Attila's exploits and the wonders of his unearthly steed and magic sword repeatedly occur in the sagas of Norway and Iceland, and the celebrated Nibelungen Lied, the most ancient of Germanic poetry, is full of them. There, Etzel or Attila is described as the wearer of 12 mighty crowns, and as promising to his bride the lands of 30 kings, whom his irresistible sword has subdued. He is, in fact, the hero of the latter part of this remarkable poem, and it is at his capital city, at Sellenberg, which evidently corresponds to the modern Buda, that much of its action takes place. When we turn from the legendary to the historic Attila, we see clearly that he was not one of the vulgar herd of barbaric conquerors. Consummate military skill may be traced in his campaigns, and he relied far less on the brute force of armies for the aggrandizement of his empire than on the unbounded influence over the affections of friends and the fears of foes which his genius enabled him to acquire. Austerely sober in his private life, severely just on the judgment seat, conspicuous among a nation of warriors for hardihood, strength, and skill in every martial exercise, grave and deliberate in counsel, but rapid and remorseless in execution, he gave safety and security to all who were under his dominion, while he waged a warfare of extermination against all who opposed or sought to escape from it. He matched the national passions, the prejudices, the creeds, and the superstitions of the varied nations over which he ruled, and of those which he sought to reduce beneath his sway. And these feelings he had the skill to turn to his own account. His own warriors believed him to be the inspired favorite of their deities, and followed him with fanatic zeal. His enemies looked on him as the pre-appointed minister of heaven's wrath against themselves, and though they believed not in his creed, their own made them tremble before him. In one of his early campaigns he appeared before his troops with an ancient iron sword in his grasp, which he told them was the god of war whom their ancestors had worshipped.
It is certain that the nomadic tribes of northern Asia, whom Herodotus described under the name of Scythians, from the earliest times worshipped as their god a bare sword.
That sword god was supposed, in Attila's time, to have disappeared from earth. But the Hunnish king now claimed to have received it by special revelation. It was said that a herdsman who was tracking in the desert a wounded heifer by the drops of blood found the mysterious sword standing fixed in the ground, as if it had been darted down from heaven. The herdsman bore it to Attila, who thenceforth was believed by the Huns to wield the spirit of death in battle. And the seers prophesied that that sword was to destroy the world. A Roman, note, Precas, end note, who was on an embassy to the Hunnish camp, recorded in his memoirs Attila's acquisition of his supernatural weapon, and the immense influence over the minds of the barbaric tribes which its possession gave him. In the title which he assumed, we shall see the skill with which he availed himself of the legends and creeds of other nations as well as of his own. He designated himself, quote, Attila, descendant of the great Nimrod, nurtured in Engaddi by the grace of God, king of the Huns, the Goths, the Danes, and the Medes, the dread of the world. End quote. Herbert states that Attila is represented on an old medallion with a teraphim, or a head, on his breast, and the same writer adds, quote, we know from the Hamartologia of Prudentius that Nimrod, with a snaky-haired head, was the object of adoration to the heretical followers of Marcion. And the same head was the palladium set up by Antiochus Epiphanes over the gates of Antioch, though it has been called the visage of Cheiron. The memory of Nimrod was certainly regarded with mystic veneration by many, and by asserting himself to be the heir of that mighty hunter before the Lord, he vindicated to himself at least the whole Babylonian kingdom. Quote, the singular assertion in his style that he was nurtured in Engaddi, where he certainly had never been, will be more easily understood on reference to the 12th chapter of the book of Revelation, concerning the woman clothed with the sun, who was to bring forth in the wilderness, where she hath a place prepared of God, a man-child, who was to contend with the dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and rule all nations with a rod of iron. This prophecy was at that time understood universally by the sincere Christians to refer to the birth of Constantine, who was to overwhelm the paganism of the city on the 7 hills, and it is still so explained. But it is evident that the heathens must have looked on it in a different light, and have regarded it as a foretelling of the birth of the Great One who should master the temporal power of Rome. The assertion, therefore, that he was nurtured in Engaddi is a claim to be looked upon as that man-child who was to be brought forth in a place prepared of God in the wilderness. Engaddi means a place of palms and vines in the wilderness. It was hard by Zoar, the city of refuge, which was saved in the vale of Siddim, or demons, when the rest were destroyed by fire and brimstone from the Lord in heaven, and might, therefore, be especially called a place prepared of God in the wilderness. End quote. It is obvious enough why he styled himself, quote, by the grace of God, king of the Huns and Goths, end quote, and it seems far from difficult to see why he added the names of the Medes and the Danes. His armies had been engaged in warfare against the Persian kingdom of the Sassanidae, and it is certain, note, see the narrative of Precas, and note, that he meditated the attack and overthrow of the Medo-Persian power. probably some of the northern provinces of that kingdom had been compelled to pay him tribute, and this would account for his styling himself King of the Medes, they being his remotest subjects to the south. From a similar cause he may have called himself King of the Danes, as his power may well have extended northwards as far as the nearest of the Scandinavian nations. And this mention of Medes and Danes as his subjects would serve at once to indicate the vast extent of his dominion.
Note: in the quote, Nibelungen Lied, unquote, the old poet who describes the reception of the heroine Shrimhild by Attila, note Etzel, end note, says that Attila's dominions were so vast that among his subject warriors there were Russian, Greek, Wallachian, Polish, and even Danish knights. End note.
End of chapter 6, part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Crey, Chapter 6, Part 2. The extensive territory north of the Danube and Black Sea and eastward of Caucasus, over which Attila ruled, first in conjunction with his brother Bleda and afterwards alone, cannot be very accurately defined, but it must have comprised within it, besides the Huns, many nations of Slavic, Gothic, Teutonic, and Finnish origin. South also of the Danube, the country from the river Seu as far as Novi in Thrace was a Hunnish province. Such was the empire of the Huns in A.D. 445, a memorable year in which Attila founded Buda on the Danube as his capital city, and ridded himself of his brother by a crime, which seems to have been prompted not only by selfish ambition, but also by a desire of turning to his purpose the legends and forebodings which then were universally spread throughout the Roman Empire, and must have been well known to the watchful and ruthless Hun. The year 445 of our era completed the 12th century from the foundation of Rome, according to the best chronologers. It had always been believed among the Romans that the 12 vultures, which were said to have appeared to Romulus when he founded the city, signified the time during which the Roman power should endure. The 12 vultures denoted 12 centuries. This interpretation of the vision of the birds of destiny was current among learned Romans, even when there were yet many of the 12 centuries to run, and while the imperial city was at the zenith of its power. But as the allotted time drew nearer and nearer to its conclusion, and as Rome grew weaker and weaker beneath the blows of barbaric invaders, the terrible omen was more and more talked and thought of, and in Attila's time men watched for the momentary extinction of the Roman state with the last beat of the last vulture's wing. Moreover, among the numerous legends connected with the foundation of the city and the fratricidal death of Remus, there was one most terrible one, which told that Romulus did not put his brother to death in accident or in hasty quarrel, but that, quote, he slew his gallant twin with inexpiable sin, unquote, deliberately and in compliance with the warnings of supernatural powers. The shedding of a brother's blood was believed to have been the price at which the founder of Rome had purchased from Destiny her 12 centuries of existence. Note: see a curious justification of Attila's murder of his brother by a zealous Hungarian advocate in the note to Crey's Annales Honorum, page 117. The example of Romulus is the main authority quoted. End note. We may imagine, therefore, with what terror in this, the 1200th year after the foundation of Rome, the inhabitants of the Roman Empire must have heard the tidings that the royal brethren Attila and Bleda had founded a new capital on the Danube, which was designed to rule over the ancient capital on the Tiber, and that Attila, like Romulus, had consecrated the foundations of his new city by murdering his brother, so that for the new cycle of centuries then about to commence, dominion had been bought from the gloomy spirits of Destiny in favor of the Hun, by a sacrifice of equal awe and value with that which had formerly obtained it for the Romans. It is to be remembered that not only the pagans, but also the Christians of that age knew and believed in these legends and omens. However, they might differ as to the nature of the superhuman agency by which such mysteries had been made known to mankind. And we may observe with Herbert, a modern learned dignitary of our church, how remarkably this augury was fulfilled. For, quote, if to the 12 centuries denoted by the 12 vultures that appeared to Romulus, we add for the 6 birds that appeared to Remus 6 lustra, or periods of 5 years each, by which the Romans were wont to number their time, it brings us precisely to the year 476, in which the Roman Empire was finally extinguished by Odoacer. End quote. An attempt to assassinate Attila, made or supposed to have been made at the instigation of Theodosius the Younger, the Emperor of Constantinople, drew the Hunnish armies in 445 upon the Eastern Empire, and delayed for a time the destined blow against Rome. Probably a more important cause of delay was the revolt of some of the Hunnish tribes to the north of the Black Sea against Attila, which broke out about this period and is curiously mentioned by the Byzantine writers. Attila quelled this revolt, and having thus consolidated his power, and having punished the presumption of the Eastern Roman Emperor by fearful ravages of his fairest provinces, Attila, A.D. 450, prepared to set his vast forces in motion for the conquest of Western Europe. He sought unsuccessfully, by diplomatic intrigues, to detach the king of the Visigoths from his alliance with Rome, and he resolved first to crush the power of Theodoric, and then to advance with overwhelming power to trample out the last sparks of the doomed Roman Empire. A strong invitation from a Roman princess gave him a pretext for the war, and threw an air of chivalric enterprise over his invasion. Honoria, sister of Valentinian III, the Emperor of the West, had sent to Attila to offer him her hand, and her supposed right to share in the imperial power. This had been discovered by Romans, and Honoria had been forthwith closely imprisoned. Attila now pretended to take up arms in behalf of his self-promised bride, and proclaimed that he was about to march to Rome to redress Honoria's wrongs. Ambition and spite against her brother must have been the sole motives that led the lady to woo the royal Hun, for Attila's face and person had all the national ugliness of his race, and the description given of him by a Byzantine ambassador must have been well known in the imperial courts. Herbert has well versified the portrait drawn by Precas of the great enemy of both Byzantium and Rome.
Quote, "Terrific was his semblance, in no mould of beautiful proportion cast, his limbs nothing exalted, but with sinews braced of Calibian temper, agile, lithe, and swifter than the roe. His ample chest was overbrowed by a gigantic head, with eyes keen, deeply sunk, and small, that gleamed strangely in wrath, as though some spirit unclean, within that corporal tenement installed, looked from its windows, but with tempered fire, beamed mildly on the unresisting. Thin his beard and hoary, his flat nostrils crowned, a cicatrized swart visage, but withal that questionable shape such glory wore, that mortals quailed beneath him." End quote.
Two chiefs of the Franks, who were then settled on the lower Rhine, were at this period engaged in a feud with each other, and while one of them appealed to the Romans for aid, the other invoked the assistance and protection of the Huns. Attila thus obtained an ally whose cooperation secured for him the passage of the Rhine, and it was this circumstance which caused him to take a northward route from Hungary for his attack upon Gaul. The muster of the Hunnish hosts was swollen by warriors of every tribe that they had subjugated. Nor is there any reason to suspect the old chroniclers of willful exaggeration in estimating Attila's army at 700,000 strong. Having crossed the Rhine, probably a little below Koblenz, he defeated the king of the Burgundians, who endeavored to bar his progress. He then divided his vast forces into two armies, one of which marched northwest upon Tongres and Arras and the other cities of that part of France, while the main body under Attila himself marched up the Moselle and destroyed Besançon and other towns in the country of the Burgundians. One of the latest and best biographers of Attila well observes that, quote, having thus conquered the eastern part of France, Attila prepared for an invasion of the West Gothic territories beyond the Loire. He marched upon Orleans, where he intended to force the passage of that river, and only a little attention is requisite to enable us to perceive that he proceeded on a systematic plan. He had his right wing on the north for the protection of his Frank allies, his left wing on the south for the purpose of preventing the Burgundians from rallying and of menacing the passes of the Alps from Italy, and he led his center towards the chief object of the campaign, the conquest of Orleans, and an easy passage into the West Gothic dominion. The whole plan is very like that of the Allied powers in 1814, with this difference, that their left wing entered France through the defiles of the Jura in the direction of Lyons, and that the military object of the campaign was the capture of Paris, unquote. Note: Biographical Dictionary commenced by the Useful Knowledge Society in 1844, end note. It was not until the year 451 that the Huns commenced the siege of Orleans, and during their campaign in eastern Gaul,
The Roman general Aetius had strenuously exerted himself in collecting and organizing such an army as might,
when united to the soldiery of the Visigoths, be fit to face the Huns in the field. He enlisted every subject of the Roman Empire whom patriotism, courage, or compulsion could collect beneath the standards, and round these troops, which assumed the once proud title of the legions of Rome, he arrayed the large forces of barbaric auxiliaries, whom pay, persuasion, or the general hate and dread of the Huns brought to the camp of the last of the Roman generals. King Theodoric exerted himself with equal energy. Orleans resisted her besiegers bravely as in after times.
the passage of the Loire was skillfully defended against the Huns, and Aetius and Theodoric, after much maneuvering and difficulty, effected a junction of their armies to the south of that important river.
On the advance of the allies upon Orleans, Attila instantly broke up the siege of that city and retreated towards the Marne. he did not choose to risk a decisive battle with only the central core of his army against the combined power of his enemies, and he therefore fell back upon his base of operations, calling in his wings from Arras and Besançon, and concentrating the whole of the Hunnish forces on the vast plains of Chalons-sur-Marne. A glance at the map will show how scientifically this place was chosen by the Hunnish general as the point for his scattered forces to converge upon, and the nature of the ground was eminently favorable for the operations of cavalry, the arm in which Attila's strength peculiarly lay. It was during the retreat from Orleans that a Christian is reported to have approached the Hunnish king and said to him, quote, "Thou art the scourge of God for the chastisement of Christians." Unquote. Attila instantly assumed this new title of terror, which thenceforth became the appellation by which he was most widely and most fearfully known. The confederate armies of Romans and Visigoths at last met their great adversary face to face on the ample battleground of the Chalons plains.
Aetius commanded on the right of the allies.
King Theodoric on the left, and Sangipan, king of the Alans, whose fidelity was suspected, was placed purposely in the center and in the very front of the battle. Attila commanded his center in person, at the head of his own countrymen, while the Ostrogoths, the Gepidae, and the other subject allies of the Huns were drawn up on the wings. Some maneuvering appears to have occurred during the engagement, in which Attila had the advantage, inasmuch as he succeeded in occupying a sloping hill which commanded the left flank of the Huns.
Attila saw the importance of the position taken by Aetius on the high ground,
and commenced the battle by a furious attack on this part of the Roman line, in which he seems to have detached some of his best troops from his center to aid his left. The Romans, having the advantage of the ground, repulsed the Huns, and while the allies gained this advantage on their right, their left, under King Theodoric, assailed the Ostrogoths, who formed the right of Attila's army. The gallant king was himself struck down by a javelin, as he rode onward at the head of his men, and his own cavalry, charging over him, trampled him to death in the confusion. But the Visigoths, infuriated, not dispirited, by their monarch's fall, routed the enemies opposed to them, and then wheeled upon the flank of the Hunnish center, which had been engaged in a sanguinary and indecisive contest with the Alans. In this peril, Attila made his center fall back upon his camp, and when the shelter of its entrenchments and wagons had once been gained, the Hunnish archers repulsed without difficulty the charges of the vengeful Gothic cavalry. Aetius had not pressed the advantage which he gained on his side of the field, and, when night fell over the wild scene of havoc, Attila's left was still unbroken, but his right had been routed and his center forced back upon his camp. Expecting an assault on the morrow, Attila stationed his best archers in front of the cars and wagons, which were drawn up as a fortification along his lines, and made every preparation for a desperate resistance. But the, quote, scourge of God, unquote, resolved that no man should boast of the honor of having either captured or slain him, and he caused to be raised in the center of his encampment a huge pyramid of the wooden saddles of his cavalry. Round it he heaped the spoils and the wealth that he had won. On it he stationed his wives who had accompanied him in the campaign, and on the summit he placed himself, ready to perish in the flames, and balk the victorious foe of their choicest booty, should they succeed in storming his defenses. But when the morning broke and revealed the extent of the carnage with which the plains were heaped for miles, the successful allies saw also and respected the resolute attitude of their antagonist. Neither were any measures taken to blockade him in his camp, and so to extort by famine that submission which it was too plainly perilous to enforce with the sword. Attila was allowed to march back the remnants of his army without molestation and even with the semblance of success. It is probable that the crafty Aetius was unwilling to be too victorious. He dreaded the glory which his allies, the Visigoths, had acquired, and feared that Rome might find a second Alaric in Prince Thorismund, who had signalized himself in the battle, and had been chosen on the field to succeed his father Theodoric. He persuaded the young king to return at once to his capital, and thus relieved himself at the same time of the presence of a dangerous friend as well as of a formidable though beaten foe. Attila's attacks on the Western Empire were soon renewed, but never with such peril to the civilized world as had menaced it before his defeat at Chalons. And on his death, 2 years after that battle, the vast empire which his genius had founded was soon dissevered by the successful revolts of the subject nations. The name of the Huns ceased for some centuries to inspire terror in Western Europe, and their ascendancy passed away with the life of the great king by whom it had been so fearfully augmented. Note: if I seem to have given fewer of the details of the battle itself than its importance would warrant, my excuse must be that Gibbon has enriched our language with a description of it too long for quotation and too splendid for rivalry. I have not, however, taken altogether the same view of it that he has. The notes to Mr. Herbert's poem of, quote, Attila, end quote, bring together nearly all the authorities on the subject, end note. Synopsis of events between the Battle of Chalons, A.D. 451, and the Battle of Tours, 732. A.D. 476, the Roman Empire of the West extinguished by Odoacer. 482, establishment of the French monarchy in Gaul by Clovis. 455-482, the Saxons, Angles, and Frisians conquer Britain except for the northern parts, and the districts along the west coast. The German conquerors found 8 independent kingdoms. 533-568, the generals of Justinian, the Emperor of Constantinople, conquer Italy and North Africa, and these countries are for a short time annexed to the Roman Empire of the East. 568-570, the Lombards conquer great part of Italy. 570-627, the wars between the emperors of Constantinople and the kings of Persia are actively continued. 622, the Mahometan era of the Hegira. Mahomet is driven from Mecca and is received as Prince of Medina. 629-632, Mahomet conquers Arabia. 632-651, the Mahometan Arabs invade and conquer Persia. 632-709, they attack the Roman Empire of the East. They conquer Syria, Egypt, and Africa. 709-713, they cross the Straits of Gibraltar and invade and conquer Spain. Quote, at the death of Muhammad in 632, his temporal and religious sovereignty embraced and was limited by the Arabian Peninsula. The Roman and Persian empires engaged in tedious and indecisive hostility upon the rivers of Mesopotamia and the Armenian mountains, were viewed by the ambitious fanatics of his creed as their quarry. In the very first year of Muhammad's immediate successor, Abu Bakr, each of these mighty empires was invaded. The crumbling fabric of Eastern despotism is never secured against rapid and total subversion. A few victories, a few sieges carried the Arabian arms from the Tigris to the Oxus and overthrew with the Sasanian dynasty the ancient and famous religion they had professed. 7 years of active and unceasing warfare sufficed to subjugate the rich province of Syria, though defended by numerous armies and fortified cities. and the Caliph Omar had scarcely returned thanks for the accomplishment of this conquest, when Amrou, his lieutenant, announced to him the entire reduction of Egypt. After some interval, the Saracens won their way along the coast of Africa as far as the Pillars of Hercules, and a third province was irretrievably torn from the Greek Empire. These western conquests introduced them to fresh enemies and ushered in more splendid successes. Encouraged by the disunion of the Visigoths and invited by treachery, Musa, the general of a master who sat beyond the opposite extremity of the Mediterranean Sea, passed over into Spain, and within about 2 years the name of Mohammed was invoked under the Pyrenees. End quote. Note: Halam. End note. End of chapter 6, part 2.
Chapter 7, Part 1 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 7, Part 1. The Battle of Tours, A.D. 732. The events that rescued our ancestors of Britain and our neighbors of Gaul from the civil and religious yoke of the Koran. Gibbon. The broad tract of Champagne country which intervenes between the cities of Poitiers and Tours is principally composed of a succession of rich pasture lands, which are traversed and fertilized by the Cher, the Creuse, the Vienne, the Claine, the Indre, and other tributaries of the river Loire. Here and there the ground swells into picturesque eminences, and occasionally a belt of forest land, a brown heath, or a clustering series of vineyards breaks the monotony of the wide-spread meadows. But the general character of the land is that of a grassy plain, and it seems naturally adapted for the evolutions of numerous armies, especially of those vast bodies of cavalry which principally decided the fate of nations during the centuries that followed the downfall of Rome and preceded the consolidation of the modern European powers. This region has been signalized by more than one memorable conflict, but it is principally interesting to the historian by having been the scene of the great victory won by Charles Martel over the Saracens, A.D. 732, which gave a decisive check to the career of Arab conquest in Western Europe, rescued Christendom from Islam, preserved the relics of ancient and the germs of modern civilization, and re-established the old superiority of the Indo-European over the Semitic family of mankind. Sismondi and Michelet have underrated the enduring interest of this great appeal of battle between the champions of the Crescent and the Cross. But, if French writers have slighted the exploits of their national hero, the Saracenic trophies of Charles Martel have had full justice done to them by English and German historians. Gibbon devotes several pages of his great work to the narrative of the Battle of Tours, and to the consideration of the consequences which probably would have resulted if Abderrahman's enterprise had not been crushed by the Frankish chief. Gibbon's remark, that if the Saracen conquest had not then been checked, perhaps the interpretation of the Koran would now be taught in the schools of Oxford, and her pulpits might demonstrate to a circumcised people the sanctity and truth of the revelation of Mahomet, has almost an air of regret. Schlegel speaks of this mighty victory in terms of fervent gratitude, and tells how the arms of Charles Martel saved and delivered the Christian nations of the West from the deadly grasp of all-destroying Islam. And Ranke points out, as one of the most important epochs in the history of the world, the commencement of the 8th century, when on the one side Mohammedanism threatened to overspread Italy and Gaul, and on the other the ancient idolatry of Saxony and Friesland once more forced its way across the Rhine. In this peril of Christian institutions, a youthful prince of Germanic race, Karl Martel, arose as their champion, maintained them with all the energy which the necessity for self-defense calls forth, and finally extended them into new regions. Arnold ranks the victory of Charles Martel even higher than the victory of Arminius among those signal deliverances which have affected for centuries the happiness of mankind. In fact, the more we test its importance, the higher we shall be led to estimate it. And though the authentic details which we possess of its circumstances and its heroes are but meagre, we can trace enough of its general character to make us watch with deep interest this encounter between the rival conquerors of the decaying Roman Empire. That old classic world, the history of which occupies so large a portion of our early studies, lay, in the 8th century of our era, utterly exanimate and overthrown. On the north the German, on the south the Arab, was rending away its provinces. At last the spoilers encountered one another, each striving for the full mastery of the prey. Their conflict brought back upon the memory of Gibbon the old Homeric simile, where the strife of Hector and Patroclus over the dead body of Cebriones is compared to the combat of two lions, that, in their hate and hunger, fight together on the mountain tops over the carcass of a slaughtered stag; and the reluctant yielding of the Saracen powers to the superior might of the northern warriors might not inaptly recall those other lines of the same book of the Iliad, where the downfall of Patroclus beneath Hector is likened to the forced yielding of the panting and exhausted wild boar, that had long and furiously fought with the superior beast of prey for the possession of the fountain among the rocks, at which each burned to drink. Although 3 centuries had passed away since the Germanic conquerors of Rome had crossed the Rhine, never to repass that frontier stream, no settled system of institutions or government, no amalgamation of the various races into one people, no uniformity of language or habits, had been established in the country, at the time when Charles Martel was called on to repel the menacing tide of the Saracenic invasion from the south. Gaul was not yet France. In that, as in other provinces of the Roman Empire of the West, the dominion of the Caesars had been shattered as early as the 5th century, and barbaric kingdoms and principalities had promptly arisen on the ruins of the Roman power. But few of these had any permanency, and none of them consolidated the rest, or any considerable number of the rest, into one coherent and organized civil and political society. The great bulk of the population still consisted of the conquered provincials, that is to say, of Romanized Celts, of a Gallic race which had long been under the dominion of the Caesars, and had acquired, together with no slight infusion of Roman blood, the language, the literature, the laws, and the civilization of Latium. Among these, and dominant over them, roved or dwelt the German victors, some retaining nearly all the rude independence of their primitive national character, others softened and disciplined by the aspect and contact of the manners and institutions of civilized life. For it is to be borne in mind that the Roman Empire in the West was not crushed by any sudden avalanche of barbaric invasion. The German conquerors came across the Rhine, not in enormous hosts, but in bands of a few thousand warriors at a time. The conquest of a province was the result of an infinite series of partial local invasions, carried on by little armies of this description. The victorious warriors either retired with their booty, or fixed themselves in the invaded district, taking care to keep sufficiently concentrated for military purposes, and ever ready for some fresh foray, either against a rival Teutonic band, or some hitherto unassailed city of the provincials. Gradually, however, the conquerors acquired a desire for permanent landed possessions. They lost somewhat of the restless thirst for novelty and adventure which had first made them throng beneath the banner of the boldest captains of their tribe, and leave their native forests for a roving military life on the left bank of the Rhine. They were converted to the Christian faith, and gave up with their old creed much of the coarse ferocity which must have been fostered in the spirits of the ancient warriors of the North by a mythology which promised, as a reward of the brave on earth, an eternal cycle of fighting and drunkenness in heaven. But although their conversion and other civilizing influences operated powerfully upon the Germans in Gaul, and although the Franks, who were originally a confederation of the Teutonic tribes that dwelt between the Rhine, the Main, and the Weser, established a decided superiority over the other conquerors of the province, as well as over the conquered provincials, the country long remained a chaos of uncombined and shifting elements. The early princes of the Merovingian dynasty were generally occupied in wars against other princes of their house, occasioned by the frequent subdivisions of the Frank monarchy; and the ablest and best of them had found all their energies tasked to the utmost to defend the barrier of the Rhine against the pagan Germans, who strove to pass that river and gather their share of the spoils of the empire. The conquests which the Saracens effected over the southern and eastern provinces of Rome were far more rapid than those achieved by the Germans in the north; and the new organizations of society which the Moslems introduced were summarily and uniformly enforced. Exactly a century passed between the death of Mohammed and the date of the battle of Tours. During that century the followers of the Prophet had torn away half the Roman Empire, and, besides their conquests over Persia, the Saracens had overrun Syria, Egypt, Africa, and Spain, in an uncheckered and apparently irresistible career of victory. Nor, at the commencement of the 8th century of our era, was the Mohammedan world divided against itself, as it subsequently became. All these vast regions obeyed the Caliph. Throughout them all, from the Pyrenees to the Oxus, the name of Mohammed was invoked in prayer, and the Koran revered as the book of the law. It was under one of their ablest and most renowned commanders, with a veteran army and with every apparent advantage of time, place, and circumstance, that the Arabs made their great effort at the conquest of Europe north of the Pyrenees. The victorious Moslem soldiery in Spain, a countless multitude, Syrian, Moor, Saracen, Greek renegade, Persian and Copt and Tartar, in one bond of erring faith conjoined strong in the youth and heat of zeal, a dreadful brotherhood, were eager for the plunder of more Christian cities and shrines, and full of fanatic confidence in the invincibility of their arms. Nor were the chiefs of victory less assured, by long success elate, and proud of that overwhelming strength which surely they believed, as it had rolled thus far unchecked, would roll victorious on, till, like the Orient, the subjected West should bow in reverence at Mahomed's name, and pilgrims from remotest Arctic shores tread with religious feet the burning sands of Araby and Mecca's stony soil. Southey's Roderick. It is not only by the modern Christian poet, but by the old Arabian chroniclers also, that these feelings of ambition and arrogance are attributed to the Moslems, who had overthrown the Visigoth power in Spain, and their eager expectations of new wars were excited to the utmost on the reappointment by the Caliph of Abderrahman ibn Abdillah al-Gafeki to the government of that country, A.D. 729, which restored them a general who had signalized his skill and prowess during the conquests of Africa and Spain, whose ready valor and generosity had made him the idol of the troops, who had already been engaged in several expeditions into Gaul, so as to be well acquainted with the national character and tactics of the Franks, and who was known to thirst, like a good Moslem, for revenge for the slaughter of some detachments of the true believers, which had been cut off on the north of the Pyrenees. In addition to his cardinal military virtues, Abderrahman is described by the Arab writers as a model of integrity and justice. The first 2 years of his second administration in Spain were occupied in severe reforms of the abuses which under his predecessors had crept into the system of government, and in extensive preparations for his intended conquest of Gaul. Besides the troops which he collected from his province, he obtained from Africa a large body of chosen Berber cavalry, officered by Arabs of proved skill and valour; and in the summer of 732 he crossed the Pyrenees at the head of an army which some Arab writers rate at 80,000 strong, while some of the Christian chroniclers swell its numbers to many hundreds of thousands more. Probably the Arab account diminishes, but of the two keeps nearer to the truth. It was from this formidable host, after Eudes the Count of Aquitaine had vainly striven to check it, after many strong cities had fallen before it, and half the land been overrun, that Gaul and Christendom were at last rescued by the strong arm of Prince Charles, who acquired a surname, Martel the Hammer, like that of the war god of his forefathers' creed, from the might with which he broke and shattered his enemies in the battle. The Merovingian kings had sunk into absolute insignificance, and had become mere puppets of royalty before the 8th century. Charles Martel, like his father Pepin Heristal, was Duke of the Austrasian Franks, the bravest and most thoroughly Germanic part of the nation, and exercised, in the name of the titular king, what little paramount authority the turbulent minor rulers of districts and towns could be persuaded or compelled to acknowledge. Engaged with his national competitors in perpetual conflicts for power, engaged also in more serious struggles for safety against the fierce tribes of the unconverted Frisians, Bavarians, Saxons, and Thuringians, who at that epoch assailed with peculiar ferocity the Christianized Germans on the left bank of the Rhine, Charles Martel added experienced skill to his natural courage, and he had also formed a militia of veterans among the Franks. Hallam has thrown out a doubt whether, in our admiration of his victory at Tours, we do not judge a little too much by the event, and whether there was not rashness in his risking the fate of France on the result of a general battle with the invaders. But when we remember that Charles had no standing army, and the independent spirit of the Frank warriors who followed his standard, it seems most probable that it was not in his power to adopt the cautious policy of watching the invaders, and wearing out their strength by delay. So dreadful and so widespread were the ravages of the Saracenic light cavalry throughout Gaul, that it must have been impossible to restrain for any length of time the indignant ardour of the Franks. And even if Charles could have persuaded his men to look tamely on while the Arabs stormed more towns and desolated more districts, he could not have kept an army together when the usual period of a military expedition had expired. If indeed the Arab account of the disorganization of the Moslem forces be correct, the battle was as well timed on the part of Charles as it was beyond all question well fought. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, February 2014. Chapter 7, Part 2 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 7, Part 2. The monkish chroniclers, from whom we are obliged to glean a narrative of this memorable campaign, bear full evidence to the terror which the Saracen invasion inspired, and to the agony of that great struggle. The Saracens, say they, and their king, who was called Abderamis, came out of Spain, with all their wives, and their children, and their substance, in such great multitudes that no man could reckon or estimate them. They brought with them all their armour, and whatever they had, as if they were thenceforth always to dwell in France. Then Abderrahman, seeing the land filled with the multitude of his army, pierces through the mountains, tramples over rough and level ground, plunders far into the country of the Franks, and smites all with the sword, insomuch as when Odo came to battle with him at the river Garonne, and fled before him, God alone knows the number of the slain. Then Abderrahman pursued after Count Odo, and while he strives to spoil and burn the holy shrine at Tours, he encounters the chief of the Austrasian Franks, Charles, a man of war from his youth up, to whom Odo had sent warning. There for nearly 7 days they strive intensely, and at last they set themselves in battle array, and the nations of the north, standing firm as a wall, and impenetrable as a zone of ice, utterly slay the Arabs with the edge of the sword. The European writers all concur in speaking of the fall of Abderrahman as one of the principal causes of the defeat of the Arabs, who, according to one writer, after finding that their leader was slain, dispersed in the night, to the agreeable surprise of the Christians, who expected the next morning to see them issue from their tents and renew the combat. One monkish chronicler puts the loss of the Arabs at 375,000 men, while he says that only 1,007 Christians fell, a disparity of loss which he feels bound to account for by a special interposition of Providence. I have translated above some of the most spirited passages of these writers, but it is impossible to collect from them anything like a full or authentic description of the battle itself, or of the operations which preceded or followed it. Though, however, we may have cause to regret the meagreness and doubtful character of these narratives, we have the great advantage of being able to compare the accounts given of Abderrahman's expedition by the national writers of each side. This is a benefit which the inquirer into antiquity so seldom can obtain, that the fact of possessing it in the instance of the battle of Tours makes us think the historical testimony respecting that great event more certain and satisfactory than is the case in many other instances, where we possess abundant details respecting military exploits, but where those details come to us from the annalist of one nation only, and where we have consequently no safeguard against the exaggerations, the distortions, and the fictions which national vanity has so often put forth in the garb and under the title of history. The Arabian writers who recorded the conquests and wars of their countrymen in Spain have narrated also the expedition into Gaul of their great emir, and his defeat and death near Tours, in battle with the host of the Franks under King Caldus, the name into which they metamorphose Charles. The Arabian chronicles were compiled and translated into Spanish by Don José Antonio Conde in his Historia de la Dominación de los Árabes en España, published at Madrid in 1820. Conde's plan, which I have endeavoured to follow, was to present both the style and spirit of his Oriental authorities, so that we find in his pages a genuine Saracenic narrative of the wars in Western Europe between the Mohammedans and the Christians. They tell us how there was war between the Count of the Frankish frontier and the Moslems, and how the Count gathered together all his people, and fought for a time with doubtful success. But, say the Arabian chroniclers, Abderrahman drove them back, and the men of Abderrahman were puffed up in spirit by their repeated successes, and they were full of trust in the valour and the practice in war of their emir. So the Moslems smote their enemies, and passed the river Garonne, and laid waste the country, and took captives without number. And that army went through all places like a desolating storm. Prosperity made those warriors insatiable. At the passage of the river, Abderrahman overthrew the Count, and the Count retired into his stronghold. But the Moslems fought against it, and entered it by force, and slew the Count, for everything gave way to their scimitars, which were the robbers of lives. All the nations of the Franks trembled at that terrible army, and they betook them to their king Caldus, and told him of the havoc made by the Moslem horsemen, and how they rode at their will through all the land of Narbonne, Toulouse, and Bordeaux. And they told the king of the death of their count. Then the king bade them be of good cheer, and offered to aid them. And in the 114th year of the Hegira, he mounted his home, and he took with him a host that could not be numbered, and went against the Moslems. And he came upon them at the great city of Tours, and Abderrahman and other prudent cavaliers saw the disorder of the Moslem troops, who were loaded with spoil. But they did not venture to displease the soldiers by ordering them to abandon everything except their arms and war horses. And Abderrahman trusted in the valour of his soldiers, and in the good fortune which had ever attended him. But, the Arab writer remarks, such defect of discipline always is fatal to armies. So Abderrahman and his host attacked Tours to gain still more spoil, and they fought against it so fiercely that they stormed the city almost before the eyes of the army that came to save it. And the fury and the cruelty of the Moslems toward the inhabitants of the city were like the fury and cruelty of raging tigers. It was manifest, adds the Arab, that God's chastisement was sure to follow such excesses, and fortune thereupon turned her back upon the Moslems. Near the river Oire, probably the Loire, the two great hosts of the two languages and the two creeds were set in array against each other. The hearts of Abderrahman, his captains, and his men were filled with wrath and pride, and they were the first to begin the fight. The Moslem horsemen dashed fierce and frequent forward against the battalions of the Franks, who resisted manfully, and many fell dead on either side, until the going down of the sun. Night parted the two armies. But in the grey of the morning the Moslems returned to the battle. Their cavaliers had soon hewn their way into the centre of the Christian host. But many of the Moslems were fearful for the safety of the spoil which they had stored in their tents, and a false cry arose in their ranks that some of the enemy were plundering the camp, whereupon several squadrons of the Moslem horsemen rode off to protect their tents. But it seemed as if they fled, and all the host was troubled. And while Abderrahman strove to check their tumult, and to lead them back to battle, the warriors of the Franks came around him, and he was pierced through with many spears, so that he died. Then all the host fled before the enemy, and many died in the flight. This deadly defeat of the Moslems, and the loss of the great leader and good cavalier Abderrahman, took place in the 115th year. It would be difficult to expect from an adversary a more explicit confession of having been thoroughly vanquished than the Arabs here accord to the Europeans. The points on which their narrative differs from those of the Christians, as to how many days the conflict lasted, whether the assailed city was actually rescued or not, and the like, are of little moment compared with the admitted great fact that there was a decisive trial of strength between Frank and Saracen, in which the former conquered. The enduring importance of the battle of Tours in the eyes of the Moslems is attested not only by the expressions of "the deadly battle" and "the disgraceful overthrow," which their writers constantly employ when referring to it, but also by the fact that no further serious attempts at conquest beyond the Pyrenees were made by the Saracens. Charles Martel and his son and grandson were left at leisure to consolidate and extend their power. The new Christian Roman Empire of the West, which the genius of Charlemagne founded, and throughout which his iron will imposed peace on the old anarchy of creeds and races, did not indeed retain its integrity after its great ruler's death. Fresh troubles came over Europe, but Christendom, though disunited, was safe. The progress of civilization and the development of the nationalities and governments of modern Europe, from that time forth, went forward in not uninterrupted, but ultimately certain career. Synopsis of events between the Battle of Tours, A.D. 732, and the Battle of Hastings, 1066. A.D. 768 to 814, reign of Charlemagne. This monarch has justly been termed the principal regenerator of Western Europe after the destruction of the Roman Empire. The early death of his brother Carloman left him sole master of the dominions of the Franks, which, by a succession of victorious wars, he enlarged into the new empire of the West. He conquered the Lombards and re-established the Pope at Rome, who in return acknowledged Charles as suzerain of Italy; and in the year 800 Leo III, in the name of the Roman people, solemnly crowned Charlemagne at Rome as Emperor of the Roman Empire of the West. In Spain, Charlemagne ruled the country between the Pyrenees and the Ebro, but his most important conquests were effected on the eastern side of his original kingdom, over the Sclavonians of Bohemia, the Avars of Pannonia, and over the previously uncivilized German tribes who had remained in their fatherland. The Old Saxons were his most obstinate antagonists, and his wars with them lasted for 30 years. Under him, the greater part of Germany was compulsorily civilized and converted from paganism to Christianity. His empire extended eastward as far as the Elbe, the Saal, and the Bohemian mountains, and a line drawn from thence, crossing the Danube above Vienna, and prolonged to the Gulf of Istria. Throughout this vast assemblage of provinces Charlemagne established an organized and firm government. But it is not as a mere conqueror that he demands admiration. In a life restlessly active, we see him reforming the coinage, and establishing the legal divisions of money, gathering about him the learned of every country, founding schools and collecting libraries, interfering, with the air of a king, in religious controversies, attempting, for the sake of commerce, the magnificent enterprise of uniting the Rhine and the Danube, and mediating to mold the discordant code of Roman and barbarian laws into a uniform system. 814 to 888. Repeated partitions of the empire and civil wars between Charlemagne's descendants. Ultimately, the kingdom of France is finally separated from Germany and Italy. In 982, Otto the Great of Germany revives the imperial dignity. 827. Egbert, king of Wessex, acquires the supremacy over the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. 832. The first Danish squadron attacks part of the English coast. The Danes, or Northmen, had begun their ravages in France a few years earlier. For 2 centuries Scandinavia sends out fleet after fleet of sea rovers, who desolate all the western kingdoms of Europe, and in many cases effect permanent conquests. 871 to 900. Reign of Alfred in England. After a long and varied struggle he rescues England from the Danish invaders. 911. The French king cedes Neustria to Hrolf the Northman. Hrolf, or Duke Rollo, as he thenceforth was termed, and his army of Scandinavian warriors become the ruling class of the population of the province, which is called after them Normandy. 1016. 4 knights from Normandy, who had been on a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, while returning through Italy, head the people of Salerno in repelling an attack of a band of Saracen corsairs. In the next year many adventurers from Normandy settle in Italy, where they conquer Apulia, 1040, and afterwards, 1060, Sicily. 1017. Canute, king of Denmark, becomes king of England. On the death of the last of his sons in 1041, the Saxon line is restored, and Edward the Confessor, who had been bred in the court of the Duke of Normandy, is called by the English to the throne of this island, as the representative of the house of Cerdic. 1035. Duke Robert of Normandy dies on his return from a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, and his son William, afterwards the conqueror of England, succeeds to the dukedom of Normandy. End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, February 2014.
Chapter 8, Part 1 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Johnson. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World. By Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 8, Part 1. The Battle of Hastings, 1066. Avez-vous la bataille assemblée, donc encore et grande renommée. Roman de Rue 1, 3183. Arletta's pretty feet twinkling in the brook gained her a duke's love, and gave us William the Conqueror. Had she not thus fascinated Duke Robert the Liberal of Normandy, Harold would not have fallen at Hastings, no Anglo-Norman dynasty could have arisen, no British Empire. The reflection is Sir Francis Palgrave's History of Normandy and England, Volume 1, page 528. And it is emphatically true. If anyone should write a history of decisive loves that have materially influenced the drama of the world and all its subsequent scenes, the daughter of the tanner of Falaise would deserve a conspicuous place in his pages. But it is her son, the victor of Hastings, who is now the object of our attention, and no one who appreciates the influence of England and her empire upon the destinies of the world will ever rank that victory as one of secondary importance. It is true that in the last century some writers of eminence on our history and laws mentioned the Norman conquest in terms from which it might be supposed that the Battle of Hastings led to little more than the substitution of one royal family for another on the throne of this country, and the garbling and changing of some of our laws through the cunning of the Norman lawyers. But at least since the appearance of the work of Augustin Thierry on the Norman conquest, these forensic fallacies have been exploded. Thierry made his readers keenly appreciate the magnitude of that political and social catastrophe. He depicted in vivid colors the atrocious cruelties of the conquerors, and the sweeping and enduring innovations that they wrought, involving the overthrow of the ancient constitution, as well as the last of the Saxon kings. In his pages we see new tribunals and tenures superseding the old ones, new divisions of race and class introduced, whole districts devastated to gratify the vengeance or the caprice of the new tyrant, the greater part of the lands of the English confiscated and divided among aliens, the very name of Englishmen turned into a reproach, the English language rejected as servile and barbarous, and all the high places in church and state for upwards of a century filled exclusively by men of foreign race. No less true than eloquent is Thierry's summing up of the social effects of the Norman conquest on the generation that witnessed it, and on many of their successors. He tells his reader that if he would form a just idea of England conquered by William of Normandy, he must figure to himself not a mere change of political rule, not the triumph of one candidate over another, of the man of one party over the man of another party, but the intrusion of one people into the bosom of another people, the violent placing of one society over another society, which it came to destroy, and the scattered fragments of which it retained only as personal property, or, to use the words of an old act, as the clothing of the soil. He must not picture to himself, on the one hand William, a king and a despot, on the other subjects of William's, high and low, rich and poor, all inhabiting England, and consequently all English. But he must imagine two nations, of one of which William is a member and the chief, two nations which, if the term must be used, were both subject to William, but as applied to which the word has quite different senses, meaning in the one case subordinate, in the other subjugated. He must consider that there are two countries, two soils, included in the same geographical circumference, that of the Normans rich and free, that of the Saxons poor and serving, vexed by rent and taillage, the former full of spacious mansions and walled and moated castles, the latter scattered over with huts and straw and ruined hovels. That peopled with the happy and the idle, with men of the army and of the court, with knights and nobles, this with men of pain and labor, with farmers and artisans, on the one side luxury and insolence, on the other misery and envy, not the envy of the poor at the sight of opulence they cannot reach, but the envy of the despoiled when in presence of the despoilers. Perhaps the effect of Thierry's work has been to cast into the shade the ultimate good effects on England of the Norman conquest. Yet these are as undeniable as the miseries which that conquest inflicted on our Saxon ancestors from the time of the Battle of Hastings to the time of the signing of the Great Charter at Runnymede. That last is the true epoch of English nationality. It is the epoch when Anglo-Norman and Anglo-Saxon ceased to keep aloof from each other, the one in haughty scorn, the other in sullen abhorrence, and when all the free men of the land, whether barons, knights, yeomen, or burghers, combined to lay the foundations of English freedom. Our Norman barons were the chiefs of that primary constitutional movement, those iron barons whom Chatham has so nobly eulogized. This alone should make England remember her obligations to the Norman conquest, which planted far and wide, as a dominant class in her land, a martial nobility of the bravest and most energetic race that ever existed. It may sound paradoxical, but it is in reality no exaggeration to say, with Guizot, C'est sur l'histoire de France, page 273, et sec, that England owes her liberties to her having been conquered by the Normans. It is true that the Saxon institutions were the primitive cradle of English liberty, but by their own intrinsic force they could never have founded the enduring free English constitution. It was the conquest that infused into them a new virtue, and the political liberties of England arose from the situation in which the Anglo-Saxon and the Anglo-Norman populations and laws found themselves placed relatively to each other in this island. The state of England under her last Anglo-Saxon kings closely resembled the state of France under the last Carlovingian and the first Capetian princes. The crown was feeble, the great nobles were strong and turbulent, and although there was more national unity in Saxon England than in France, although the English local free institutions had more reality and energy than was the case with anything analogous to them on the continent in the 11th century, still the probability is that the Saxon system of polity, if left to itself, would have fallen into utter confusion, out of which would have arisen first an aristocratic hierarchy like that which arose in France, next an absolute monarchy, and finally a series of anarchical revolutions, such as we now behold around, but not among us. See Guizot, ut supra. The latest conquerors of this island were also the bravest and the best. I do not except even the Romans, and in spite of our sympathies with Harold and Hereward, and our abhorrence of the founder of the New Forest and the desolator of Yorkshire, we must confess the superiority of the Normans to the Anglo-Saxons and Anglo-Danes, whom they met here in 1066, as well as the degenerate Frank noblesse, and the crushed and servile Romanesque provincials, from whom in 912 they had wrested the district in the north of Gaul, which still bears the name of Normandy. It is not merely by extreme valor and ready subordination or military discipline that the Normans were preeminent among all the conquering races of the Gothic stock, but also by their instinctive faculty of appreciating and adopting the superior civilizations which they encountered. Thus Duke Rollo and his Scandinavian warriors readily embraced the creed, the language, the laws, and the arts which France, in those troubled and evil times with which the Capetian dynasty commenced, still inherited from imperial Rome and imperial Charlemagne. They adopted the customs, the duties, the obedience that capitularies of emperors and kings had established, but that which they brought to the application of those laws was the spirit of life, the spirit of liberty, the habits also of military subordination, and the aptness for a state politic, which could reconcile the security of all with the independence of each. Sismondi, Histoire des Français, Volume 3, page 174. So also in all chivalric feelings, in enthusiastic religious zeal, in almost idolatrous respect to females of gentle birth, in generous fondness for the nascent poetry of the time, in a keen intellectual relish for subtle thought and disputation, in a taste for architectural magnificence, and all courtly refinement and pageantry, the Normans were the paladins of the world. Their brilliant qualities were sullied by many darker traits of pride, of merciless cruelty, and of brutal contempt for the industry, the rights, and the feelings of all whom they considered the lower classes of mankind. Their gradual blending with the Saxons softened these harsh and evil points of their national character, and in return they fired the duller Saxon mass with a new spirit of animation and power. As Campbell boldly expressed it, they high-mettled the blood of our veins. Small had been the figure which England made in the world before the coming of the Normans, and without them she never would have emerged from insignificance. The authority of Gibbon may be taken as decisive when he pronounces that, assuredly, England was a gainer by the conquest. And we may proudly adopt the comment of the Frenchman Rapin, who, writing of the Battle of Hastings more than a century ago, speaks of the revolution effected by it, as the first step by which England has arrived to that height of grandeur and glory we behold it in at present. Rapin, History of England, page 164. See also Sharon Turner, volume 4, page 72, and above all, Palgrave's Normandy in England. The interest of this eventful struggle, by which William of Normandy became King of England, is materially enhanced by the high personal characters of the competitors for our crown. They were three in number. One was a foreign prince from the north, one was a foreign prince from the south, and one was a native hero of the land. Harald Hardrada, the strongest and the most chivalric of the kings of Norway, was the first. See in Snare the saga of Harald Hardrada. Duke William of Normandy was the second, and the Saxon Harold, the son of Earl Godwin, was the third. Never was a nobler prize sought by nobler champions, or striven for more gallantly. The Saxon triumphed over the Norwegian, and the Norman triumphed over the Saxon. But Norse valor was never more conspicuous than when Harald Hardrada and his host fought and fell at Stamford Bridge. Nor did Saxons ever face their foes more bravely than our Harold and his man on the fatal day of Hastings. During the reign of King Edward the Confessor over this land, the claims of the Norwegian king to our crown were little thought of, and though Hardrada's predecessor, King Magnus of Norway, had on one occasion asserted that, by virtue of a compact with our former king Hardicanute, he was entitled to the English throne, no serious attempt had been made to enforce his pretensions. But the rivalry of the Saxon Harold and the Norman William was foreseen and bewailed by the Confessor, who was believed to have predicted on his deathbed the calamities that were pending over England. Duke William was King Edward's kinsman. Harold was the head of the most powerful noble house, next to the royal blood, in England. And personally, he was the bravest and most popular chieftain in the land. King Edward was childless, and the nearest collateral heir was a puny, unpromising boy. England had suffered too severely during royal minorities to make the accession of Edgar Atheling desirable, and long before King Edward's death, Earl Harold was the destined king of the nation's choice, though the favor of the Confessor was believed to lean towards the Norman duke. A little time before the death of King Edward, Harold was in Normandy. The causes of the voyage of the Saxon earl to the continent are doubtful, but the fact of his having been in 1065 at the ducal court and in the power of his rival is indisputable. William made skilful and scrupulous use of the opportunity. Though Harold was treated with outward courtesy and friendship, he was made fully aware that his liberty and life depended on his compliance with the duke's requests. William said to him, in apparent confidence and cordiality, "When King Edward and I once lived like brothers under the same roof, he promised that if ever he became King of England, he would make me heir to his throne. Harold, I wish that thou wouldst assist me to realize this promise." Harold replied with expressions of assent, and further agreed at William's request to marry William's daughter Adela, and to send over his own sister to be married to one of William's barons. The crafty Norman was not content with this extorted promise. He determined to bind Harold by a more solemn pledge, which, if broken, would be a weight on the spirit of the gallant Saxon, and a discouragement to others from adopting his cause. before a full assembly of the Norman barons, Harold was required to do homage to Duke William, as the heir apparent of the English crown. Kneeling down, Harold placed his hands between those of the Duke, and repeated the solemn form, by which he acknowledged the Duke as his lord, and promised to him fealty and true service. But William exacted more. He had caused all the bones and relics of saints that were preserved in the Norman monasteries and churches to be collected into a chest, which was placed in the council room, covered over with a cloth of gold. On the chest of relics, which were thus concealed, was laid a missal. The Duke then solemnly addressed his titular guest, in real captive, and said to him, "Harold, I require thee, before this noble assembly, to confirm by oath the promises which thou hast made me, to assist me in obtaining the crown of England after King Edward's death, to marry my daughter Adela, and to send me thy sister, that I may give her in marriage to one of my barons." Harold, once more taken by surprise, and not able to deny his former words, approached the missal, and laid his hand on it, not knowing that the chest of relics was beneath. The old Norman chronicler, who describes the scene most minutely, Was, Roman de Rue, I have nearly followed his words, says, when Harold placed his hand on it, the hand trembled, and the flesh quivered. But he swore and promised upon his oath to take Adela, to wife, and to deliver up England to the Duke, and thereunto to do all in his power, according to his might and wit, after the death of Edward, if he himself should live, so help him God. Many cried, God grant it, and when Harold rose from his knees, the Duke made him stand close to the chest, and took off the pall that had covered it, and showed Harold upon what holy relics he had sworn, and Harold was sorely alarmed at the sight. Harold was soon after this permitted to return to England, and after a short interval, during which he distinguished himself by the wisdom and humanity with which he pacified some formidable tumults of the Anglo-Danes in Northumbria, he found himself called on to decide whether he would keep the oath which the Norman had obtained from him, or mount the vacant throne of England in compliance with the nation's choice. King Edward the Confessor died on the 5th of January, 1066, and on the following day an assembly of the thanes and prelates present in London, and the citizens of the metropolis, declared that Harold should be their king. It was reported that the dying Edward had nominated him as his successor, but the sense which his countrymen entertained of his preeminent merit was the true foundation of his title to the crown. Harold resolved to disregard the oath which he made in Normandy, as violent and void, and on the 7th day of that January he was anointed King of England, and received from the Archbishop's hands the golden crown and sceptre of England, and also an ancient national symbol, a weighty battle-axe. He had deep and speedy need of this significant part of the insignia of Saxon royalty. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Recording by Tom Johnson.
Chapter 8. The Battle of Hastings, 1066, Part 2, of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jack Blake. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 8, Part 2. A messenger from Normandy soon arrived to remind Harold of the oath which he had sworn to the Duke. With his mouth and his hand upon good and holy relics, "It is true," replied the Saxon king, "that I took an oath to William, but I took it under constraint. I promised what did not belong to me, what I could not in any way hold. My royalty is not my own. I could not lay it down against the will of the country, nor can I against the will of the country take a foreign wife. As for my sister,
whom the Duke claims that he may marry her to one of his chiefs, she has died within the year. Would he have me send her corpse? William sent another message, which met with a similar answer, and then the Duke published far and wide through Christendom what he terms the perjury and bad faith of his rival, and proclaimed his intention of asserting his rights by the sword before the year should expire, and of pursuing and punishing the perjurer even in those places where he thought he stood most strongly and most securely. Before, however, he commenced hostilities, William, with deep-laid policy, submitted his claims to the decision of the Pope. Harold refused to acknowledge this tribunal, or to answer before an Italian priest for his title as an English king. After a formal examination of William's complaints by the Pope and the cardinals, it was solemnly adjudged at Rome that England belonged to the Norman Duke, and a banner was sent to William from the Holy See, which the Pope himself had consecrated and blessed for the invasion of this island. The clergy throughout the continent were now assiduous and energetic in preaching up William's enterprise as undertaken in the cause of God. Besides these spiritual arms, the effect of which in the 11th century must not be measured by the philosophy or the indifferentism of the 19th, the Norman Duke applied all the energies of his mind and body, all the resources of his duchy, and all the influence he possessed among vassals or allies, to the collection of the most remarkable and formidable armament which the Western nations had witnessed. Sir James Mackintosh's History of England, Volume 1, page 97. All the adventurous spirits of Christendom flocked to the holy banner, under which Duke William, the most renowned knight and sagest general of the age, promised to lead them to glory and wealth in the fair domains of England. His army was filled with the chivalry of continental Europe, all eager to save their souls by fighting at the Pope's bidding, ardent to signalize their valour in so great an enterprise, and longing also for the pay and the plunder which William liberally promised. But the Normans themselves were the pith and the flower of the army, and William himself was the strongest, the sagest, and the fiercest spirit of them all. Throughout the spring and summer of 1066 all the seaports of Normandy, Picardy, and Brittany rang with the busiest sound of preparation. On the opposite side of the Channel, King Harold collected the army and the fleet with which he hoped to crush the southern invaders. But the unexpected attack of King Harold Hadra of Normandy upon another part of England disconcerted the skilful measures which the Saxon had taken against the menacing armada of Duke William. Harold's renegade brother, Earl Tostig, had excited the Norse king to this enterprise, the importance of which has naturally been eclipsed by the superior interest attached to the victorious expedition of Duke William, but which was on a scale of grandeur which the Scandinavian ports had rarely, if ever before, witnessed. Hadra's fleet consisted of 200 warships and 300 other vessels, and all the best warriors of Norway were in his host. He sailed first to the Orkneys, where many of the islanders joined him, and then to Yorkshire. After a severe conflict near York, he completely routed Earls Edwin and Morcar, the governors of Northumbria. The city of York opened its gates, and all the country, from the Tyne to the Humber, submitted to him. He sailed first to the Orkneys, where many of the islanders joined him, and then to Yorkshire. After a severe conflict near York, he completely routed Earls Edwin and Morcar, the governors of Northumbria. The city of York opened its gates, and all the country, from the Tyne to the Humber, submitted to him. The tidings of defeat of Edwin and Morcar compelled Harold to leave his position at the southern coast, and move instantly against the Norwegians. By a remarkably rapid march he reached Yorkshire in 4 days, and took the Norse king and his confederates by surprise. Nevertheless, the battle which ensued, and which was fought near Stamford Bridge, was desperate and was long doubtful. Unable to break the ranks of the Norwegian phalanx by force, Harold at length tempted them to quit their close order by a pretended flight. Then the English columns burst in among them, and a carnage ensued, the extent of which may be judged of by the exhaustion and inactivity of Norway for a quarter of a century afterwards. King Harold Haderer and all the flower of his nobility perished on the 25th of September 1066 at Stamford Bridge, a battle which was the Flodden to Norway. Harold's victory was splendid, but he had bought it dearly by the fall of many of his best officers and men, and still more dearly by the opportunity which Duke William had gained of effecting an unopposed landing on the Sussex coast. The whole of William's shipping had assembled at the month of the Dive, a little river between the Seine and the Orme. As early as the middle of August, the army which he had collected amounted to 50,000 knights and 10,000 soldiers of inferior degree. Many of the knights were mounted, but many must have served on foot, as it is hardly possible to believe that William could have found transports for the conveyance of 50,000 war horses across the Channel. For a long time the winds were adverse, and the Duke employed the interval that passed before he could set sail in completing the organisation and in improving the discipline of his army, which he seems to have brought into the same state of perfection as was 7 centuries and a half afterwards the boast of another army assembled on the same coast, and which Napoleon designed, but providentially in vain, for a similar descent upon England. It was not till the approach of the equinox that the wind veered from the northeast to the west, and gave the Normans an opportunity of quitting the wary shores of the Dive. They eagerly embarked and set sail, but the wind soon freshened to a gale, and drove them along the French coast to St. Valery, where the greater part of them found shelter, but many of their vessels were wrecked, and the whole coast of Normandy was strewn with bodies of the drowned. William's army began to grow discouraged and averse to the enterprise, which the very elements thus seemed to fight against, though in reality the northeast wind, which had cooped them so long at the mouth of the Dive, and the western gale which had forced them into St. Valery, were the best possible friends to the invaders. They prevented the Normans from crossing the Channel until the Saxon king and his army of defence had been called away from the Sussex coast to encounter Harold Haderer in Yorkshire, and also until a formidable English fleet, which by King Harold's orders had been cruising in the Channel to intercept the Normans, had been obliged to disperse temporarily for the purpose of refitting and taking in fresh stores of provisions. Duke William used every expedient to reanimate the drooping spirits of his men at St. Valery, and at last he caused the body of the patron saint of the place to be exhumed and carried in solemn procession, while the whole assemblage of soldiers, marines, and appurtenant priests implored the saint's intercession for a change of wind. That very night the wind veered and enabled the mediaeval Agamemnon to quit his Aulia. With full sails and a following southern breeze, the Norman armada left the French shores and steered for England. The invaders crossed an undefended sea and found an undefended coast. It was in Pevensey Bay in Sussex, at Bulverhithe, between the castle of Pevensey and Hastings, that the last conquerors of this island landed, on the 29th of September 1066. Harold was at York, rejoicing over his recent victory, which had delivered England from her ancient Scandinavian foes, and resettling the government of the countries which Harold Haderer had overrun, when the tidings reached him that Duke William of Normandy and his host had landed on the Sussex shore. The severe loss which his army had sustained in the battle which the Norwegians must have made it impossible for any large number of veteran troops to accompany him in his forced march to London, and thence to Sussex. He halted at the capital only 6 days, and during that time gave orders for collecting forces from the southern and midland countries, and also directed his fleet to reassemble off the Sussex coast. Harold was well received in London, and his summons to arms was promptly obeyed by citizen, by thane, by saltman, and by ceorl, for he had shown himself during his brief reign a just and wise king, affable to all men, active for the good of his country, and, in the words of the old historian, sparing himself from no fatigue by land or sea. See Roger de Hoveden and William of Malmesbury, cited in Thierry Book 3. He might have gathered a much more numerous force than that of William, but his recent victory had made him over-confident, and he was irritated by reports of the country being ravaged by the invaders. As soon, therefore, as he had collected a small army in London, he marched off towards the coast, pressing forward as rapidly as his men could traverse Surrey and Sussex, in the hope of taking the Normans unaware, as he had recently by a similar forced march succeeded in surprising the Norwegians. But he had now to deal with a foe equally brave with Harold Hardrada, and far more skilful and wary. The old Norman chroniclers describe the preparations of William on his landing with a graphic vigour which would be wholly lost by transfusing their racy Norman couplets and terse Latin prose into the current style of modern history. It is best to follow them closely, though at the expense of much quaintness and occasional uncouthness of expression. They tell us how Duke William's own ship was the first of the Norman fleet. It was called the Mora, and was the gift of his Duchess Matilda. On the head of the ship, in the front, which mariners call the prow, there was a brazen child bearing an arrow with a bended bow. His face was turned towards England, and thither he looked, as though he was about to shoot. The breeze became soft and sweet, and the sea was smooth for their landing. The ships ran on dry land, and each ranged by the other's side. There you might see the good sailors, the sergeants and squires, sally forth and unload the ships, cast the anchors, haul the ropes, bear out shields and saddles, and land the war horses and palfreys. The archers came forth, and touched land the first, each with his bow strong, and with his quiver full of arrows slung at his side. All were shaven and shorn, and all clad in short garments, ready to attack, to shoot, to wheel about and skirmish. All stood well equipped, and of good courage for the fight, and they scoured the whole shore, but found not an armed man there. After the archers had thus gone forth, the knights landed all armed, with their hawk belts on, their shields slung at their necks, and their helmets laced. They formed together on the shore, each armed and mounted on his war horse. All had their swords girded on, and rode forward into the country with their lances raised. Then the carpenters landed, who had great axes in their hands, and planes and adzes hung at their sides. They took counsel together, and sought for a good spot to place a castle on. They had brought with them in the fleet 3 wooden castles from Normandy in pieces, all ready for framing together, and they took the materials of one of these out of the ships, all shaped and pierced to receive the pins which they had brought cut and ready in large barrels, and before evening had set in, they had finished a good fort on the English ground, and there they placed their stores. All then ate and drank enough, and were right glad that they were ashore. When Duke William himself landed, as he stepped on the shore, he slipped and fell forward upon his 2 hands. Forthwith all raised a loud cry of distress. An evil sign, said they, is here. But he cried out lustily, See, my lords, by the splendour of God, William's customary oath, I have taken possession of England with both my hands. It is now mine, and what is mine is yours." The next day they marched along the seashore to Hastings, near the place the Duke fortified a camp, and set up 2 other wooden castles. The foragers and those who looked for the booty seized all the clothing and provisions they could find, lest what had been brought by the ships should fail them. And the English were to be seen fleeing before them, driving off their castle and quitting their houses. Many took shelter in burying places, and even there they were in grievous alarm. Besides the marauders from the Norman camp, strong bodies of cavalry were detached by William into the country, and these, when Harold and his army made their rapid march from London southward, fell back in good order upon the main body of the Normans, and reported that the Saxon king was rushing on like a madman. But Harold, when he found that his hopes of surprising his adversary were vain, changed his tactics, and halted about 7 miles from the Norman lines. He sent some spies, who spoke the French language, to examine the number and preparations of the enemy, who, on their return, related with astonishment that there were more priests in William's camp than there were fighting men in the English army. They had mistaken for priests all the Norman soldiers who had short hair and shaven chins, for the English laymen were then accustomed to wear long hair and mustachios. Harold, who knew the Norman usages, smiled at their words, and said, "Those whom you have seen in such numbers are not priests, but stout soldiers, as they will soon make us feel." Harold's army was far inferior in number to that of the Normans, and some of his captains advised him to retreat upon London, and lay waste the country, so as to starve down the strength of the invaders. The policy thus recommended was unquestionably the wisest, for the Saxon fleet had now reassembled, and intercepted all William's communications with Normandy, so that as soon as his stores of provisions were exhausted, he must have moved forward upon London, where Harold, at the head of the full military strength of the kingdom, could have defied his assault, and probably might have witnessed his rival's destruction by famine and disease, without having to strike a single blow. But Harold's bold blood was up, and his kindly heart could not endure to inflict on his South Saxon subjects even the temporary misery of wasting the country. He would not burn houses and villages, neither would he take away the substance of his people. Harold's brothers, Gurth and Leofwine, were with him in the camp, and Gurth endeavoured to persuade him to absent himself from the battle. The incident shows how well devised had been William's scheme of binding Harold by the oath on the holy relics. "My brother," said the young Saxon prince, "thou canst not deny that either by force or free will thou hast made Duke William an oath on the bodies of saints. Why then risk thyself in the battle with a perjury upon thee? To us who swore nothing, this is a holy and a just war, for we are fighting for our country. Leave us then alone to fight this battle, and he who has the right will win." Harold replied that he would not look on while others risked their lives for him. Men would hold him a coward, and blame him for sending his best friends where he dared not to go himself. He resolved therefore to fight, and to fight in person, but he was still too good a general to be the assailant in the action. He strengthened his position on the hill where he had halted by a palisade of stakes interlaced with osier hurdles, and there, he said, he would defend himself against whoever should seek him. The ruins of Battle Abbey at this hour attest the place where Harold's army was posted. The high altar of the abbey stood on the very spot where Harold's own standard was planted during the fight, and where the carnage was the thickest. Immediately after the victory, William vowed to build an abbey on the site, and a fair and stately pile soon rose there, where for many ages the monks prayed and said masses for the souls of those who were slain in battle, whence Abbey took its name. Before that time the place was called Senlac. Little of the ancient edifice now remains, but it is easy to trace among its relics and in the neighbourhood the scenes of the chief incidents in the action, and it is impossible to deny the generalship shown by Harold in stationing his men, especially when we bear in mind that he was deficient in cavalry, the arm in which his adversary's main strength consisted. A neck of hills trends inwards for nearly 7 miles from the high ground immediately to the north-east of Hastings. The line of this neck of hills is from south-east to north-west, and the usual route from Hastings to London must, in ancient as in modern times, have been along its summits. At the distance from Hastings which has been mentioned, the continuous chain of hills ceases. A valley must be crossed, and on the other side of it, opposite to the last of the neck of hills, rises a high ground of some extent, facing to the south-east. This high ground, then termed Senlac, was occupied by Harold's army. It could not be attacked in front without considerable disadvantage to the assailants, and could hardly be turned without those engaged in the manoeuvre exposing themselves to a fatal charge in flank, while they wound round the base of the height and underneath the ridges which project from it on either side. There was a rough and thickly wooded district in the rear, which seemed to offer Harold great facilities for rallying his men and checking the progress of the enemy, if they should succeed in forcing him back from his post, and it seemed scarcely possible that the Normans, if they met with any repulse, could save themselves from utter destruction. With such hopes and expectations, which cannot be termed unreasonable, though successum dira negavit, King Harold bade his standard be set up a little way down the slope of Senlac Hill, at the point where the ascent from the valley was least steep, and on which the fiercest attacks of the advancing enemy were sure to be directed. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Recording by Jack Blake.
Chapter 8. The Battle of Hastings, 1066, Part 3 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ken Masters. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 8, Part 3. The foundation stones of the high altar of Battle Abbey have during late years been discovered, and we may place our feet on the very spot where Harold stood with England's banner waving over him, where, when the battle was joined, he defended himself to the utmost, where the fatal arrow came down on him, where he leaned in agony on his shield, and where at last he was beaten to the earth, and with him the Saxon banner was beaten down, like him, never to rise again. The ruins of the altar are a little to the west of the high road, which leads from Hastings along the neck of hills already described, across the valley, and through the modern town of Battle, towards London. Before a railway was made along this valley, some of the old local features were more easy than now to recognize. The eye then at once saw that the ascent from the valley was least steep at the point which Harold selected for his own post in the engagement. But this is still sufficiently discernible, and we can fix the spot, a little lower down the slope, immediately in front of the high altar, where the brave Kentish men stood, whose right it was to strike first whenever the king went to battle, and who, therefore, were placed where the Normans would be most likely to make their first charge. Round Harold himself, and where the plantations wave, which now surround the high altar's ruins, stood the men of London, whose privilege it was to guard the king's body, to place themselves around it, and to guard his standard. On the right and left were ranged the other warriors of central and southern England, whose shires the old Norman chronicler distorts in his French nomenclature. Looking thence in the direction of Hastings, we can distinguish the ridge of the rising ground over which the Normans appeared advancing. It is the nearest of the neck of hills. It is along that hill that Harold and his brothers saw approach in succession the 3 divisions of the Norman army. The Normans came down that slope, and then formed in the valley, so as to assault the whole front of the English position. Duke William's own division, with the best men and greatest strength of the army, made the Norman centre, and charged the English immediately in front of Harold's banner, as the nature of the ground had led the Saxon king to anticipate. There are few battles the localities of which can be more completely traced, and the whole scene is fraught with associations of deep interest. But the spot which most of all awakens our sympathy and excites our feelings is that where Harold himself fought and fell. The crumbling fragments of the grey altar stones, with the wild flowers that cling around their base, seem fitting memorials of the brave Saxon who there bowed his head in death, while the laurel trees that are planted near and wave over the ruins remind us of the conqueror who there, at the close of that dreadful day, reared his victorious standard high over the trampled banner of the Saxon, and held his triumphant carousal amid the corses of the slain, with his Norman chivalry exulting around him. When it was known in the invaders' camp at Hastings that King Harold had marched southward with his power, but a brief interval ensued before the 2 hosts met in a decisive encounter. William's only chance of safety lay in bringing on a general engagement, and he joyfully advanced his army from their camp on the hill over Hastings, nearer to the Saxon position. But he neglected no means of weakening his opponent, and renewed his summonses and demands on Harold with an ostentatious air of sanctity and moderation. A monk named Hughes Maigret came in William's name to call upon the Saxon king to do one of 3 things: either to resign his royalty in favour of William, or to refer it to the arbitration of the Pope to decide which of the 2 ought to be king, or to let it be determined by the issue of a single combat. Harold abruptly replied, "I will not resign my title, I will not refer it to the Pope, nor will I accept the single combat." He was far from being deficient in bravery, but he was no more at liberty to stake the crown which he had received from a whole people on the chance of a duel than to deposit it in the hands of an Italian priest. William was not at all ruffled by the Saxon's refusal, but steadily pursuing the course of his calculated measures, sent the Norman monk again, after giving him these instructions: "Go and tell Harold that if he will keep his former compact with me, I will leave to him all the country which is beyond the Humber, and will give his brother Gurth all the lands which Godwin held. If he still persist in refusing my offers, then thou shalt tell him, before all his people, that he is a perjurer and a liar, that he and all who shall support him are excommunicated by the mouth of the Pope, and that the bull to that effect is in my hands." Hughes Maigret delivered this message in a solemn tone, and the Norman Chronicle says that at the word excommunication the English chiefs looked at one another as if some great danger were impending. One of them then spoke as follows: "We must fight, whatever may be the danger to us, for what we have to consider is not whether we shall accept and receive a new lord as if our king were dead. The case is quite otherwise. The Norman has given our lands to his captains, to his knights, to all his people, the greater part of whom have already done homage to him for them. They will all look for their gift if their duke become our king, and he himself is bound to deliver up to them our goods, our wives, and our daughters. All is promised to them beforehand. They come not only to ruin us, but but to ruin our descendants also, and to take from us the country of our ancestors. And what shall we do? Whither shall we go, when we have no longer a country?" The English promised by a unanimous oath to make neither peace, nor truce, nor treaty with the invader, but to die or to drive away the Normans. Thierry. The 13th of October was occupied in these negotiations, and at night the Duke announced to his men that the next day would be the day of battle. That night is said to have been passed by the two armies in very different manners. The Saxon soldiers spent it in joviality, singing their national songs, and draining huge horns of ale and wine round their campfires. The Normans, when they had looked to their arms and horses, confessed themselves to the priests, with whom their camp was thronged, and received the sacrament by thousands at a time. On Saturday, the 14th of October, was fought the great battle. It is not difficult to compose a narrative of its principal incidents, from the historical information which we possess, especially if aided by an examination of the ground. But it is far better to adopt the spirit-stirring words of the old chroniclers, who wrote while the recollections of the battle were yet fresh, and while the feelings and prejudices of the combatants yet glowed in the bosoms of their near descendants. Robert Wace, the Norman poet, who presented his Roman de Rou to our Henry II., is the most picturesque and animated of the old writers, and from him we can obtain a more vivid and full description of the conflict than even the most brilliant romance writer of the present time can supply. We have also an antique memorial of the battle, more to be relied on than either chronicler or poet, and which confirms Wace's narrative remarkably. In the celebrated Bayeux tapestry, which represents the principal scenes of Duke William's expedition, and of the circumstances connected with it, in minute though occasionally grotesque details, and which was undoubtedly the production of the same age in which the battle took place. Whether we admit or reject the legend that Queen Matilda and the ladies of her court wrought it with their own hands in honour of the royal conqueror. Let us therefore suffer the old Norman chronicler to transport our imaginations to the fair Sussex scenery, northwest of Hastings, with its breezy uplands, its grassy slopes, and ridges of open down swelling inland from sparkling sea, its scattered copses, and its denser glades of intervening forests, clad in all the varied tints of autumn, as they appeared on the morning of the 14th of October, 785 years ago. The Norman host is pouring forth from its tents, and each troop and each company is forming fast under the banner of its leader. The masses have been sung, which were finished betimes in the morning. The barons have all assembled round Duke William, and the Duke has ordered that the army shall be formed in 3 divisions, so as to make the attack upon the Saxon position in 3 places. The Duke stood on a hill where he could best see his men. The barons surrounded him, and he spake to them proudly. He told them how he trusted them, and how all that he gained should be theirs, and how sure he felt of conquest, for in all the world there was not so brave an army or such good men and true as were then forming around him. Then they cheered him in turn, and cried out, "You will not see one coward. None here will fear to die for love of you, if need be." And he answered them, "I thank you well. For God's sake spare not. Strike hard at the beginning. Stay not to take spoil. All the booty shall be in common, and there will be plenty for everyone. There will be no safety in asking quarter or in fight. The English will never love or spare a Norman. Felons they were, and felons they are. False they were, and false they will be. Show no weakness towards them, for they will have no pity on you. Neither the coward for running well, nor the bold man for smiting well, will be the better liked by the English, nor will any be more spared on either account. You may fly to the sea, but you can fly no further. You will find neither ships nor bridge there. There will be no sailors to receive you, and the English will overtake you there and slay you in your shame. More of you will die in flight than in battle. Then, as flight will not secure you, fight, and you will conquer. I have no doubt of the victory. We are come for glory. The victory is in our hands, and we may make sure of obtaining it, if we so please." As the Duke was speaking thus, and would yet have spoken more, William Fitz-Osber rode up with his horse all coated with iron. "Sire," said he, "we tarry here too long. Let us all arm ourselves." "Alors, alors!" Then all went to their tents and armed themselves as they best might, and the Duke was very busy, giving every one his orders. And he was courteous to all the vassals, giving away many arms and horses to them. When he prepared to arm himself, he called first for his good hauberk, and a man brought it on his arm and placed it before him. But in putting his head in to get it on, he unawares turned it the wrong way, with the back part in front. He soon changed it, but when he saw that those who stood by were sorely alarmed, he said, "I have seen many a man who, if such a thing had happened to him, would not have borne arms, or entered the field the same day. But I never believed in omens, and I never will. I trust in God, for He does in all things His pleasure, and ordains what is to come to pass, according to His will. I have never liked fortune tellers, nor believed in diviners, but I commend myself to Our Lady. Let not this mischance give you trouble. The hauberk which was turned wrong and then set right by me, signifies that a change will arise out of the matter which we are now stirring. You shall see the name of Duke changed into King. Yea, a King shall I be, who hitherto have been but Duke." Then he crossed himself, and straightway took his hauberk, stooped his head, and put it on aright, and laced his helmet, and girt on his sword which a varlet brought him. Then the Duke called for his good horse. A better could not be found. It had been sent him by a king of Spain, out of very great friendship. Neither arms nor the press of fighting men did it fear, if its lord spurred it on. Walter Giffard brought it. The Duke stretched out his hand, took the reins, put foot in stirrup, and mounted. And the good horse pawed, pranced, reared himself up, and curveted. The Viscount of Toha saw how the Duke bore himself in arms, and said to his people that were around him, "Never have I seen a man so fairly armed, nor one who rode so gallantly, or bore his arms or became his hauberk so well, neither any one who bore his lance so gracefully, or sat his horse and managed him so nobly. There is no such knight under heaven. A fair count he is, and fair king he will be. Let him fight, and he shall overcome. Shame be to the man who shall fail him." Then the Duke called for the standard which the Pope had sent him, and he who bore it, having unfolded it, the Duke took it, and called to Raoul de Conches. "Bear my standard," said he, "for I would not but do you right. By right and by ancestry your line are standard-bearers of Normandy, and very good knights have they all been." But Raoul said that he would serve the Duke that day in another guise, and would fight the English with his hand as long as life should last. Then the Duke bade Galtier Giffard bear the standard, but he was old and white-headed, and bade the Duke give the standard to some younger and stronger man to carry. Then the Duke said fiercely, "By the splendour of God, my lords, I think you mean to betray and fail me in this great need." "Sire," said Giffard, "not so. We have done no treason, nor do I refuse from any felony towards you. But I have to lead a great chivalry, both hired men and the men of my fief. Never had I such good means of serving you as I now have. And if God please I will serve you. If need be I will die for you, and will give my own heart for yours." "By my faith," quoth the Duke, "I always loved thee, and now I love thee more. If I survive this day, thou shalt be the better for it all thy days." Then he called out a knight, whom he had heard much praised, Tostaine Fitzrue le Blanc by name, whose abode was at Beckencow. To him he delivered the standard, and Tostaine took it right cheerfully, and bowed low to him in thanks, and bore it gallantly and with good heart. His kindred still have quittance of all service for their inheritance on that account, and their heirs are entitled so to hold their inheritance for ever. William sat on his war horse, and called on Rogier, whom they call de Montgomery. "I rely much upon you," said he. "Lead your men thitherward, and attack them from that side. William, the son of Osber the Seneschal, a right good vassal, shall go with you and help in the attack, and you shall have the men of Boulogne and Poix, and all my soldiers. Alain Fergert and Amaury shall attack on the other side. They shall lead the Poitevins and the Bretons, and all the barons of Maine. And I, with my own great men, my friends and kindred, will fight in the middle throng, where the battle shall be the hottest." End of chapter 8, part 3. Recording by Ken Masters.